Last year, she presented, and we're recording, there's your notification. Last year, she presented at the Yale School's inaugural Mental Health Symposium. And in 2021, she was named a mental health champion by the Steinberg Incident. We are so very fortunate to have her with us here today. Kelechi, we're really excited to hear from you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. Good morning or afternoon if you're possibly not on the West Coast. I want to try to share my slide deck. Can you see it, Megan?
We can see your slides. And I also wanted to share that I'll be monitoring the chat for questions, and we will do Q&A with Kelechi at the end of her keynote.
Perfect. So my name is Kelechi Bozo, as you've already heard, and I am really excited to be here this morning. And I actually cannot believe there's this many people in the room. So I'm gonna move through my nerves because this is exciting. Briefly, I just want to make sure that I do land acknowledgement. I am presenting to you from occupied Ohlone land, now referred to as the East Bay or Oakland. And we just honor the past, present, and emerging Indigenous stewards of this land, and really encourage you all to learn what land you're on, and also more about the Land Back movement. So before we dive into content, I want to take a minute to ground us in the discussion we're going to have today. So right now we have like 553 people in this space on a Thursday morning, learning about how to have a better crisis. So this means I could probably make some assumptions about you. One, someone or many ones have lost someone to suicide. And two, there are attempt survivors besides me in our virtual space today. And three, there are people who deeply care and want the best outcomes for their friends, their families, and their loved ones, and want to do something different for people dealing with thoughts of suicide, suicide ideation. And if this description sounds like you, welcome. This space we're creating together is for you. And if you are here because your job made you come, or you really just want CEUs, you are also welcome. This is really about creating space together. So I want you to know what to expect from today as a tenet of trauma-informed care, so no one's caught off guard. We're going to be talking about suicide a lot. I'm going to be sharing my story and other stories that I've received consent to share to demonstrate what happens when you don't slow down and harm is created instead of help, despite good intentions, right? Some of this conversation might activate you. And as much as you can, I would really love for you to stay present and stay in your body. But I encourage you to do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. So be gentle with yourself, deep breathing, holding onto a fur baby, making some tea, also walking away and returning. So do whatever you need to resource yourself. This, as you know, will be recorded. And so if today is not the day for it, you can always return to the content unless you're trying to get CEUs. I'm super sorry about that. But the bigger disclaimer for today is that I'm going to say some things you've been taught differently about. And you may have some seriously strong opinions. You are at choice in your life. I'm sharing this because how we've collectively been trained to handle or deal with suicide is not working for everyone. Specifically our marginalized communities, our BIPOC, our trans, our queer folks. So this is why I'm talking about something different today. So what I've learned and heard has really been about urgency. The slide I'm presenting to you right now is from my friend Jules Plumador, who created community crisis response without law enforcement training, which I highly recommend. But this is really where we shift the paradigm from traditional crisis intervention, which is very authority-centered, it's deficit-based, it's really focused on like, let's end this crisis now. It doesn't take into account the person's perspective. And there's really a narrow view of crisis factors. And really there's an emphasis of efficiency on crisis, right? And we really want to move in this conversation to community crisis. So that's person-centered, strength-based. It's really prioritizing the safety and health of the person in crisis. And it views the person in crisis as an expert on themselves and really looks at holistic crisis factors. And the goal is really to have an emphasis on positive outcome. So I'm going to share my story. I'm also going to share some data research about the argument for why we need to have a better crisis. And then I'm going to spend most of the time talking about how we can have a better crisis from interviews with people with lived experience who have got a lot of wisdom for you. And then we'll have 10 minutes-ish at the end for questions. All right, so now that you know what you're going to be hearing about today, this is my invitation for everyone in the room to join me for a deep breath. And with all invitations, you can always decline. This is really for me to help regulate myself. But just take a few minutes to get comfortable. Do whatever feels most supportive to your body. If you want to close your eyes, you can. If you want to look away from the screen, you can. But just notice your breath. And whenever you're ready, you can just take a deep breath in and release. And you can set an intention for today. We're going to do it 2 more times, taking an intention for what you want today. Release anything that's not serving you, anything that you don't want to bring into this space. And then the last one, we're going to do one last one together. Thank you for those of you who joined me, and for those of you who didn't join, thank you for listening to what your body needed. Of all the people who were created in the world, you are here today, and that is something really beautiful. So I'm going to get started with my story. So this is me and my mom. I was born and I was partially raised in Brooklyn, New York, and I was just a different kind of kid. I had very big emotions. My favorite color is black. I liked vampires, poetry, Hamlet, and basically I was a goth. So my parents weren't getting along when I was young, and they got divorced. And my mom decided to move us from Brooklyn, New York to Stone Mountain, Georgia. Just take a minute to let that sink in. In the 90s, Black goth kid. I said this yesterday, but I'm sure today it would be like a cute 1-season Netflix show that like fans really got behind, but never really made it. But like growing up in the South, I experienced structural racism, isolation, colorism. Because of the redlining and the way our community was segregated, I went to a predominantly white private school because of the education and lived in an all-Black neighborhood, and I didn't feel like I fit in anywhere. I wasn't accepted by my own community or my classmates, and I also felt like there was like this dark cloud kind of over my head all of the time. So eventually my grandmother, and this is her here, came down to help raise me, and grandma just was amazing. She accepted me, all of the fishnet and eyeliner and big emotions and feelings. She thought every meal should have a dessert. And she just was this big light in my world. And we would catch fireflies in the backyard together. And she was my anchor, and she was my safety. So she made living in Georgia a lot more manageable. And when she died, my world really fell apart. And it wasn't only her death, though. It was rejection from my community. It was racism at school. It was insecurity with boys. And so I struggled with suicidal ideation, and I attempted. So at 13, I ended up in a psychiatric hospital, and it was really scary. I was treated like I had done something bad. My teddy bear was confiscated. My shoelaces were taken. I slept in a hallway with strangers on a cot with bright fluorescent lights for suicide watch. But the worst part was that the staff told me I was broken. They said I would never get better. I would always struggle with a mental illness, a brain disorder, and I would suffer and need medication. So I didn't know that this wasn't my story or this wasn't true. I hadn't heard of the recovery model. I hadn't heard of the consumer movement. I had no idea what peers were. So what they said really stayed with me. And then what I really wish had happened was that someone had showed me coping skills for dealing with losing a loved one or navigating isolation and racism. I wish someone had asked me what a world would be that would be livable, right? I also received some really difficult messages from my family and my friends, like Black people don't have mental health issues, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you're being dramatic, we don't try to kill ourselves, we don't have time to get depressed, pray it away. And none of these messages were really, really helpful. So I'm gonna show, hopefully if it all works out, a clip from, I think I have to stop sharing and share again. Okay, I'm gonna share a clip from the S Word, 2 clips, so that we can kind of get a quick view of what things were like. I don't know if you can see anything. Can I get thumbs up if you can see something? Yeah, thumbs up. Okay. We're going to play this clip.
When I'd say, like, I'm feeling really down, they'd just be like, get over it. The reaction of the people around me was just, shut up. So what I learned was, oh, I better not share this with anyone. I better bury this deep inside of myself and build this mask. And it's starting to get really stressful, and I'm still pretending to be happy, but I'm suicidal, and, you know, but I'm squishing it down, and I'm doing all of this stuff. And then I get raped. I was raped by someone that I knew, someone that I thought was a friend. And I drove by, accidentally, my assailant's house. Once that happened, I was like, I gotta go. You can't fake your way out of this. You can't smile out of this. This is like the bottom. In that moment, it just exploded. The mask, the pretending, the lying. I was like, I don't fucking care anymore. I don't want to live. All our mom could say was, why, baby? Anytime you attempt, you first have to go to the medical hospital where they make sure everything's okay. And I have this nurse tell me, you know, don't let yourself get raped again. I'm in a psych ward and I'm like, oh, I want to react to this, and you have power over me, and you think the helpful thing is to tell me not to get raped again? Meanwhile, we're watching, they're actually showing Silence of the Lambs in the mental hospital, and I'm telling the nurses, I'm like, do you guys think this is a appropriate movie choice?
You can't make that shit up.
You can't make that shit up.
Oh, man.
What I learned from being in the hospital was how never to be in a hospital again. You know, there's still.
Okay, I have one more clip to show. And yeah, that was my experience, right? Getting help. One thing that isn't covered in the film is that before my assault and attempt, I actually did try to go to therapists and get support. But the minute I brought up the word suicide, they said I was too sick. So I actually voluntarily checked myself into a psychiatric hospital because I was having really intense thoughts. And because I'm a Black woman who presents well, I got labeled high functioning. And because I'm able to articulate that I'm in pain, for some reason, this negates that I'm in pain for people. So I was pretty much, they were like, you're fine. You don't really have any real issues. And I was assaulted and attempted several days later. I don't share this to shock you. I'm sharing it because I was someone who's trying to stay, desperately trying to stay, and I got turned away from help. And this isn't everyone's story, but if we want people to have a better crisis, we have to believe them when they're in pain. Okay, so I'm gonna see, can you see the next kind of clip that I'm trying to show? I'm looking at Caroline, you can actually only see you. Okay, hopefully, great, perfect. This is the second clip.
Hey, oh my God, it's so good to see you again. After the attempt, I told my mom, I said, you know, I really want to go to California. She just was like, I'm here to support you, baby. What do you want to do? You want to go to California? All right, let's drive out there.
You inspired me. I was like, Marquita's doing it. I can tell my story. You can tell your story.
Well, especially because there's not a lot of Black people talking about this
not
at
a lot.
all. Working in California in the mental health recovery movement, they're saying things like, we should be involved in our treatment. We should have a say. We should be at the table. I'm down with all of those things. Once I told my story, African-American women came up to me. My cousin, she attempted. My sister, she tried. Ooh, I felt that way. So it's not that it's not happening. We're just not talking about it. And I want to be out about it because we need to have the brown faces talking about this as well. Like, it's not just a white issue.
Is suicide still an option for you?
I don't want it to be. And that's the only answer I can really honestly give you. I don't want it to be an option. That I'm not gonna say that I don't think about it, because I do. It doesn't feel sunshiny and great right now. And that's honest. I'm not lying about it, and I'm not pretending to be happy. I'm just doing it. I don't feel it yet, but at least I'm doing it. For a while, I thought recovery meant never hearing a suicidal thought again. And the moment I had a suicidal thought, I was like, oh my God, what does this mean? The thoughts, they're still there. They come in when I'm sad, but I have a plan around them. They're not gonna frighten me into doing an action that, you know, would take me out of here.
Who would I miss if you were gone? Don't send me out into the cold snow. My body is no longer equipped for that. The skin too thin and the gray clouds press in closer. I know I cannot stay in this room much longer. I can't breathe, baby. I have to get out. Cold-fired pizza.
Well,
Pizza
it's okay.
well
We
done.
have $3.99 pizza in the fridge.
We do.
Yeah, that's the best kind.
Fine, then we're gonna have it.
We're gonna have it.
I was clueless. Now, I know that you had problems before. I know that you had felt depressed in the past, but I did not know at this particular time. So this was out of the blue for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You hit it well.
Yeah.
Mental health sucks. Okay, they discharged her to me. There was no counseling. There was no aftercare plan. There was nothing.
No.
There's like, okay, here's Kelechi. She's just tried to commit suicide. There's no support. There's no diagnosis. There's nothing. It took a long time for me to come to grips with it's not my fault, and it's a lot of releasing, letting go, and being vulnerable. So we'll start with these two?
We'll start with these and see what happens.
Yeah, and then it might even have a little thing that says pizza.
It does.
Cool.
Pizza one.
Pizza one.
Even though you might have felt angry or confused or sad or mad, you stood by me through some really ugly, scary times, and you just said, what can I do? I think that's part of why I'm alive. So thank you.
I love you.
I love you too, Mom.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment. Just say thank you for witnessing my story and hearing that. I know that is a lot of content to hold. And I am very lucky. One, I have an amazing mother, and once she knew what was going on, she was like, I am gonna be there and I'm gonna help you and I'm gonna support you. And she also asks what I need and is amazing. Also, I have a lot of family privilege. My mom is a primary care doctor. So she has connections. She was like, I'm going to get you to trauma-informed therapy. We're going to do this and that. And these were things I was not able to afford on my print journalism salary. And I was able to have a combination of peer support, communication with other survivors, trauma-informed therapy, psychoeducation to understand what were the thoughts and feelings that were happening for me. And I feel those services should be available for everyone. Second, every time I hear my mom say the word commit, I'm like, oh, but you know, I just kind of cringe. We in suicide prevention say attempt or die by suicide so that we don't add judgment to something already stigmatized. And third, someone doesn't need a mental illness to attempt or die by suicide. So my mom, she was like, I needed a diagnosis, which she was really trying to illustrate that during my hospital stay, not only did we have no group therapy or therapeutic interventions, we didn't actually have any support or aftercare planning. They just were kind of like, here you go, you're back. So I think she was really looking for support. And looking back, like, I know that my crisis treatment was traumatic, and really like our goal is to not have treatment be trauma. We really don't need that. So I just wanted to share that piece and look at y'all before I like jump into PowerPoint mode again. Here we go, PowerPoint mode. Hopefully you can see it. And I started from the beginning. Welcome to Tech with Kelechi. It's suspect. Okay. So today, you know, I'm a mental health advocate. I'm a writer. I'm a I'm involved in national and local mental health advocacy. I have, my book with LD Green, which is focused on lived experiences, right? And I really love my life. And I think people want to hear me say that you never had a suicidal thought again, right? But I still have them. I just plan for them now. And I don't want to have a good survivor story. I need to have the true story with you all, right? Okay. So for us to have the how can we do better in a crisis conversation, we need to know why we need to do better conversation. And I think this quote really illustrates it. People were so busy trying to stop me from killing myself, they forgot to help me. Oftentimes when someone says they're thinking of suicide, the person on the other end jumps to, I have got to stop this person from harming themselves mode. And that becomes the end of the conversation. One of the reasons I wanted to present to you all today is because I've never actually shared publicly the disclosure dance. So what is this disclosure dance? For me, I've struggled with thoughts and I've attempted, and I've had traumatic experiences with hospitalization. So the dance for me is like, how do I get the help I need without being involuntarily committed? And so this is before I found a safe therapist. Like I wouldn't be upfront about what I needed. I wouldn't be honest. And I was really trying to avoid something. That was a lot of energy. So when I think about disclosing, these are the questions I think about. Are you safe? Will you say something hurtful or judgmental to me? Will you do something against my will? How can I tell you so I can get help that I want, but not harm I don't want? And what's going to be this impact on our relationship? And then will you get mad at me, like my last inter-friend family relationship? And will you share what I told you with someone I don't want to? And so I just want to share, these are the things that I've been told. How could you do this to me? Do you know what this will do to your family if you do this? Suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Are you just looking for attention? You look pretty fine to me. This is so selfish, or crying uncontrollably. So when I hear things like this typically ends my transparency or makes me feel like I need to take care of someone else. And my thinking, I'm in a lot of pain. So guilt doesn't actually work as a motivating factor. It has quite the opposite effect. It usually makes me think like, wow, everyone would be better off without me because I'm such a bad person. So really, we don't want to send those messages to people. This happened to me actually last year. I was talking to a friend who I said, choice and voice is really important in a crisis. And she said, that sounds great, Kelechi, but if you told me you were thinking of killing yourself, I'd call 911 on you. And she's probably thinking, Kelechi's my friend. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. But in my head, I was like, she's not safe. She can't hold space for this. I won't be able to tell her if I'm struggling. So here's the caveat. Everyone's relationship with suicidal ideation is different. But for me, if I'm reaching out to tell someone I'm struggling, that's the part of me that's trying to stay and connect with someone and not be isolated or burdened, or, I just want to release the burden. So that's really the reason I'm reaching out to people. And so sometimes consequences are when we make it about ourselves, we make the person in need feel uncomfortable, but it makes us feel more comfortable. And then we're not actually hearing what they're trying to tell us, right? So this is a conversation we need to have. Why do we need to reimagine our current crisis response? For too many people, a mental health incident results in criminalization, death by police, persecution, and half of individuals killed by police in the United States had disabilities. A large percentage of them had mental health conditions. I interviewed Morgan McLaughlin, who said, as a Black person in America, it feels so dangerous. It feels so unsafe. Regardless of what police officer shows up, all I can see is their gun. And the first thought that crosses my mind, am I going to be next on a name of a list of unarmed Black people killed by the police, right? Police officers don't need to be the first responders to psychiatric emergencies. I mean, we know this because of what we've seen, what we've experienced, but also we're also moving towards 988. So this month, California said, hey, we're going to spend $20 million in funding 988, an alternative to 911, when someone's having a mental health crisis. There's some really important notes about this, though. Jess Stolman-Rainey told us 988 is our greatest opportunity to separate crisis intervention and policing. But what most places are doing is linking them closer together. We need to be separating them. And Karis Myrick, who many of you may know from JED Foundation and lots of years of working in the system, says, as we work on 988, we have to understand the history of 911 and the time for uptake. Also, 988 is not a solution if we don't address racism, even with 988 agents and any connection to 911. Without centering Black and Brown folks in the development of 988, we're more likely to have the same devastating outcomes. So we're reaching the part of the data conversation, which is not my favorite part, but I do want to say, like, we got to go there. And, you know, in 2016, the study from Psychiatric Services said that psychiatric hospitalization exacerbated suicidal thoughts in a lot of young people. And psychiatric hospitalization is associated with increased risk of suicide, even for those who are not admitted for suicidal thinking or behavior. Another study said, to our knowledge, there's no credible evidence that suggests hospitalization is more effective than outpatient treatment in keeping suicidal individuals alive. So we have to ask ourselves, if these spaces aren't conducive for healing or conducive for healing, why do we keep sending people here? So I'm gonna go and try to touch on these things briefly so we can get into the, like, how can we do better? But this is some data, it's heavy, y'all. It's not like a fun part, but I wanna really share this because we need to have a conversation. Okay, deep breath. So my colleagues with the Coalition Against Forced Treatment conducted a large lit review study, like from like across the states, to understand people's experiences with hospitalization globally, actually. And here are their high-level findings. What was not helpful? Hospitalization experiences were traumatic, there was seclusion and physical restraints, and they were disproportionately used on people of color, trans and non-binary individuals. Chemical restraints were used mostly with women, seclusion and restraint were disproportionately used with men. What was helpful? So I do want to like make sure that we paint a balanced picture. What was helpful was peer support, access to medication, access to food, respite from usual life activities, strong therapeutic alliance, therapy that facilitates the development of a new perspective, effective psych meds, and support with family members and friends, and strong continuity of care post-discharge, which you heard that I did not get at all. Okay, so I'm gonna get through this piece. So after they did this huge lit review, they decided to do like a national survey to understand more lived experiences. So they talked to 449 people. They talked to people who were like age 11 to 75. In the middle, there was like, you know, median range was 39. Talked to people of color, LGBTQI. Most of the folks they talked to were trauma survivors, mental health consumers, and psychiatric survivors. Okay, high level. Experiences with suicidal thoughts. What were the age of the first thoughts? I just want to call this out. 5 to 55 was the range. Who did folks mostly tell? They mostly told, if you look at the very bottom, they mostly told no one. That's 38%. Then following that was a mental health worker, following that was a friend, and then a parent or guardian. And don't worry, if you're someone who's like, oh my gosh, she's going through these data slides so fast. I did not do all this work on this content to not give you a PDF afterwards. So don't worry, you can have this. This is your data. I want you to have this. So what was the impact of disclosure? Okay, so 30.16 people said they didn't tell anyone. So that's the biggest number, right? We're hearing a theme, like people are not sharing. But then 24.2 said it was neutral or mixed, and then 12.5 said somewhat negatively. I'm gonna do some high level things here because there's one thing I want to get to. I'm gonna read some of these. How did telling someone about your suicidal thoughts impact you? So someone said their doctor told them they wanted to fire them as a patient after attempting a suicide. Cops came to the house with guns drawn. Someone also said, I was taken more seriously. Like I used to be thought as a high achieving student and issues were brushed off until I was hospitalized. Another one I want to point out too, when we get into liability conversation, I no longer trusted that guidance counselor. I didn't hold it against her because her training sucked, but she was obligated to by stupid rules, but I was no longer honest. And then someone else said, I was able to communicate more differently, like more directly, excuse me. Results. All right, I'm going to do some high level here. 48% said police, 911, welfare check. 86% said a psychiatric hospitalization. And the other high one was 71% ended up in the ER. And if you've ever been to the ER for something like this, you're really like waiting around for hours because you're not really like a top emergency for a lot of folks, at least my experience and lots of other folks' experiences. Harmful experiences, I'm gonna leave this here. There was like misgendering, hate speech, physically being touched, restrained, seclusion. So these are some of the things that happen when you send someone away. And I think people want people to feel better, or they think they're getting like therapeutic support, but that's not often what's happening. Okay, helpfulness of our hospitalizations. So 27.7% said it was very unhelpful. And again, there's this big bunch of people that said like, hey, it was neutral and mixed. And some people said it was somewhat helpful. So, there's definitely a range there. Would we tell our providers about a future suicide? This is an important one. So 39.9 said yes, 37.7 said maybe. So there's a lot of people on the fence. And then 22.4 said no. Okay, I've really been trying to get to this slide this whole time, which is after the hospitalization, how effective was it at addressing the concerns that led to your suicidal thoughts? 41.4 said very ineffective. That's the only one I really want to call out. The other three things that happen is 52% of people had either no change or worsening thoughts, 53 attempted after hospitalization, and 78% experienced symptoms of PTSD related to hospitalizations. It's really heavy, it's a lot, but this big takeaway here is what we're doing for folks to respond to suicidal crisis is not only ineffective, it's been harmful to a lot of people. Now, some people did have a good experience or just needed a place to be safe, right? And like, hey, can we build some peer respite centers for that? But I want to underscore from the data that people thought it was ineffective. And that's what really stands out to me. And also that they attempted afterwards, half of them. So gotta take a deep breath. Thanks for bearing witness to these stories and experience. It's time for the portion that is, well, if not that thing, then what thing? So I spoke to some really brilliant people. They all have lived experience and have either had suicidal ideation or attempts, talked to researchers, suicide prevention hotline workers, clinicians, peer support providers, a professor, an author, all in 5 people. So this is the juice, and I want to introduce you to them. Elle Harris, also known as Leah, still uses both names, they, them, and also in the S word. Writer, facilitator, suicide awareness advocate, and you can read more about them. But their quote that stands out is, if I think about emotional and physical safety, those are paramount. So someone who is willing to hold space for me and not change me or talk me out of it, that's when I feel safe to explore meaning. That doesn't mean you're encouraging it or condoning it, but you're exploring what that meaning is for that person and helping them to gain an awareness, right? That's Elle. Morgan, they, he, Black, non-binary, disabled, queer person living with chronic illness, first involuntarily hospitalized at 14 and actually have had 23 involuntary hospitalizations. So talk really openly about that. They're only 21. I just needed someone to tell me, I hear your pain. I hear you're struggling. Just ask me what I needed. These are kind of their high level takeaways. We also have Stacy Friedenbahl. You might have heard of her. Psychotherapist, private practice. She actually specializes in helping people affected by suicide. Professor of helping the suicidal person, tips and techniques. And she said, so many therapists want the person not to think of suicide. One of the things I know from my own experience having suicidal thoughts is that you can't control what thoughts come to you. You can only control what you do with them. Next up is Jess Stillman-Rainey, mad queer feminist, suicide attempt survivor, care worker, runs a whole bunch of crisis lines, has a lot of insight from that, and also an instructor. She says, if we expect our clients who are experiencing suicidal crisis to survive that crisis, we have to be able to tolerate that for an hour. Otherwise, our expectation that they survive it is really unreasonable if we can't tolerate it. So she's really uplifting how we can practice managing our reactions to people's pain. And last, but certainly not least, Amita Singh, immigrant woman of color, licensed marriage and family therapist, deputy director of clinical and criminal justice programs. She said, folks that don't have access to external resources like steady housing, steady healthcare, steady mental health care, they may be struggling more. Their needs may be more urgent, but it doesn't mean your first call is 911. Okay, so let's talk about panic and fear. Yay. So if you are someone who is afraid of talking to someone who's feeling so suicidal, it's not an accident. Many of us were taught, hey, call 911, stop the conversation if we hear the word suicide. And also our system's really risk adverse. So we've taught to send someone away to the hospital or involve law enforcement to make that person assume the risk. And Dr. Friedenbahl shared that in the study where they were asking mental health professionals about like their practices, almost one in 5 clinicians stop the conversation when the person says, I'm thinking about suicide. They didn't even say they had a plan. They didn't say they had means. It was just, they hadn't even attempted. They just said, I'm thinking of suicide. Jess shared that she teaches this at the PsyD program, and her class on suicide is an elective offered every other year. Okay. So really the takeaway here is like, it's okay to be nervous because we haven't had a lot of expertise or experience talking about this, but this is really an invitation to try something new. All right, I'm going to break this down into what I hope folks do. The first one is connect. Connect. So before a crisis, you can work with someone and create a wrap plan for them, right? Or they can create a wrap plan for themselves, actually. So in the past, I've done this. This is what I've done with my mom in safety planning when it's a hard time. And I'm thinking about, what do I want in a crisis? Who are my supporters? Also, what don't I want? Who don't I want involved? And what are the numbers? Like, who's the therapist? Who's the outpatient program? It's a helpful exercise in self-agency and self-determination. Also, for mental health providers, being trauma-informed. So even before someone's in a crisis, before you've even met them, right? You need to tell them, like, what are the consequences of telling you something? And then also think about what an advanced directive might be. So what are your preferences? And you do this when someone's not in a crisis, right? And if you tell people up front what you're going to be doing, you're going to have less likely a situation that you're going to do something against someone's will. Jess shares, I don't think every therapist has to be good at working with someone who's suicidal, but you need to have a plan of what you're going to do if someone becomes suicidal. And this is something you can do like early in your first session. Amita shares a lot of insight, and part of this is provider, part of this is definitely like things you can still think about if you're a community stakeholder as well. But she's explicit about what they can expect from her, and that really makes a difference. And part of informed consent is that it's said verbally, they have a copy of it, it's written down. She also tells them about the limits of confidentiality. She lets them know what's going to happen. And she also gives them phone numbers of like what's going to happen in a crisis, right? Here's what you can do. Because who's going to Google that when you're in a crisis? I certainly wouldn't. And with all of her clients, she has the conversation about mandated reporting. So for those who express suicidal ideation, and upon further assessment, present some sort of plan, but maybe not means. She says, like, I don't want to call the police, but if I don't know that you're safe, I'm going to have to, because they're the only thing in our society that's keeping you okay, right? And that's really her last resort. That's not her first resort. So she has a lot of steps before that happens. So before a crisis, you can plan. The next thing is really like connect with yourself. So 5 out of 5 of our like lived expertise brain trust said like connecting with yourself was key. So first it's like managing your own reaction and meeting people with connection and not fear. Ground yourself, right? Slow down. Morgan says like listen to your own advice. If someone's having a panic attack, the first thing you do is tell them to breathe. And yeah, so my mom has told me much later in life when she found out I was in a crisis. Meanwhile, in her head, she's like, oh my God, how do I keep you safe? I feel so guilty. I'm a horrible mother. But she's taking deep breaths. She's allowing herself to be present. And she also has support spaces where she can process those thoughts and feelings, because I'm not going to hold her fear and guilt. It's not my job. So she's able to be there. And if she were to try to give that to me, it would really shut it down. So if you have a loved one who struggles with suicide, you need your own support system. You need space to release and grapple with whatever fear's coming up. Okay, slow down. So I asked people like, why is it important to slow down? And we kind of talked about it a little bit, but there's the community response, which like if we reach out to our family and friends, they may react negatively and we might, that may shut us down. But as clinicians, Amita shares that if we cannot self-regulate what comes up with us, when someone's in that place and trusting us to share their pain, if we cannot hold space for their experience, we run the risk of harming them. Just as a provider, we have to practice how to manage our own reaction to people's fear, okay? Your own fear, right? So I asked them like, well then, how do you actually slow down and regulate? Stacy does breathing exercises. Amita has a spiritual belief system. And so she is actually praying in her own mind while being present for someone. And she's not putting her, spiritual belief system on anyone, but she's using it to help ground her. Stacy said something really interesting. Of course, the person with like a research PhD would say this, but one thing I tell myself is that about 14 million people in the United States a year seriously consider suicide. And that's horrible and sad that we lose 50,000, not to diminish that. But that means there's 13,950,000 people who seriously consider suicide and don't die. So that's calming for her because most people who think about suicide don't act on it. So that gives her the ability to say, I can actually help someone. Amita shares that she drops into her body, she drinks water. And I asked them like, when do you do this? And Amita's like, you need to do this every day before the crisis happens, because you're not going to start doing it when the crisis happens. And Elle says like, ground yourself, have good supervision, check your own fears and projections. All right. So the next big one is care. This may seem like a pretty obvious thing to do, but because we talked about the importance of slowing down, but really, I would say that how do you show that you're safe, that you're trustworthy? And this, care is often something that doesn't get communicated because fear overrides the situation. Morgan shared that he wished people would just slow down and say like, I hear your pain. I hear you're struggling right now. How can I support you, right? He also shared, ask your family members what they need from you. Sometimes he needed to be listened to. Sometimes he needed a hug. Sometimes he needed to be left alone. And in his experience, what a family member thinks he needs and what he actually needs are two very different things. And what's not helpful. So Morgan, because Morgan has had a lot of experiences with hospitalization, he shared that he gets labeled attention seeking. So he just wanted to have like a little PSA about that word. I have a lot of issues with the word attention seeking. Everyone needs attention. And if someone is supposedly doing it for attention, it's obvious that somewhere their needs are not being met. Elle shared that they needed patience and understanding, a gentle response. Instead, the cops were called, they broke the door down, they took me away, all the neighbors saw. It was the exact opposite. I needed someone who could take time, which we all know is like unfortunate about this system is that it's not, it's kind of counterintuitive, but really take time and slow down. And I asked like, what was helpful? So Elle shared that knowing my crew of folks who themselves have gone through it and aren't scared of it. So those peer support, that lived experience, I know them, I know their values, and there may be people who I've supported in a crisis. I know they're not going to flip out. They're not going to throw platitudes like you have so much to live for. For them, that's not helpful to say. And they've been through it. And it's a reminder that I'm not alone. And Amita shares that, she normalizes it, and when appropriate, she also self-discloses. And that's been really important for me, is to feel like I'm not alone. So she'll share that, hey, suicidal ideation has been part of my life, and here are the ways that I've managed it, right? And it really, when you hear someone you really respect say that, it really has a big impact. Okay. So everyone's like, wait, what are the actual words I should say? We're going to have lots of these, but first, before words, to demonstrate care, you hold space and you listen. You can ask open-ended questions, but express that you're not trying to fix someone, you're not trying to judge someone. Make it clear that you're there, be authentic. You can say, I know you're going through it. I know it's really difficult right now. I know it's really hard. I have no doubt you're going to get on the other side of this, or you're in so much pain. What's going on? Why do you feel like suicide is the best option right now? What kind of support do you need? Can I take you to a trusted mental health provider? Can we talk? Are you hungry? Can I come over and send you some food? That makes me really sad. What is one thing I could take off your plate? When you felt like this before, what was helpful? So, really like what is going to help someone stay a bit longer? Okay, the next one is choices, or I should say choice, but choices works too. So choice is really critical in supporting someone during crisis. It shifts the power back to the person in crisis. So it also creates a safety net and transparency and agency in the process. A lot of times during crisis, someone with good intent may step in and say, I'm going to make all the decisions for this person. It's really important that what we need, instead of assuming that you might not know what they need, especially if you layer in race, ethnicity, culture, and gender expression. So we should not assume we know what someone else needs. And if someone is not able to articulate what they need, you can just give them options. Would you like this? Would you like this? Right? We want to focus on choice as much as possible, because when we do that, we view the person in the crisis as an expert on themselves, right? You're giving them agency, right? And we demonstrate that we're prioritizing their safety and their wants over our desire to like have this conversation end, and our urgency. And choices help us slow down and remind the person they have options in their life. So many times I felt like, oh my gosh, I have no options, thinking really narrow, but it opens up the conversation. So let's talk about some more choices. So when I talked to Elle, they said they didn't actually have a choice in their therapist. It was selected for them, and they were not comfortable with the individual. And it really came down to lack of choice. And maybe if they had some choice in selecting a provider that they resonated with, they might have been comfortable to reach out to them before things escalated in a crisis, right? So choice of provider is really big. A lot of this is choice, voice, and agency. And, I have options. It reminds you, like, I can call a warm line. I can call a hotline. I have cultivated natural supports. It's such a different stance than saying, like, there's no options. So you could say, would you like to go for a walk? Would you like to talk to your provider? Would you like to go to a peer respite center? There's a 24-hour crisis bed. Would you like to go for a night? Do you want to go to the hospital? And who would you want to go with you? All right. So there's also another piece we have to talk about, which is harm reduction. Choice also includes harm reduction approaches. So Jess says, whenever you're using a harm reduction model, you have to define what is harmful, and then you can define ways that potentially are less harmful. So self-injury and suicide are different, and sometimes self-injury helps people from killing themselves, and it could be a harm reduction approach to suicide. There's a lot of strategies that from like a clinical perspective don't feel ideal, but actually do decrease someone's risk because they're finding a different coping skill. Suicide happens when people don't feel like there's any way to cope. And if we can find some ways to just get them through this moment and these feelings, are there other things they can try to do instead? So I will make a note about self-injury. I have my own fear in wanting people I love and to be safe, and I care about them and I want them to stay. And that's something I have my own boundary around. And I've been processing this for a couple of years. So I just want to be real about it. I still have a lot of feelings about that. All right. Stacy shares, so many therapists want to take suicide off the table, and they want the person not to think about it, and they treat it as forbidden, but people can't. So rather than taking it off the table, why don't we put so many other things on the table so that it's not your only option, right? And so many of us are like told we can't ever have the conversation, but if someone's like, okay, that's an option, what are some other options? It can be a really, really helpful reframe. The other thing is trauma shows up in all different kinds of ways. So our psychological defenses are different. This is what Amita says. What may work for you may not work for me. So for some people, the idea that I don't have to wake up tomorrow and continue to live, that's what gets them through. And that's just real. This 100% authentic, real experiences, okay? All right, so there's a lot of complexity around that conversation around choice, but it is really important to have. The next one is collaborate. So we are going to take the most time on this section because it is the most important one. And this is where like care, connect, and choice meet. This is the time you can revisit a RAP or an advanced directive that we spoke about before a crisis happened, right? And you really want to be centering that person in crisis when you're in collaboration. There's always space for collaboration. How can I center that person in front of me rather than my own discomfort, right? We already saw this quote, but Elle shared that emotional and physical safety are really important. So when someone can hold space and not try to change someone or talk someone out of it, that's really going to help like understand collaboration a lot, all right? So I asked Morgan to share with me, like, what's your plan? And, they didn't get into all the details, but they said that they look at crisis like on a continuum because now they've moved to South Florida and apparently the weather's like off the charts there. So what they said is they look at it a continuum from thunderstorm, where they're like, they're doing okay. They're not near a crisis, but maybe they're, they need some proactive checking in. This is a plan they share with their partner and their friend. But that means like, all right, I might need some checking in, but I'm not in a crisis. Tropical storm, I might be passively thinking about suicide. And for those who don't know what like a passive suicidal thought is, it's, oh, I wish I didn't wake up this morning, but it's not like I have, a plan to do something about it. So some more frequent check-ins. And then category 1 is hurricane. So the thoughts are moving from passive to active. This is not actively happening in the moment, but it might happen in the next 2 weeks. And from there, it's category 2. And really, as they, escalate to category 3, that means they're starting to have like ideation and self-harm thoughts, and they have a plan in the next 3 to 5 days. And anything more than that is like 48 hours, 3 hours. So I asked Morgan, I was like, well, how do you deal with this? And they said for anything above a category 3, they go to the hospital. And they shared, as unhelpful as the hospital has been, it sometimes feels like the only option when I do have an active suicide plan. I wish there was a mobile respite center, but at least I can keep myself safe long enough for the storm to pass. So I just want to give you an example of like what that planning looks like. And they share this. So they let their loved one know, hey, I'm at a category 1, or hey, I'm at a tropical storm. Here's what I need. And that's what collaboration can look like. My mom is a key supporter in my crisis, and she can hold space. So when she was like, hey, we need to like plan, part of my healing was to share, here are my early warning signs of when I'm not doing well. And most of the time it's a conversation, and she just holds space for me, and I kind of like de-escalate. But I will say one time it was her flying out from California to Georgia to California to stay with me. And now I have a safety net. So I built a plan with my partner where we can have conversations about, here's who you need to call. Here's the outpatient program I'd like to go to, because I had a really good experience in an outpatient program. I might ask for more text or support from my friends. And in the past, a group of my friends, with my consent, they actually organized amongst themselves. They had a whole Excel spreadsheet about dropping off meals, buying groceries, going on walks, helping me stay socially connected. And so, I know there's like a meal train app. Like, think about if you could do that for someone who was in, struggling with thoughts of suicide. What kind of support? Who could show up? What would you do? What would your role be? And I think we could do that. So, and I also want to just uplift before I jump into this slide, is that I also found a therapist that I liked who's trustworthy and funny. And she is really helpful about educating me around trauma and trauma responses. She isn't activated when I talk about suicide, and she reminds me that she has belief in me, and we plan together. So she's actually more available if I'm in a crisis. Okay. So Jess shares that, that you really have to create a container. So our job as people who are supporting someone in a crisis is that we want to put a container around the crisis. We create a space where the crisis gets to live, and then they can walk away from it. They don't have to carry it with them. And it's okay for people to have those big feelings in front of you. It does not mean they're going to pack up their bags and move into that feeling, right? And that's what we're trying to do. Here's a space for it to be real. Let's talk about it. Where do you feel it in your body? I see you're holding your stomach. It's probably in your stomach. What does it feel like for you? And those kinds of conversations allow people to experience the actual feeling. Jess kind of breaks it down that when we get into this crisis space, because we're trying to resist whatever's happening, and sometimes we're not able to let the feeling happen and just express it or feel it. But if we can, it actually allows it to dissipate. So we're really trying to put a container around it and say, hey, we're going to let it out in the space and we're going to breathe and see if it feels different now that we've been able to express it. Okay. All right, trauma-informed safety planning. So trauma-informed safety planning is really about slowing down and understanding what's going on for our clients, what is their experience in the here and now, or our friends or loved ones. It's also, for back to the clinician, it's about them self-regulating, not getting into fearful thinking again. Like, it's really slowing down. So Amita shared that she has made plans with people like, I need to have a text message from you every day by 3, and that says I'm doing okay or I'm not doing okay. I need to talk to you. And I've done that for a period of 2 weeks until someone stabilized. And if I don't hear from them by 3, I call them and they answer the phone, because I say to them, if you don't answer your phone, if you don't send me a text, then I don't know you're safe. And I'm going to have to do what I need to do to make sure you're safe, because I don't want you to get hurt. But everybody knows what that means, right? She's already told them in that first session with them, like, hey, if I can't reach you, I'm going to have to call law enforcement. And she doesn't want to do that. So they know what will happen. And that's really, like, trauma informed is really about like letting people consent and decide and know what's happening. Okay. So I asked Stacy, and like, Ellen is going to do this later and probably more beautifully, but I asked Stacy, like, what does a safety plan look like? And I really encourage you all to like check out the workshop later where you actually get into it. But Stacy kind of walked me through it and said, like, this is what she does with the folks she's working with. What are the warning signs that a suicidal crisis could be brewing? What are some ways you could distract yourself? Right? Could you go to get coffee or go to a friend's house? She also made a note that, you know, there's like, and then there's also like, what are things you can do, but there's also what are people or places you could go for a distraction. And she said that a lot of people who go to someone for distraction, it's not the same person they go to when they're asking for help. So I thought that was interesting. Then the next one is, who is a friend or family member I could go to for help? And she's worked with people, and they said that's really helpful. And then next step, last step before the very last step is, what do you need to do to make your environment safer? And that's intentionally put at the end, because the people who developed it said, you really need to think about all of the ways, alternatives you have before you get to the end, like getting rid of your means or your firearms or that kind of thing. And then sometimes people have something like, what is the most important reason for staying here? And really, she says that people get into the space where your thinking gets narrow and you don't really think about all the things you could do. So this is something that may be controversial, but I'm going to do it because it's important. I asked, what's the difference between a safety plan and a like safety contract? And this is all Stacy. She said a plan is where you're going to like, it's what you're going to do when you're having suicidal thoughts. It's a memory cue for yourself to like know all the things that you forgot. A safety contract is a promise someone makes to not act on suicidal thoughts. And she has some strong feelings about that. She's like, I cannot stand these contracts. It provides a false sense of security. It's like, oh, it's really for the clinician to say like, okay, they promised they wouldn't kill themselves so that they can sleep better at night. And she says they don't work for people. There's a study that 40% of psychiatrists had someone attempt suicide or die by suicide after they agreed to a contract. But her biggest reason is that, you know, that she thinks it's terrible is because if someone does attempt suicide, they may not want to actually tell the therapist because they've broken a promise. And she really illustrates that like it's going to create a power imbalance, and it makes the therapist have power over their clients, and it creates a power struggle. And she said, when there's a power struggle, the client actually has the ultimate power. So when you take one side, it pushes someone onto the other side. And we actually all need to be on the same side. So I thought that was really helpful in breaking it down. Okay, so here's also a list of a whole bunch of words. Again, you will get a PDF of this. But I said, well, I asked everyone, what are helpful things that people have said when they're collaborating with you? Again, it's almost like that, meeting them with compassion, connecting and understanding. Tell me how you came to think about suicide. When you felt this way in the past, what was going on? What shifted it? What are the things that help you in this moment? What are some other options? What's going to keep you here for a little bit longer? And what can we put in place? You said you can't feel safe right now. Can we get someone else involved? Who are the people who are helpful to you? What are the things we need to take off your plate? Can we have a family member come over? Is there a partner? Is there a friend who can come stay with you tonight? And like, I just want to uplift that community and network is really important. And then can we talk about ways you can avoid getting means? So provide reminders of past strategies that help with someone and reminders of things that, you know, like, hey, you've gone through this before and you've come out on the other side. And Jess shares that like a skilled clinical worker is not going to just do a check-off list because a lot of people disengage. It's really going to ask someone to tell them about the story. And that person in their back of their head is going to start cataloging like, okay, this is connected to intent. This is connected to desire, that sort of thing. So I thought that was super helpful. Okay, and then I said, like, how do you close this conversation? So Jess works on a crisis call line. So she says, here's what we talked about for the plan. Here's what you're going to do for 24 hours. The crisis line might check in a couple of hours. She says she gets creative. So she talked to someone once and she said, what's going to help you? She said, well, I probably won't hurt myself if a pizza delivery person shows up in my house. So they actually ordered a pizza delivery. And then the crisis line called the person after the delivery to check in, right? So, you know, you can get really creative with this. And then if the plan isn't working, you can revisit it and update it. And there's always a plan for follow-up. And a lot of crisis systems try to connect to behavioral health systems, which, I mean, we all know that it's sometimes really difficult to get an appointment. So the one thing I really want to uplift that she said was she makes plans with people to connect them back to their community connectedness, that support in their real life, about people who really care about them. That's really essential to planning. So how do you build a network? Like she said, we're down to pick up the phone, but we'd love for people who know you better and who can do a better job of supporting you to be also involved, right? So this isn't just a clinical thing. This isn't just this is your whole community. And Amita says, like, as a clinician, you're checking in with folks. You're not just leaving them. So she'll text people, hey, how are you doing? Just following up on whatever they decided, right? In the collaborative session would be the follow-up. I'll check in again the next day. There's safety plans. But again, that whole, if I don't hear from you by 3 situation, I'm going to call you. You need to answer your phone. And these kind of things help people through a difficult time without necessarily involving the systems. So want to uplift that too. Okay, my not fun conversation that we have to have before we open it up to questions, because oh my goodness, how did we get here? It's so fast. Okay, liability. So a lot of people say this is a barrier for them to doing what they want to do. So I did some research. There's a book by Susan Steffen called Rational Suicide, Irrational Laws, and it's about suicide, and it covers legal issues, constitutional laws, malpractice, discrimination. And what I learned was that very few psychiatrists are sued for malpractice, and even fewer psychologists, social workers, and nurses. Patients sue doctors because they don't like them or don't trust them, or they feel like they've treated them badly on an interpersonal as well as a medical level. Suicide is an area where fear of litigation invades the therapeutic alliance. It's like a tumor casting an adversarial shadow over what could be a joint collaboration. And then with suicidal patients, as with any other person, the overall risk management strategy remains sensitive and caring therapeutic alliance with a context of the best possible clinical care. So people are really afraid they're going to get sued, and a lot of times they're not actually going to get sued. It's not as common as people would think, but we're kind of working in this like fear-based, like, oh my gosh, I have to send someone away system. So I asked the providers that I talked to, like, hey, what's your take on liability? Jess said, like, look, there's no national standards for requiring a class about suicide in an accredited institution that licenses people. So you can literally have a doctorate and not know a single thing about suicide except for what you learned in your liability class. So a lot of providers are struggling with something that has nothing to do with their clients. It's their own concern about being able to do the work effectively. And she said, we need to be honest if we're making decisions about our own personal liability or really acting in the interest of our own clients. Amita says, like, hey, if you're working with a client with suicidal ideation and you're not informed and competent enough to work with them, you have to refer them out. Like, that's really important. Then I asked Stacy, you know, my research buddy, and she said, look, the thing I do is I document everything. That's what suits her. She's like, I'm a document that, you know, everything, because it's going to protect me later. She if she didn't recommend hospitalization because it's going to do A, B, and C, she says, I don't pursue involuntary hospitalization because they didn't meet criteria for imminent risk, because like she said she pretends there's a jury reading her notes and she's writing to them. And that's how she can make the decisions that may feel more risky, because she's like, I'll just document literally everything that someone says. And then, her quote was, therapists say better safe than sorry, but the question is safe for whom? And we've already had a lot of time talking about those results. So there's a couple of other things. I really want to get to questions. I'm going to try to get through these slides quickly, but they're super important. I had a question like, well, what do you do if you work for a restrictive system that has restrictive policies about suicidal ideation? Stacy says, try to advocate from change within, try to get policy change, and also try to question, is it really that restrictive of a policy, or are we following it really restrictively? Amita says, what can you do to empower yourself within a system that is disempowering you? Where do you have support? Where are you talking to other clinicians and getting support for each other? And Elle kind of closes this out with like, you have to remember why you got into this work, which was to serve people. If what you're doing is not serving people, it's harming people. So we need to rethink this. All right, last but certainly not least, we can get through it because it is really important, I said, okay, well, tell me what happens when you have to make the call that we don't want to make, but we have to do it. Okay. So when you have literally exhausted all your other resources, what do you do? So Morgan, I mentioned, was 15 when a hotline called law enforcement for an active rescue, but they didn't tell them it was happening. It was really scary for them. They were handcuffed. I mean, they're a kid at this point. They shared, fear of the unknown is really the worst part. I had no clue what was happening. No one explained it to me. So if I had no clue what to expect, I'm not going to reach out to help. So they recommended, let your client know your concerns, say, hey, I don't think you're safe. Here are some options, right? You can still collaborate. If we do go to the hospital, here's what to expect. You're going to wait for a really long time. You're going to see a medical doctor to clear you. Then you're going to go to the psych ward, right? You can tell them and prep them for this. And so even if you have a very restrictive policy, you can make the process go differently. If it's about if your policy is like, hey, you got to contact emergency services, maybe you ask for it not to be law enforcement. You can say you're not recommending catheterization or feeding tubes or physical or chemical restraints. You're saying, I just want this person to spend time in the hospital. You can also let your client know of their rights. Imminent risk means if I don't do something, this person's going to die. So that's the only condition where I should be calling law enforcement. And that's pretty unusual. It's less than 0.5% of our calls that meet the standard. Jess says, if you're gonna call 911, you can also prep the person for that interaction, right? So all of this is still collaborating, you're still talking to people. And I swear I'm gonna get through it and then we're gonna have questions. So how do you prep someone? This is Jess's list. She says, do you have any undocumented people who live with you? Can they go somewhere else when law enforcement arrive? Do you have any warrants out for your arrest? Do we need to be worried about that? Do you have drugs in your house? Because I'm not trying to get you a ticket, and they're not supposed to actually ticket you, but they might. If you have a dog, you should put it in your backyard. Horrible things that happen. Can you tell them what you're wearing? Tell me what you're wearing. Would you be willing to sit on your porch so they can see when they pull up? It's also helpful to have your hands visible when law enforcement's coming. And then on the other side of that law enforcement interaction, she's calling the dispatcher. She says, hey, I talked to the person. This is what's going on. She asked the dispatcher if she can talk to the responding officer directly. And sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no, but she says, okay, this is the person, this is what they're wearing, this is what they look like. This person doesn't have access to a weapon. They aren't dangerous. I mean, if that's all true. There's a big dog, it's locked up in the yard, it's gonna bark, but it can't get to you. And then you can also ask law enforcement not to approach with a weapon. You can ask them not to use their lights. You can ask them not to use handcuffs, right? You can always make the request and people can always tell you no, but this is a way to make the request. And, considerations post-hospitalization. Gonna start at the bottom, use peer support as much as you can, connect with someone who's being discharged, right? And maybe you're going to check in with them more. Amita said, like, my client might be mad at me. I'm going to let them be mad. If you're mad, be mad. You can cuss me out, right? You're allowed to be angry what happened, but I'm still going to be here with you. I'm still going to be there for you. So those are some takeaways from that. And this is my last content slide, which is just remember to connect, care, choice, and collaborate. Like really think about embracing someone, being there for them, show that you are someone you can talk to. And we have to start with ourselves. That's what Amita says. Know what's going on for us, the places you're scared to go, and find a therapist to go to those places. Because when you can get to the other side, you're going to be able to guide your clients to get through the other side of their dark places. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have more time to go through other things. I'm going to leave some resources up here. Again, you all have access to this eventually. Just want to say there's some really great resources. RAP, Alternatives to Suicide group. I also would say definitely partner with the California Reducing Disparities Projects if you're looking for culturally responsive programs. Their website is cultureishealth.org for our BIPOC communities. So doing really great work there. This is Stacy's book. She did give us a discount code, so I'm gonna leave that up there for a minute because always want to give you things at a better price. I think we can open for what a question or some question. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we do have time for just a couple of questions. So I apologize. We might see if we can send some of these to Kelechi, but we are definitely not going to answer them all in real time. I appreciate people typing questions into the chat. There's a great question about safety planning. This person likes to include things that are worth living for and asks the client to generate a list of things that they're looking forward to in the future, whether they're big or small. So this person's interested in your thoughts on that, and their concern is that it might be dismissive to do that prompting of focusing on the positive.
I think it's really like, what is the relationship you have with someone? So like for L. Harris, that would be a no-no. They're like, I don't want to hear about all the things I have to live for. For me, depending on where I am, it may be helpful. So I think it's part intuition and part like a question like, hey, could we talk about reasons you have to stay? They could always say no. And you can just go into other planning. But I think it's really like, all the folks I interviewed, we do not agree with each other. We have all different ways of experiencing things. So I think it's like, trust your intuition and ask someone like, hey, could this be part of our safety planning? And then maybe if it's not that time, maybe it would be later. But I found it helpful at some points and not helpful at other places, depending on like the level of crisis I'm at. Great question. Okay,
so individualization and collaboration are the things that really stand out for me when we're doing that work. Have a question from somebody who would like to know your thoughts about how kind of communities, municipalities, and officials can work together to reduce suicides, particularly in lower socioeconomic or minority populations.
So I think we need to realize that these communities have expertise, and we try to make decisions about people without them. This presentation was brought to you by lived experience. And I would say if you are not looping in people about like, okay, what are their experiences with suicide? What happens when they've gotten help in a crisis? How have they been dismissed? So many poor and like BIPOC communities are sent to the justice system and not the mental health system. So you also have to have that conversation, right? So I think it's like, who can you bring on board? Who can, and also pay them, bring them on board and pay them because they have that expertise that we need.
Fantastic. And I think that kind of ties in. This question is from somebody who's working in a county where they're working on psychiatric advanced directives and wondering if you have ideas on how to inform and make peers part of that process and ensure that it benefits people.
Oh, that's such a great question. So psychiatric advanced directives are legally binding. So that's exciting. It's like a RAP plan, but like a bit bolder. So, I mean, one, if you're a county, please join with SB 83, please engage with peer support and kind of maybe shift the conversation or say like, okay, you know how you have a RAP? This is what you can do with your provider that is legally binding. And this is what that will look like. So I have these are false actions. What have I done? I was just going to say, get in touch with disability rights because they have some really great thoughts about how to do that. But yes, please have peers help someone walk through that. And again, you do this when there's not a crisis. You do not do this during a crisis. Great question.
Thank you so much. The last question is mine. I was really impacted when your mom said mental health sucks in that clip. And I feel like I hear that from clients. I really want us to do a better job as a system of care. And I saw your call to action, so that might actually kind of answer my question. But my question is, what would you ask of us as providers? Many of us in the room today are, of course, providers.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of this conversation, all of this content, I think it's really like, how do you slow down and hold space for people? How are you making this not about your fears or liability that may not ever happen, but how are you actually centering the person in a crisis and doing that like check in afterwards, right? Just because you have a policy that doesn't really work, how can you get creative? I would have never thought of like having someone send pizza to someone's house as like a creative strategy. But, I think sometimes we get boxed in. And I think it's like, how do we reimagine support? And imagine someone you love. What would you do for them? Like, if you're not doing the same thing you would do for someone you love in a crisis with what you're doing with your like client, then I would say like, okay, we need to look at that. But my mom is also a provider, and I don't think she thinks all mental health sucks. She definitely thought that experience was not great, but she loves therapists. um, and I just want to say, like, I have had such great support. I've had people really care about me, and that's one of the reasons I've been able to stay, because they collaborated with me. And I'm being really vulnerable. I'm sharing things I don't normally share, but it's because I believe I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe we could do something different. I wouldn't spend my time with you all, and you wouldn't be here on a Thursday morning talking about suicide for 75 minutes. Like you clearly care. So make sure that your care is aligned with the care that you have for people, and I think we'll be in a better place.
Fantastic. Kelechi, thank you so much for spending your morning with us. It's really been a pleasure to hear your story and learn from your experiences. I know I have taken away many things that I'll be thinking about in my work with clients and also with clinicians that I supervise. So appreciate you being here with us this morning. Everyone, we will be back at 10:45 to start our next workshop. Please stay signed in because it takes a while to add you all from the waiting room. So feel free to hide your picture if you would like, but please come back right at 10:45 because we'll start promptly then.
Megan, can I ask, a lot of people asked about how they could get these slides. Can we just send them the slides so that they don't have to have like slide anxiety? Okay.
We would be delighted to share the slides. Thank you so much for being willing to share your content. We really appreciate that. And then of course the recording will be available as well. So we will send that out afterwards. So thank you you're right. There were lots of questions in the chat about that and I've been answering them one by one. So thank you for making that clear.
You're so welcome. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we'll see you in about 13 minutes. All right, everyone, we'll get started in just a minute. with our next workshop session. There were some questions in the chat about the program, and that's been made available in the chat. So please grab it from there if you're looking for the program for today's summit. All right, thank you everyone for being back on time. In our next workshop session, we're going to hear from our men's panel about the mental health needs of men, some barriers to help seeking behaviors, and ways to outreach effectively to men who might need supports. Really glad to have Corey Silva and Michael Prichard with us today. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for agreeing to be part of our panel. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Lorenzo Cordova, who is the bilingual chief aide to Marin County Supervisor Dennis Rodini. In his current post, he advises the supervisor on issues related to mental health, land use, public utilities, water, and human rights. Prior to joining Supervisor Rodini's office, Lorenzo was a field representative in Marin and Sonoma counties for Assembly Member Mark Levine and staffed issues related to water, environment, LGBTQ, and land use. In his spare time, Lorenzo is actively engaged in political campaigns and has worked on several successful regional and statewide campaigns. He was born and raised in Marin County in the neighborhood of San Rafael. He was the first in his family to graduate from college and holds a BA from the University of Redlands and a Fulbright scholarship to teach English in Spain. He currently resides in San Francisco and is an avid cyclist with the AIDS and Life Cycle community. Lorenzo, thank you so much for joining us this morning and for moderating our panel. We'll do Q&A at the end again, and you're welcome to post your questions to me in the chat as we go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Megan, for inviting me to be here with all of you. It's great to have such significant turnout. 647 people in Zoom is a rather daunting number, but when you think of the content that we have to share with all of you, I'm so glad that you took the time to join us. Like Megan said, I'm Lorenzo Cordova, and I work for Marin Supervisor Dennis Rodoni. So I'm up in Marin County. And the purpose for me being here today is both professional and personal. Since joining the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Dennis Rodoni has been an ardent supporter of our behavioral health services team, and continues to support and fund new initiatives to target our vulnerable communities and allowing our team to provide top quality mental health services. So excited to be here. Unfortunately, he can't be here, but I'm here on his behalf. And the other reason for me being here is personal. I am a huge fan of mental health services. I am a survivor of cancer, and I could not survive that experience without the wonderful mental health services. That traumatic experience has led me to have a deep appreciation for therapy and just providing more opportunities for men to access mental health services. So thank you for being here. So today we're going to have a very casual conversation amongst friends and colleagues. This is really an opportunity for you to learn and hear from Michael and Corey about their story and experience. If we have a list of preset questions, but we are not married to those questions, if you have any percolating thoughts or comments or questions, feel free to add those into the chat, but we will just have a conversation, and like Megan said, at the end we'll have a Q&A session for all of you to ask any questions that you have. Okay, so let's do a quick round of introductions, and let's start with Michael.
Oh, okay. Thank you for having me. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, can you hear me okay? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, I got a new screen and I had to adjust the volume and everything and get it set up. So again, thanks for having me. My name is Michael Prichard, and I'm actually a staff analyst for Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health. I work in the public behavioral health division, which is our public facing division, and I oversee prevention services here. I started my career off about 12 years ago. I'm actually a substance use disorder counselor. I worked in various treatment programs, and then I worked in domestic violence services, intimate partner violence shelters, and facilitated batterers intervention. And then I went to work for Child Protective Services for 3 years and finished my graduate degree there in addiction studies. And then I was hired on by Fresno State Foundation to train social workers in various counties in California for child welfare work. And then I came onto the board of the California Consortium of Addiction Programs and Professionals. I was served in a variety of different roles on that board. And then I got hired on to teach in criminology, substance use and criminology at Fresno State this last year. And so those are that's my kind of my primary career trajectory and how it's gone. But why I'm in the field is probably, that's why I'm here really. I'm in recovery from mental health issues and significant mental health issues and substance use disorder issues. And I'll give you like a 2 or 3 minute kind of background on why I went into the field. So mental health and substance use had always been a part of my life from the beginning. It's in my family, but my dad suffered from it really bad. And he was a severe alcoholic. There was some intimate partner violence in his relationship with my mom. And it led to him, he was shot and killed in Fresno when I was 6 years old. And after that, my mom was kind of a single mom, and I had some sexual abuse issues happen that she didn't know about, and some other traumatic events. And so, I didn't do well in school, didn't form relationships well with adults or my peers. And so I ended up using drugs very young. I was a full-blown smoker at 10. I was an alcoholic at 12. I was using meth and pills by the time I was 14. At 15 years old, I was diagnosed with bipolar and generalized anxiety disorder. I was hospitalized, and I was under psychiatric care from the age of 15 to 30 when I would engage psychiatric care. And I was on, the gamut of medications, but I was also, using drugs. And so by the time I was 18, I was in my first medical detox for opioid abuse, full-blown medical detox. And then I had a brief stint of sobriety in my early 20s, but I had to be on medication. I hated taking medication, didn't do well. I had a relapse that went for 7 years, and I ended up in I think I did 8 drug treatment programs total, in and out of prison, psychiatric hospitals at the end here locally. And at the end, parole basically said that I probably belonged in a state hospital at that point, and tried to push me in that direction. And the Board of Prison Hearings basically said, no, we're going to give him a violation. And during that violation, I had a spiritual awakening that kind of changed things for me and helped me to move forward with my life. And so when I got out in 2006, I've spent the last 15 years building my life. And today I have an amazingly happy life, which I'll be more than happy to talk about. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your vulnerability and your transparency. Corey, can you tell the group a little bit about yourself?
All right. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay, hopefully? Thank you. Thank you for having me again. This is the largest group I've ever spoken to, actually, and about my own personal history with mental health. So this is a try-on for me very much. But who I am, I'm Corey Silva. My current position, I'm a division manager with our Tulare Works division here in Tulare County, which oversees all the social services and benefits, Medi-Cal, CalFresh. But I started my career with the county as a child welfare services social worker in 2001 in emergency response, and kind of moved throughout the agency. I've been a social worker for children, for seniors, and also spent some time in public health as a manager over public health programs. I've been in mental health as well. I oversaw the children's programs for mental health services under MHSA. And currently now I'm back in human services with our social services department. So that's kind of my career trajectory throughout time. I've been here almost 20 years now. Personally, you know, we all go into, I learned early on going into social work that we all go into it for various personal reasons, for sure. And I definitely had mine throughout time. You know, having been molested as a child at 11, I didn't know what it was back then, but then learned throughout time and went into social work and definitely became an advocate and learned throughout that. And, you know, struggled from the time I was a child with depression, with anxiety, you know, nothing severe necessarily, but definitely had my issues. You know, I was the quiet kid. I don't have hair now, but I had bright red hair when I was a kid. And I was a chubby kid and I was effeminate, you know, end up being, you know, I'm a gay male, but, you know, you didn't know what it was back then necessarily. And I come from a conservative area. I grew up in Porterville, which is a small town here in Tulare County. And navigating those waters was hard, you know, definitely picked on very severely throughout time, beat up several times throughout my time in school. I played flute in high school, so I wasn't necessarily, you know, very masculine. And, you know, I came out officially when I was 18. I had definitely, my family's very accepting. I'm a very lucky person, but still had my struggles. My father's a Vietnam vet. He definitely had his issues over time, although my mom did a really good job of hiding it throughout our time as a kid for me and my brother. I didn't learn about everything until I was probably into my early 20s. But, you know, there was definitely some violence that went on in our household. He had severe drug issues. He actually overcame his issues. I watched him go through therapy and meet with a psychologist. And actually we went as a family with him to the psychologist. He had severe night terrors. He still struggles and he's in his 70s now. But over time, you know, I just learned through watching my dad go through it, how important mental health is. And, you know, I throughout time have been often on different medications for depression, you know, anxiety and different things throughout time. And it's been a challenge. And you know, going into the careers I have in management and dealing with some of the different things I deal with, it's been definitely a struggle throughout time for me. And, you know, being a gay male staying in a conservative area, trying to date, trying to meet people and going through some interesting relationships and finding myself in different spots throughout time in my life. And eventually, you know, ending up at 40 years old, trying to take my own life. That was not part of my history. I'd never been suicidal, but definitely found myself in a hard spot there and felt I had no way out and decided to take a bunch of pills on November 5th, 2018. So not too terribly long ago, but 2020 counted as 10 years. So I don't know how long ago that was actually now. But so that's just a little bit about me and my history.
Great. Thank you, Corey. And before we get the conversation started, I just want to acknowledge how fortunate we are to have Corey and Michael be willing to share their story and their journey. This is actually a really big day for the mental health community. And I think that we just need to be appreciative of Corey and Michael's story. And I'm sure that we're going to learn a lot more of their journey. So let's go ahead and get the conversation started. The first question for our panelists is, who or what supports you in your recovery journey? What other supports do you think would be helpful? And we can start with Michael.
Okay, that's helpful. I didn't know who you wanted to start with. Okay, so I know we're going to get to probably talk about self-care later, so I'm not going to go real in depth in this. But you know, I have a strong faith that sustains me, and I have an amazing, loving wife. I have a really good marriage. You know, we've been partners in this recovery thing together because she came out of a lot of stuff too. And so we kind of built this together. And I think working in the field and feeling like I have purpose in what I do every single day really matters to me a lot. Like, you know, when I'm not feeling up to like doing things, and there's days where I've just wanted to like leave what I do behind and do something else, you know, but really I feel like, you know, my experience has made me a good community asset. And so, you know, that pushes me forward. I also have really good relationships with my children and grandchildren. I have 4 grandchildren now. And that's amazing. You get second chances with your grandkids to not, you know, make the same mistakes you made with your kids. So I'm really close to them and spend time, you know, with them as a family and individually. I have some supportive friends. I just have a few. I try to keep my circle pretty small. I watch my diet. I get proper rest. I exercise, and periodically, like when things get overwhelming for me, I've had to take medication, not always psychiatric medication. Like there's blood pressure medicines that actually work on anxiety for me better than any psychiatric medication does. So periodically, you know, my doctor's aware of my history and what's gone on with me. And I haven't had to see a psychiatrist, but my regular doctor is really good. And she lets me kind of like self-monitor and you know, meets me where I am with my requests when I need them. And so that's very helpful. In terms of other supports, I've kind of built a safety system around myself, which I'll talk about later. So I think that I pretty much have everything that I need at this point to maintain, you know, my wellness, generally speaking.
Great, thank you. And Corey?
So who or what supports me? I would say first and foremost, my family. I have an amazing family. I'm very much blessed. You know, my dad had his problems throughout time, but my mom and dad are my rocks. They have been a constant throughout my life, and were there when at my darkest hour for sure. And I know probably their darkest hour as well. I think that was theirs. And my brother, I have an older brother who lives in Bakersfield, definitely very, very supportive. When I feel things get too rough at times in the past, I would head down to Bakersfield and just stay with him. I have wonderful friends in my life as well. They were right at my side as soon as November 5th happened, helping me put the pieces back together and get things moving back for myself. And then also, I actually have really strong coworkers that have walked by my side throughout time, even from 2001 moving forward, they've been here for me. And people that I've met along the way that have just been advocates and supporters for me. So I've been very much blessed with coworker family as well. You know, I think other supports that I use my sense of humor to help me. I use social media as an outlet. I post a lot of silly stuff just to keep my brain distracted, but I also have to know when to take a break from social media too, because that will get too intense and I'll get to spinning as well. I think what other supports would be helpful for me, learning to listen to myself and taking more breaks, I think, from work. It's hard as in the role I'm in, but I think that support, I need to provide that for myself. I think, like Michael said, I've kind of built that support network around myself where I have so many people to lean on, and I've, taken medications too throughout time when things get too bad for myself, and knowing when I do need that, and learn to talk to my provider about, being on it and then also getting off of it. I always make sure that I do that with my doctor's blessing and guidance for that. So I think that's kind of that support that I have, and I don't necessarily know that I need a whole lot more other than to listen to myself about the breaks.
Great, thank you both. And we actually have a question from someone in the audience, and this is for Michael. Michael, do you feel you were misdiagnosed at stages in your journey?
I questioned that before, especially given the amount of drug use and trauma that had happened. So when you're diagnosed as a teen, they're diagnosing symptoms. Well, those symptoms can present from a variety of different, so when you're on drugs, especially, doing, amphetamines around the time I was, you really, it's kind of a self-induced bipolar disorder, really. But I had those mood fluctuations from childhood, and I couldn't. Sometimes I question whether or not it was just like, the trauma itself. But as I've gone into my recovery and I'm healthy now, I'm still having those. And the drugs exacerbated the symptoms to the point where some doctors would say, well, he's bipolar 1 or he's bipolar 2, because I would generally have hypomanic episodes. But now I don't take any of that medication, but I still have the mood swings, but they're manageable through other means. And so if I had to say that I was misdiagnosed, no, I would probably say that off of drugs and doing well, I'm cyclothymic. I have a manageable form of a mood disorder that I've learned to cope with. Under too much stress or other things going on, it really can drive me down into major depressive episodes. Sometimes, even this last week, I had a couple of days. My mania, my up phases really manifest in severe agitation and sleep issues. I'm not a happy manic person at all, and so I don't think I was misdiagnosed. I think that they didn't know everything that was going on with me, and so I wasn't offered. I was given a lot of medication, and treated that way by the prison system, by my private, doctor as a teenager. By parole, by the, in my recovery journey, by all of the psychiatrists that treated me, who gave me the same diagnosis, by the way, all throughout. They treated me like I was a biochemical machine needing adjustment with medication. I didn't get therapy. And so I had a lot of secrets about my trauma I didn't talk about. So there was a lot of things that could have been done that probably would have helped me out sooner had it been known. I hope that helps.
Great. Thank you, Michael. The following question: how would you react if you noticed mental health concerns in someone you care about? And how about we start with Corey?
So, this has happened to me throughout time. With my friends or family that have struggled, I make sure to stay connected to them. And, I'm a social worker by nature, not currently what I do, but I want to fix things and help people as much as possible. So I always listen. I never force anything on anybody, but I definitely listen, walk alongside them, offer support, offer solutions. What can they do? I've had to call crisis on people to intervene. It's gotten to that point where I'm like, I can't handle this. I'm not skilled or trained to do that necessarily, but just making sure I listen and check in with people that are going through mental health, because it can be depression, it could be more severe, but just really making sure I check in with them consistently and offering that support with whatever it is they need, and even going with them to their doctor. I've done that before with friends throughout time. So that's just how I am. That's me as like that social worker brain, I think, too.
And Michael?
Well, my family and my son's mother's family is chock full of people that have mental health issues. My son struggles a lot. I probably have more interaction with him when he's feeling down. He has pretty severe obsessive compulsive disorder from childhood. It's been very bad, intrusive thoughts, and just a lot of problems with that. And so he struggles with that. And he has depression issues and stuff, and he has a mild form of autism, so he has a hard time connecting with people, but he wants to. And it's really, people ghost him, and he can't handle it. He gets really upset. So a lot of times it's just listening to them, empathetically listening, because they want to vent. Sometimes I try to help them problem solve if they're willing to do that or capable of doing that. And if I'm not able to help people problem solve, I just listen and try to stay connected until they get through it. Like Corey said, it's like, usually it passes. My son, despite his problems, has really, really amazing like coping mechanisms that work for him. He eventually pulls out of it. And but going through it with him, he gets in dark places, and it's scary sometimes. And sometimes I have to inquire about self-harm. I've had to inquire about self-harm with him, and he'll tell me stuff like, I don't want to live, but I'm not making a plan to hurt myself. I'm like, okay, so you're saying you're miserable and like, life's not worth living right now. And he's like, yeah, okay. And then staying open for him to come talk to me when he needs it.
Great. Thank you, Michael. And we have a question from someone in the audience, and this is directed to Corey on the topic of you sharing with our group that you attempted suicide in your 40s. And the question is, I think there is often suicide attached to adolescence. Is there something you think people should consider different for those who experience suicide ideation and/or attempts as an adult?
Say it again, sorry, Lorenzo.
Sure. Is there something you think people should consider different for those who experience suicide ideation and/or attempts as an adult?
That's an interesting question. I don't think so. Like I still kind of grapple with why I did what I did in my 40s. I think I'm still coming to terms with it because I don't have a history of it as a child or as an adolescent, and I never thought of it honestly throughout time. And that was, a split second decision I made in my 40s. And I was at a point in my life and in a relationship that was very volatile and, fast moving, and I was ignoring red flags, and I was in a high paced job, and I had so much different inertia in my life at that point. So it's hard to say, but as an adolescent, I didn't necessarily experience that. So that's definitely that's a hard one for me.
Great, thank you. Following question, and we'll start with Michael this time. What do you feel gets in the way of men reaching out for support?
That's a hard question to answer. I find those reasons very, very, there's a lot of reasons why. Though generally, and I've mentored a lot of guys, in recovery. Some of them, having mental health, a lot of mental health issues, but also in recovery from substance use. And, I think men in general, we used to do this activity when I was in Batter's Intervention, and it was called the Man Box. I'm sure a lot of you guys know it. We talk about like what the societal expectations of men are, and there are those expectations. And I think that the men generally don't like to feel weak. People don't like to feel weak, but this is imposed on men as well. And it's the idea that they're always supposed to be able to be strong and handle their own business, and it makes them feel like vulnerable to share, because it makes you look weak, right? And especially when you have people depending on you, we investing in our families, investing in our work is part of who we are. And when we feel like we can't do that, I think that people don't always want to admit that they're struggling in that regard. And it may have been modeled for them in the home, to not share those things. And so there's a lot of reasons, but those are some common themes that I've seen in working with men over time.
Corey?
So I share a lot of what Michael said, of course, I think, it's those societal norms for men, boys don't cry, there's some cultural aspects of it too. And, I'm half Hispanic, so there's some cultural things that growing up you hear, why are you crying, that sort of stuff, like different, men are supposed to be, masculine. Of course, I broke through that norm and did my own thing throughout time, not necessarily accepted, but if you're vulnerable, you're considered a sissy. And, men are just supposed to be that strong presence. I think another thing that I've experienced throughout time is, even going to my doctor throughout time. I always felt like, I didn't really have a whole lot of health issues. I'm usually going for a cold or something, but your providers don't necessarily check in with you. I felt like I was rushed through medical appointments where that would have been an opportunity possibly for, I think that should be just part of a normal checkup. Like, how are you doing mentally as part of your regular, just checking in with a doctor. Of course, after my attempt, now every time I go, I'm screened for those questions. But I think that needs to, that gets in the way. It's like, we're just not necessarily focused on that in with our, through medicine. So I think that those are some of the things that, get in the way of men reaching out, and just, that just not wanting to seem vulnerable. I don't have a problem with that at all. But I know if you're not seen as macho or masculine, especially, in different areas or depending on where you grew up, it gets in the way for people to reach out.
The coping mechanisms that men use a lot of times that I've seen are just real unhealthy too. It leads to other issues. So a lot of times, they bury themselves in work and they, become compulsive workaholics, and it's a form of checking out, or other compulsive behaviors. Could be pornography, could be alcohol, could be drugs, could be, any number of things. And those things provide some relief. And then long-term, they really can make the mental health issues a lot worse. And so I think we need to normalize the conversation that, hey, by virtue of being a human being, you have these feelings, and not working through them really can have a lot of adverse consequences down the road. But that's changing societal norms, and that takes time. It's something that I know that we've made progress on. I'm certainly different in talking about my issues than the older men in my life were. I knew my great grandfather, he would never, my grandfather would never, the older, the generation above me got a little bit better at it. And now I think it's becoming more normal. And hopefully that'll improve in the future.
So we are getting, again, continue the invitation to add questions to the chat. We have several questions of you guys are engaged, but I'm going to go ahead and ask the following one. And there's one that ties in nicely to the following question. So how can we providers be proactive in reaching different demographics of men?
Who are we starting with?
Let's start with Michael.
I have a hard time answering this because I'm very careful about speaking outside of my own personal demographic and experience. So I've worked with a lot of different men from different, different walks of life. I really think, generally speaking, I'm going to talk generally. People need to feel safe. People need to feel safe to have those conversations, and it's probably better to have those conversations inside of the context that they're comfortable, whatever that is. And helping to create that for them, because, if there's this barrier for men talking about their issues anyway, they're certainly not going to want to do it in a space that they feel very, uncomfortable talking about that. And so I would just say, I just want to say those general things. I don't know that I want to talk or speak beyond that.
Corey, do you want to share your thoughts?
How to reach different demographics of men. Gosh, that is a hard question. I really think that it needs to start at a younger age, and I don't know if that's through the education system or how that can be incorporated in. I think that there's different opportunities. I think of when we turn 18 and we have to register for the draft, can some sort of mental health screening be incorporated at that point? I think you're looking at definitely now you're looking at different generations. How do you reach people through social media outlets? TikTok's very popular. You have to look at the different ages for sure. It's really hard. Community colleges is another one where you can reach, young men. And I think getting younger, getting in when they're younger is probably the best, but community colleges, working with our, community partners throughout our, our different counties, our family resource centers, lots of families go through there. Through COVID, I worked with a COVID response in our county, and we saw more men reach out and ask questions about vaccine throughout this whole pandemic. And so family resource centers were an avenue they used in our rural communities. So like working with different partners to get in there, and military is another one. I know that there's they do psychological screenings before they go in, but I think upon discharge, there needs to be more like a case management follow-up with these individuals coming out. And so I know reaching out through the military. And then again, I already mentioned doctors. I think that's another opportunity. Men are less likely to go to the doctor. Of course, you have that barrier as well, but I think connecting with other medical providers to get in there and be more proactive about screening for men.
Great. So Corey, there's a question for you. Bullying has been a long-term problem that most recently has received a lot of attention. In a school district like Porterville that is so conservative, how do you think the school district can help reduce the negative perceptions about the LGBTQ community?
Very good question. I think, I've actually watched Porterville. I live in a different town now in the same county, but I've watched Porterville throughout time. They have actually allowed, I think they had a LGBTQ group at one point. I don't know if it still continues, but I know that they did allow that for I think all 3 high schools that are there. I don't know about some of the newer charter schools that opened, but I think they've done what they can and opened that. I think just offering it, I know a good friend of mine that was a social worker became a counselor, and she's an LGBTQ advocate for that particular high school I went to. So I know if kids reach out to her, and I know she will reach out to others. So just getting that more inclusive personnel in there that are counselors or social workers within those education systems to provide that advocacy and that open door policy to come talk to them about it. I think that's where you're going to overcome that bullying, especially for the LGBTQ population.
Great. Thank you, Corey. And then an additional question. As a female therapist, I'm wondering if there is something specific that is helpful or unhelpful when working with male clients. Where do we miss the mark?
That's a hard one, because I actually am more comfortable with females.
I am too.
And so I actually do have a male therapist now, oddly, but I've just always been more comfortable and open with females. I don't know if that's for every guy necessarily or male, but I feel more comfortable actually telling my story to a female.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that. I'm more comfortable with female therapists too, and that has to do with the fact that I was raised with all women around me. I didn't, and I didn't really bond well with men. Authority figures were problematic for me growing up. So a lot of the times that was, the men around me, and so I didn't like them very much. And so to this day, I work well, with me. So I almost can't speak to that. I mean, my physician's a female too. I think that I don't know that I would do well with a male clinician.
Great. Okay, so the last preset question we have, and I think it's a fun one. What do you do for ongoing self-care? And we can start with Corey.
Okay, so for me, I think I mentioned a little bit of it earlier. Humor is a big part of my self-care. I need to have humor in my life, whether that's movies, laughing at hysterical memes online. Those that know me know that I share memes like every morning. I'm going through a slew of memes that are just funny and mindless stuff. I need to get back into it because COVID changed it, but I had a regular exercise routine. I would go to the gym every morning. I'm known for being up early. I would be at the gym every morning at 3:45. And I kind of got out of that when they closed gyms last year, but I have no excuse. They're fully back open. I just haven't gotten back into my routine. And self-care, I mentioned it earlier too, is checking out, being able to step away from social media, being able to, I need to have a day sometimes where I don't think about anything and I watch Golden Girls all day. I know it's silly, but it's something that helps me. Also knowing when to not be a hermit anymore and getting myself out there. And I need to go have lunch with friends, and I need to go take a drive. I try to listen to my body and to my mind to be in tune with myself, and just knowing when I need that break, and then when I need to force myself into being social as well. It's, I'd like to say I have a healthy diet, but I don't right now. So I can't say that I do that, but diet is important. I do try to eat good things and drink plenty of water. That's part of self-care for sure. And just having that, knowing what my body's going through and knowing when my mind needs that break.
So I'm very strategic with self-care. I have to live a very regimented existence in order to stay well, because I'm so vulnerable to bouts of anxiety and bouts of, short-term depression. And I'm so busy, I really can't afford it. Like I have a lot of responsibility, so I really can't, afford. So I do a lot of preventative work. And so when I was in recovery, I tried to explore like the areas of my life that I needed to keep in balance in order for me to maintain health. And so I call it my 5-point life. And so it's spirituality, it's physical health, and that involves, eating, rest, and exercise, family and leisure time, and, continued learning for personal development, and my vocational health. So those are the 5 things that kind of my life are built around. And I was very, very, very careful to define what those should look like. And so when I start to get unhealthy emotionally, I know something is unbalanced. Those things become a reference point for me. And so they're written down. I can go back to it and go, okay, and assess like where I'm at, and why am I experiencing so much stress? What's out of balance? Why am I experiencing, And the other thing I do is I really do my best to avoid toxic people and environments. Like, somebody can just say something to me and just like put me in a tailspin some days. Like I just really have to be self-protective in that regard. And I don't engage in any activities that violate my conscience. That's another thing. And I have a tendency to leave a conflict unresolved, which turns into resentments. So I have to be really diligent to make sure that I'm not carrying any resentments that are going to become emotionally toxic for me. So that's my self-care.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we have some great questions in the chat, and I'm just going to go and do my best to go through them. A lot of you are asking similar themed questions, so thank you for doing that. And again, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. You can send it directly to me or to any of the technical support folks that we have on here. So a question for our panelists. When you were in a crisis, what did you wish people would ask you or notice?
Gosh, so to answer, sorry, Michael, if you were going to go first.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to formulate an answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I wear my heart on my sleeve. So most people that know me honestly know when I'm in crisis, because when Corey's not acting right or there's something wrong. My coworkers definitely know. I haven't had like a severe crisis, I wouldn't say, but people that are closest to me know when something's off. I guess I'm not I don't notice it necessarily, but I might not be as bubbly or engaged. And so I my friends will check in with me like, hey, why aren't you posting memes? Like, what happened to you? And so I do have people that notice that about me and will inquire.
Well, I think that, you know, when I'm not well, it manifests itself a lot of times in, I think, what people perceive as like aggressiveness, aggressive tones. Like I'm just real irritable, and it's been like that since childhood, and it's been, you know, I've been viewed as a problem, or oh my gosh, I'm gonna stay away from that person. Like really, I'm hurting. Something is going on, right? And like a lot of times, I think, you know, people steer clear, understandably. And at the same time, I think the people closest to me will be like, hey, you know, like, what's going on with you? You know what I mean? Like, and then it'll give me an opportunity to talk, because when I'm not doing well, I can't always problem solve. I can't always problem solve what I'm going through, and I need somebody who knows me. Usually, it's my wife. Will be able to tell me like, hey, you know, and giving me space. You know, but then finding a time to actually have that conversation, because I'm not pleasant when I'm not doing well. I'm not just depressed. I'm just not a pleasant person to be around, and I know that about me. But in the moment, I can't always, you know, control that. And so, you know, I would hope that people would be understanding and empathetic, but like I understand that they're not all the time, and why, you know, because like they feel like I'm being a jerk or rude, but really maybe I'm just not feeling well. I'm just not doing okay, you know. So I wish people would have known that growing up, and realizing that my behavior young was a trauma response to, you know, the loss of my dad and the sexual abuse that was happening that nobody knew about, and that behavior, that way of coping with it carried into adulthood, and now I've learned to deal with it a little better, but it still manifests in you know, ways that I was wired very young to manifest pain. So.
Great, thank you. And in this same line, what would be the best check-in questions, or what would be appropriate to check in with someone?
I think it's important to get permission first, like, you know, because when people try to check in with me and I'm really not doing well and they don't like have permission to speak into my life, like I can get, you know, I think having that ahead of time, you know, it's like giving certain people permission to have those conversations with you. You know, so I think it would be good, like for me to be able, like if somebody said, you know, Michael, you seem like you're kind of like not in a really good mood. If something's bothering you, like I'm available, let me know when you want to talk. I will come talk. I will, if you're somebody I gave permission to. I don't like to be invaded upon, like in that space that I'm in all the time. You know, but I will come if I'm given permission and somebody, you know, reaches out to me and notices something that's going on.
I would agree with that. I'm the same way. Like I have my close network that has those permissions that can check in with me and ask the questions, because there is general times when I get quiet and I just need a little bit of, I need a minute. Give me a minute and I'm going to be fine. But then there's times where I go into something a little bit deeper, where those that are closest to me will check in, and they'll ask, hey friend, we haven't heard from you or haven't seen you. What's going on? And so I do have that ability to have those few that have that permission to check in on me.
Great, thank you. Corey, this question is for you. What barriers did you find in the mental health field as a person who identifies as LGBTQ? Some folks say that mental health professionals are as competent in LGBT challenges, and the person/client ends up teaching the professional. Has this ever happened to you?
That honestly didn't happen to me in my experience, but I have heard that throughout time. You know, I think there's more and more. The therapist I have that I had most recently, he was great and very much in tune with it and very open with me and very helpful. But I know that this area in particular, I wasn't expecting that necessarily. But I was fortunate that I didn't have that experience or that barrier. But I think that there's, you know, like in our area, we have a local nonprofit that's geared to, it's called The Source, it's for LGBTQ, and they offer so many trainings and have embedded themselves into so much in our community that I think people, you'd have to be blind not to be part of that and be part of those trainings. And so I think that that's been a positive, but that's just been within the last, can't remember when The Source came in. It's been probably like 8 years, I think, maybe at the most. So that's fairly recent, but I could see those barriers definitely before that happened here. But fortunately for me, I didn't experience that.
Great. Thank you, Corey. And the following question is for both of you. I'm curious to hear about Corey and Michael's thoughts about men who are victims of domestic violence from their partners. I have come across this many times in my practice when working with men of all backgrounds.
What specifically did they want to know? I have worked with men who were victims of intimate partner violence. Like what specifically?
I'm curious to hear Michael and Corey's thoughts about men who are victims of domestic violence. So just your general thoughts.
Well, I mean, I know that there's significant mental health issues that go with that, and I know it's underreported, for the amount that it actually happens. In fact, when I worked in child welfare, at the time they had developed, there was so much mutual violence that was going on. It was actually hard to separate who the actual aggressor was. And so they created a shorter program that wasn't a 52 batters intervention program. It was called the Phoenix program, and it was 6 months, and they made it co-ed. And the idea was that they would learn to interact with the opposite sex. It's like, I think it happens a lot more than, and it's one of those things that's kind of shameful for men too. Like what man wants to let somebody know that that's actually happening, in their homes or in that relationship. And so I think it's underreported. I've worked with men that have this going on, and it causes a significant amount of emotional distress for them.
Yeah, I feel the same as Michael. I think it's definitely underreported. I think, in particular, I'm thinking more of the straight males having a hard time, saying a woman is beating me up or whatever. But I'm curious, and I haven't come across too much of it yet. And of course, I'm not doing social work currently, but I'm wondering about for gay men. I've known a couple of violent relationships that have happened over time. Just in my, I don't have a ton of gay friends or gay couples in my life currently, but I've known some throughout time. So I know that that's existing and probably underreported for the gay community as well.
Yeah, the stats that I see, we go over this in key issues in child welfare, the state core training for social workers, and the statistics are across the board like pretty much the same in terms of frequency that they know of, right? That's reported. So intimate partner violence, mental health issues, and substance use disorders really just cross all demographics. Like, they're just really human issues.
Great. Okay, the following question. Knowing you need help and being able to ask for help is a very important part of the healing process. Oftentimes, those who have been exposed to ACE have trouble trusting the intent of others due to fear of abandonment, regardless of personal connection. Any tips to surrender to our emotional vulnerability and accept that trauma that requires external perspective?
What was the last part of that question?
Any tips to surrender our emotional vulnerability and accept that trauma that requires external perspective?
So I have an ACE score of 6, and it almost killed me. Like when you look at my story and how I got there, and I definitely have trust issues. I had a therapist in parole, basically tell me like, you have attachment disorder. Like I didn't trust anyone, and I feel like I had pretty good reason for not trusting anybody. What was helpful for me to overcome that, it wasn't just like mentally accepting, it was really coming into contact with people that challenged my ideas about people. In other words, like I had to encounter people that were not a threat to me to end up feeling more safe over time, because I didn't feel safe growing up. I was bullied too, Corey. Like I didn't feel safe at home. I didn't feel like safe at school. I didn't feel, safe anywhere. And as I, got in trouble and started, especially going into jail in the prison system, you never feel safe there. So like I had a heightened sense of fear, which is probably why I'm a little bit more reactive. But as I began to encounter people outside of those contexts and be able to have these deep ingrained emotions and beliefs about people challenged, and finding out that not all people are threatening to me, I've been able to kind of like relax and calm down and interact with people differently over time. Hope that's
it's breaking down, that fear and earning that trust. I think I agree with Michael on that completely.
Great, thank you both. Following question. How can community organizations, county departments of behavioral health, or providers improve their marketing towards men to seek mental health services?
That's challenging. And I kind of worked with marketing and did a lot of public information work with COVID and trying to reach men through that. And it's hard. I don't know that there's one right answer for that necessarily. Like I said, I think it's just, where do you reach men? Like where do a lot of men work? We looked at different factories here in our area. We have a very industrial area where we did some outreach trying to target men over there because they're primarily men dominated. So I think just being creative and thinking outside the box of what employers can you engage, law enforcement, that's where there are more men in that field.
We did a Real Stories campaign for Fresno, and it was around mental health, and we did a bunch of different stories, but I did a PSA kind of sharing, my story, and it got a lot of views, It got a lot, which tells me that the need is out there. And at the end of it, if you go to stigmafreefresno.org, you can see the videos that we did. They were really good. But at the end, there was a little pop-up that says it's not weak to speak, and so I was very candid about things that I had went through that most guys just don't blurt out in a conversation, right? So, to kind of let people know, like, hey, this is people really struggle with this. It's not shameful to really talk about. I mean, it has a context in which it should probably happen, that's safe for people. But I think just putting information out there that challenges the social norms.
Following question. What would you suggest for someone who is constantly in a depressed state and has talked about how things would be better if they were gone, but does not think that counseling does any good and is uncomfortable talking to his doctor?
Wow, I think for someone like that, I would just stay in constant communication with them, and of course, if there's actual real threat, or I feel that they're going to go through with a plan or do have a plan, then I would probably take some extra steps. But I think with them, just making sure that I'm talking to them, sharing my story if they're open and willing to listen, but definitely just listening is one of the key things with someone like that. And that regular check-in, if they allow it. Again, the person has to be willing and open to me being around and to listening. And as long as I have that trust, I would be very closely connected with them and just having frequent check-ins with them.
Great.
Yeah, I have really nothing to add to that. And I would want to make sure they didn't just have me as the check-in, because that can be burdensome. I would want multiple people that care for that person to be a check-in for them. It really is kind of a more collaborative approach if it can be done.
Absolutely, yeah. If there's more people, that way I'm not a bug, but it's definitely depends on their social network that they have.
Great. Following question. What suggestions do you have for challenging perceptions without triggering?
That's hard.
Who wants to give it a go?
Say it again, Lorenzo, please.
What suggestions do you have for challenging perceptions without triggering?
Oh gosh, that's going to be hard based on who the person is and their experiences. I would think like you would really have to get to know them and have a deeper understanding of them. If you're going to challenge someone without triggering them, everybody triggers differently. I know there's been, since my attempts, I have different triggers that I never existed before, and so it's really going to be dependent upon that person's experiences and where they're at in what they're experiencing, I would say.
That has to do, I think, with building rapport and having a relationship. I remember being in therapy. The last time I went to therapy, I hadn't been in therapy long, and she could tell that I was carrying a lot of shame. I mean, I had done a lot of things in my addiction I wasn't proud of too, and she was like trying to help me to get things off my chest, and I wouldn't talk about it. And she said, she was trying to challenge, I don't challenge it a little bit and kind of push it. And she was like, tell me the worst thing you've ever done. And I'm like, I'll never tell you. And I got up and walked out of therapy and never went back. So it can't, it's really easy to trigger. But had she worked with me and built relationship with me over some more sessions and told me why she felt it was important and what it would do for me to be able to begin to at least address some of these things, then I probably would have eventually talked about it.
Great, thank you. Michael, this question is actually for you. I work with a lot of youth / teenagers who struggle with substance use. Even if we end up making progress, some youth still go back to an environment where substance use is completely normalized and even encouraged. How can we help youth who are really trapped in a situation like this is where they really can't get out of the environment that normalizes substance use?
That's a really hard question to answer, because that really takes some more macro solutions. One of the protective factors with people that have suffered trauma in general is having one healthy adult in their life, and it's the same with kids that are going the direction of substance use as well. To kind of like counterbalance or buffer the effects of what's happening at home. We can't always stop it from happening, but if that does not go unchallenged by some healthy people in their life, then certainly it will definitely probably go that direction. So, getting that child involved in any alternative activities that are healthy, that can expose them to healthy adults, would be really amazing. That I want to keep this in mind. There were some adults that had very minimal contact with me throughout my teenage years and early adulthood that had massive impact, but it wasn't immediate impact. It was impact down the road. It was me remembering things they said, pieces of advice they gave me that ultimately helped buffer and help me get recovery down the road, even though I went that direction. So it's not like if we don't stop them from doing this, like we're a failure. We're not. Any interaction with a positive, healthy adult is going to have some sort of payoff down the road. So it really just needs to be countered with healthy people.
Great, thank you, Michael. This is a question for both of you. If you were to tell a therapist something about being more attuned to clients, what would that be?
How to be more in tune with clients?
Attuned to clients, yeah.
Gosh, most therapeutic people that I've met are already that way just by nature. So that's a hard question, at least in my experience. I guess it just goes to listening and really having that deeper understanding of somebody that you're working with and really getting to know that person.
I can tell when a professional is truly engaged in me or with me, or just like doing the whole like therapy thing that they're trained to do, right? And if I feel like the session or the therapist is being disingenuous with me in any way, shape, or form, I'm not going to engage it, and I can pick up on it real easy. And I think a lot of our clientele can too. you know, they're hypersensitive to that. They pick up on that. And so I know it's hard for professionals to actually, like, you know, emotionally engage, you know, people all throughout the day, all the time. It gets wearing on you, but like I can't continue in therapy with somebody who is not genuine with me. And sometimes I know that self-disclosure is, like, you know, kind of like a no-no in therapy, but there's been times when therapists have given me very minimal something just to let me know that they can kind of connect a little bit with what I'm saying, and I opened up. So, you know, you have to be very, very careful with that, obviously, but, like, you know, the therapeutic relationship is kind of a strange relationship anyway, because you're exchanging very personal information one way, and that's not a normal relationship. That's not how normal people connect. Those boundaries don't exist like in normal relationships outside the therapeutic setting. And so, like, trying to figure out how you bridge that and connect with people without, like, crossing boundaries and doing that is a challenge. And so, you know, I need therapists that are genuinely interested in me, and I can tell.
Yeah, genuine definitely helps. And you're right. If the therapist is able to show a little bit of vulnerability without crossing a boundary, that would be definitely very helpful.
Great, thank you. Okay, so for the audience, we're in the last 10 minutes of our section. So if you have any last minute questions, feel free to add that to the chat. The following question: are any of you aware of or experienced any instances in which an adult male with no previous mental health or substance abuse issues died of suicide with zero indicators? What advice or resources might be available to people that were completely left in the dark or had no clue that this was being contemplated by the person who died by suicide?
I can't answer that. I've never met. I've lost a lot of friends, and a few of them, but there was never no indicators. I can't say there wasn't any indicators, so I can't intelligently speak to that. I can't honestly answer that question.
Yeah, that's a very hard one. I don't know anybody that's died by suicide that didn't have any indicators. I've had four cousins that have passed away from suicide, and there were indications, there were mental health challenges, there was drug use, there was different things there. So I have not experienced anybody that had no indication that they were going to do that. So that's a hard one.
Additional question for you both: as a professional in the schools, do you have any suggestions for breaking down the stigma for helping boys and men to assist them with issues that they may be dealing with?
You know, in schools, I think that's hard. I think that it's, again, I think I've said this a lot, it's just that earning that trust with those young men and boys, and that might have to happen on a more one-on-one basis with them, where you get them away from their friends and peers where they have to act a certain way or feel they have to act a certain way. So I think having that time and that one-on-one counseling with them to open that door for them and not be forceful with it either. So it's just earning that trust and working with them over time. I think that's one suggestion I would have.
Yeah, I would also, talk to them about, like, what their perceptions of what a boy should be, a man should be, and actually maybe working through, like, challenging some of those social norms, because some of those social norms are, they're just blatantly false. They're just not true. They just, people do have emotions. This idea that men are supposed to be, tough and all that kind of stuff. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we don't have emotions and that it's not okay to have these feelings, and it's not, like, human, right? It's not a human thing. So, challenging those kind of ideas, before they reach adulthood is probably a good bet.
Great. Okay, an additional question for you both. There has been an abundance of people who want to be diagnosed with a certain mental illness because they wish to be like a social media influencer they follow. They would become upset that they weren't given the diagnosis that a popular social media influencer has. How do we address this when we are also trying to destigmatize mental illness at the same time?
I didn't know that was a thing.
I did not either. So they want to be diagnosed with something based on of social media. I think how I would address it, again, I'm not a therapist. I don't have that degree, but I would want to go over with that person what it exactly means to have that diagnosis and what is involved with it, and what those people with that particular diagnosis actually go through, and really have them look at it through a different lens. Because just because you see it on social media, if what someone goes through with the diagnosis is a very different thing. And social media isn't always real. And what people portray on there, there's a whole different side of things. And so really sitting and talking with that individual about that particular diagnosis and getting them to understand, this isn't about being popular. This is someone's life and what they're experiencing. And that's a whole different ballgame.
Agreed. It's not a badge. It's not fun to have these issues. I think it comes with gifts. When I was young, my mom made me read the old Patty Duke book of Brilliant Madness. And I'm like, well, this probably does come with some benefits, like, having these mental health issues. I see, life from a different point of view often. But it's also there's points of misery in it, like that, people that want to be like other people really don't understand. And so I agree with Corey, talking about like what the downside of that looks like, and then maybe inquiring like why you would want to have that diagnosis, right? Like what's glamorous about that?
There's even some like virtual reality goggle things that can help people see through the lens of what someone with a certain diagnosis. I haven't done it myself, but I've read about them. It's like you almost need them to see that and go through that and experience, like, this is what it looks like if you have schizophrenia or something to that, for that diagnosis, what those people or individuals might see. So that's definitely an interesting one. I'm going to have to pay attention more to people wanting to have a diagnosis like that just because of a popular social media person.
Okay, so last question before we give you both the opportunity to share some closing remarks. How do we engage and encourage men to enter the field of mental health as a career?
Gosh.
Well,
Go ahead,
I
Michael.
think it comes down to the whole man box thing again in general. Like, I've noticed that, like, working in this space, we have a lot of very amazing, competent women in this field, and not just this isn't just therapy, it's also SUD too, substance use disorder. I think there's a lot more female, it's I don't know why men aren't necessarily drawn to it, but the ones that are seem to have some sort of personal connection to it. And those are the ones that seem to come in to do this work. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. If I did, I'd bottle it and sell it. Like, we definitely need more men, in this space doing the work. I don't know, I'm as baffled as you, to be honest. I think we're lacking mental health and substance use disorder specialists, period. No matter what gender, gender or gender expression they are, like we need more, period. But the question regarding men is, I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree. We need them more in general. We just need more people. But for men, that's hard. You want someone that's, maybe had lived experience, or, you're getting them at that college age where you get in there to community colleges and meet with focus groups with men and different things and figure, try to get in that way. But I have here in our county seen more men go into social work here than when I first started in the county in 2001. There are a lot more men social workers. And men, there's been more and more men coming in through our behavioral health as well.
Great. Well, Michael, Corey, thank you so much for taking the time to share your insights and thoughts on mental health, related to male identified individuals. Any last minute closing remarks that you want to share with the group? Feel free, you have the space and the venue to do so.
I would just want to say your work matters, even when it doesn't seem like you're making progress. Like I said, keep in mind that there's, long-term effects, and that, we're going to make mistakes and we're not going to do everything correctly. But like, this is a really worthy thing to do, not just around suicide prevention, but just increasing quality of life in general for people. Our society is really hurting right now. There's a lot of hurting people out there, and what you do is just incredibly valuable. So I thank you for what you do, and I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, I echo Michael very much. So I appreciate all of you and what you do, and allowing me to come in and tell my story for the first time to so many people at once, and letting me try that on, being patient with me, and for the great questions. Yeah, thank you for what you do. Keep going. There is a lot of hurt. I think there's still going to continue to be a lot of hurt, because 2021 feels like a repeat of 2020 in a lot of ways. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Awesome. Well, folks, that is all the time that we have for you today. Lastly, thank you so much to Lisa and Megan, and for allowing Marin County's Department of Health and Human Services to be a partner in this effort. We are super excited to see this initiative go into fruition. Megan, I will pass the torch back to you. Thanks again for having me, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, thank you so much for moderating. Corey and Michael, we so appreciate hearing your stories and you sharing yourselves with us this afternoon. A couple of things. I know we're headed out to lunch. Lunch will be from 12 to 1. If you have not updated your Zoom account, please take a minute to do that. That will help you to select your breakout session later this afternoon. So please take a moment to do that if you have not. The continuing education link is working. So if you did not have a chance to sign up for those, you may do it now. And please stay signed in. Turn off your camera, mute yourself, but if you would stay signed in, that will help us to start promptly at 1 o'clock with Dr. Kelly Posner from Columbia University. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Hi, Ellen.
Alan might not be on right now. Let me get her for you.
That's fine. Did we just want to test my
I'm on.
Oh, okay.
What's
Hi.
up?
I just did we want to test my slides and stuff, or we're all good?
Sure, we could do that. Let me have Megan turn off the slideshow.
Do you say Gerstenhaber or Haber?
Yeah.
Got
Haber.
Gerstenhaber. Okay.
I just asked Megan if she could turn off the slideshow, so hopefully she gets to it in just a second.
Okay.
It's a wee boss. I was trying to dig through here to see if I could find more envelopes. Which kind of envelope? The carrying out ones. You know. Did you ask Michelle? I'm going to right now. That's why I was digging through here. I'm sorry if I was making a bunch of noise. These are all I dug these out of all the mess that was.
Okay, can I try to screen share to just test?
Sorry, you should be able to now, Dr. Posner.
Thank you.
All right, we do see your screen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it on slideshow. Okay. So can I leave that up, or you need me to turn it off because you're going to introduce me, or?
No, you're welcome to leave that up.
Great. All right, let me also just test the video for a second, okay?
Sure.
All right, so as Axe was telling
Can
us,
hear that
Anthony
all right, right?
Bourdain, Kate Spade.
Yes, sound is
surprising
good.
pulses, but they
Okay,
did
awesome.
not.
Okay.
And we're expecting folks back very shortly. People should be, their little happy faces should be popping back into their squares.
Okay. All right, I'm going to be right back, okay?
Sounds good. And I'll just do a quick reminder, if you are getting continuing education credit today, please make sure you change your name to your first and last name. If it says Soccer Mom 57, that's awesome that you're a soccer mom, but that does not help us verify who you are logged in for your continuing education credit. So please make that change to first and last name if you are somebody expecting continuing education credits. And I see Lisa has that continuing education link in the chat if you did not have a chance to sign in this morning, or if you were part of the group that could not sign that form because it was maxed out in capacity. They have increased the capacity and you should be able to do that now.
Dr. Posner, do you want a 10-minute warning when we're near the end?
I mean, you can, it's fine. But we have so much time, I think it'll be all right, but sure.
Well, no, it's whatever you prefer.
Sure.
Okay. And you want questions at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, super.
Yeah. So happy to be with you all in California.
It's beautiful right now, I think across the whole state.
Yeah, just one of my earliest and most favorite partners.
I saw your beautiful house in, it was a magazine.
What, in like Purist or something, or?
I can't remember what it was. And I'm like, hey, I know who that is. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Remind me to tell you something about that after when everybody else isn't on.
Cool.
All right, everyone, thanks so much for staying logged in. I saw that most of you did. We really appreciate that. Helps us to get started on time this afternoon. We're really excited about the next segment of our summit. And I'm going to ask Ellen to introduce Dr. Posner.
Thanks, Megan. First of all, I hope everybody had a good lunch and you didn't eat too much so you won't get tired, because you are in for a treat. First of all, if you have questions, Dr. Posner would like them at the end. So please message me in the chat and we'll save them up and hopefully we can answer them. So my agency has worked with Dr. Posner, I think starting about 4 years ago. She probably doesn't remember because she actually answers the phone sometimes. So she's just amazing. I just adore her. But anyway, she is a professor of psychiatry at Columbia University, and her life is saving lives all over the globe, across 6 continents. So that alone is enough, but there's so much more. The president of the APA noted her work with the Columbia Protocol could be like the introduction of antibiotics. The US Department of Defense said that her work is nothing short of a miracle, and that her effective model of improving the world will help propel us closer to a world without suicide. Dr. Posner's work has been noted in a keynote speech at the White House and cited in congressional hearings, and she gave the lead presentation in a US Senate forum on school safety after the Parkland tragedy. Through her advocacy, she has changed local, national, and international policy, which in turn has helped achieve reductions in suicide across all sectors of society. An Israeli government official said of her work, it's not only saving millions of lives in Israel, but it's literally changing the way we live our lives. So most of you have probably heard of the Columbia Protocol. It is policy now across all 50 states, national agencies, and most countries. Dr. Posner's scholarly work has been included in the compendium of the most important research in the history of the study of suicide. So, wow, we have her here today. And in 2018, she was awarded the Secretary of Defense Medal for exceptional public service. So with that, Dr. Posner Gestenhaber.
Thank you.
Gerstenhaber.
I always like to add, I also had 4 kids in 5 years to that. So for all you moms out there. Anyway, I'm so excited to be with you today. I was saying that your communities and your state is one of my oldest and most favorite partners. So from the very beginning. So I'm going to start. Well, I want to start by saying, you know, what you all do is so vital. While everyone has a role and every single human being and member of a community has a vital role, you have a particularly vital role, right? Because you on the ground or anywhere else are seeing the most difficult and complex cases, and people rely on your abilities to ensure and make sure that the right people get the care they need. And you also provide leadership across your system. So I'm just even more grateful to be talking to the group of people that I am today. So here's a question. I'm going to ask you a few throughout this talk, but you know, what was the biggest public health issue in the globe prior to COVID, right? Cancer, heart disease, depression, smoking, HIV, AIDS. You know, of course, because of why we're here, what the answer is. But it is quite shocking. You know, the number one cause of global disability, number one, costs humanity more than anything is depression, touches more people than anything. So I'm going to show you this video. This was the night that Anthony Bourdain died, and it was the last 3 minutes of Chris Cuomo's primetime show.
All right, so as Ax was telling us, Anthony Bourdain, Kate Spade, surprising losses, but they did not die in a surprising way. Suicide is a dirty secret in our society. It is a plague that has taken more lives every year for decades. We don't talk about it because, as Ax said, there is a stigma and a shame attached. Even the phone number on the screen. All right, we put it up there. It's good. It's good to get the information out there. It's good to give people a chance, but there's an assumption. And it's that people in that kind of pain will have the will to ask for help, but too often they do not. The rest of us feel powerless to do anything, especially when the person in need never says anything. But maybe that's because we're not asking them the right questions. But you can. And in doing so, you might just help stop a suicide. Please do this for me and for yourself. Search online for Columbia Protocol for Suicide Prevention. Columbia Protocol for Suicide Prevention. I also tweeted out the link. Go to my page at Chris Cuomo, you'll see it. What is it? 6 very simple questions that you can ask anyone that you're worrying about. One of them is whatever they ever wished they could go to sleep and not wake up. Have they started collecting pills? Have they gotten a gun or given away valuables? Basic ways to help pick up crucial warning signs. All right, you're going to be skeptical, I understand. The Marine Corps rolled out this protocol for everyone to use, from legal assistants to members of clergy. What happened? Suicides among active duty Marines went down 22% in 2014. That's a big number. But here's the catch. Maybe it's not the magic of the questions. The catch is that the protocol works because people care enough to engage. That's another thing that is revealed by suicide, another dirty secret. We need to care. Caring counts. It can literally be medicine for someone in mental or emotional suffering. So reach out. Don't wonder what's going on with someone. Ask them. We are all
in this together. And, you know, like he said, this is going to be a theme that you're going to hear me talk about throughout this, that people don't often have the will to come to you. So we need to come to them and find the people suffering in silence. So,
all right,
you know, let me just say, this is not a problem of veterans. It's not a problem of youth. It's not a problem of the elderly. It is our shared problem of humanity. Okay. But the very good news is that it's our one preventable cause of death. Yet it has been this tragic paradox that takes more firemen than fire, more police than crime, more soldiers than combat, more lives than car accidents. Did you know it accounts for more deaths than war, homicide, and natural disasters combined? It's the number one cause of death in adolescent girls across the globe. In our nation's second leading cause of death in 10 to 24-year-olds. Suicide among 8 to 14-year-olds was up 150% in the past 7 years. And get this, the CDC has told us that 5-year-old suicide has increased. But guess what else? Only among African-American preschoolers, okay? And what we're seeing here, so I said it's our one preventable cause of death. Here's the great news, okay? Like he said back in 2018, for the past 20 years or so, suicide kept going up each and every year until the last 2 years, okay? 2% it went down in 2019 and 6% in 2020. That's amazing during COVID, okay? So we know that whatever we're doing with intervention, identification, and messaging is making a difference. But here is where I will pause and tell you that that amazingly hopeful decrease was only among white Americans, where we are still not seeing benefit and not saving lives is with minorities, okay, and our most vulnerable populations. So you heard what I said as one example with the African-American preschoolers, which is a startling statistic. So what we've seen over the past years has been this intersection of these two humanitarian crises, right? So last year, I think it was, around when COVID started, I got a call from the New York City Department of Human Rights. There was a young African-American male that was found hanging in one of our parks. They had similar incidents across the nation. And first they weren't sure if it was a lynching, but then they realized it was a suicide. And they said, please, come help us help this community and broaden awareness so we can save lives. And as you saw, this is the trend in the preschoolers. But you know what I want to say, I should have said this earlier, for every depressing statistic I give you, I have a hopeful counterpart. We already talked about how the suicide rate is actually going down. Look at this. This is one example from Tennessee using the Columbia Protocol to address the increasing suicide rate in African-American adolescents. There isn't a vulnerable nook or cranny or place where we can't actually do better and help save lives. So that's suicide. What about the precursors? Did you know that prior to COVID, about 10%, 12% of girls, 8% of boys, we know that's an underestimate, have said they tried to take their own life in the past year. And we knew these were gross underestimates before we had better, more comprehensive monitoring. Okay, they weren't disadvantaged populations, et cetera, et cetera. And during COVID, understandably, we've seen increases in ideation and in suicidal behavior. So the CDC told us right in 2020 that ideation had increased. And this is kind of brings the suffering, the mental health suffering. It's almost palpable. When COVID began, parents wouldn't want to bring their kids to the ER, right? Even with very high fevers, because they didn't know if it was going to end up being, a fatal trip, because nobody knew, how to manage COVID. But when it was about mental health issues, they couldn't help it. The ED visits about mental health went up 24%, right? Just brings it home how the depression, anxiety, and all these things are we have to continue to be so vigilant. And, using the CSSRS, of course, there are a bunch of things that have shown increases during COVID. This was in pediatrics, this big ED in Texas, right? 13,000 youth, 2019 versus 20, almost 2 times more likely the same month, not surprising. But at the end of the day, I think the good news is we've been seeing reductions in general. Meaning, we know how to mitigate, but we still have to be very vigilant. So here's the good news and the bad news. Did you know the CDC also told us that we are the only developed nation in the world where the life expectancy is going in the wrong direction. We're the only developed nation in the world where it's going down, not up. Okay. And we don't have a cure for cancer, and we don't have a cure for heart disease. But we do know how to cure this. We do know how to prevent this tragic loss of life. We also know that it touches everyone, right? 135 people are affected by every death. And these effects linger across generations because of the silence that often follows. And, this is one of those things that I also find very, very hopeful. So we know that this touches everybody, every community, every workplace. And what the Columbia has become is a vital part of health and wellness for employees and their families. So where I work at Columbia or New York State Psychiatric Institute, I do the first 5 minutes of every safety update before washing hands, right? Because this is a safety issue as much as any of those other things are. Did you know that if you take a large corporation of 100,000 employees, every 6 days, an employee or a family member will die by suicide? And every single day, there will be 3 suicide attempts. So years ago, if you worked at Wells Fargo or Border, you would get the CSSRS as part of your, EAP. But now it's really, really standard. So Amazon, right? Whether you're Amazon or Department of Homeland Security. So guess what? There's a Columbia app. You just have to go into your phone and look up the Columbia protocol. But now the Department of Homeland Security has their own app. So whether you're Secret Service or TSA, you get it to save your own lives, and it connects to your EAP. California and your communities can have your own app in addition to that one, and it can connect to your own resources. So, but you know how it says a vital part of health and wellness for employees and their families. It's so important. I went to Sloan Kettering to give a talk because, as you know, it's like blood pressure in most places. And the head of nursing came up to me and said, I used it to save my son's life. And we hear that 1,000 times over, 1,000 times over. People in Washington and border protection in tears. I used it to save my child's life. And that's fantastic. That's empowering. What it means is that every member of your community, every person you serve, every peer and every coworker can use this to save the lives of their loved ones around them, right? In every nook and cranny of every convenience store, ask your kids, care for your kids. So again, this is a very hopeful story that really empowers everybody to be part of the solution. And you may know also that, depression is the #1 cause of work-related absences. So we always used to say, you take care of your employees, everything is improved. We also know that 45 to 98% of the cost of depression treatment would be offset, right, by those gains in work productivity. So in our work, and it's kind of ramped up during COVID, we've always focused on the critical need to care for the caregivers, or what we call our front line, right? You may have heard of the head of mental health for University of Pennsylvania who took his life. Did you know it's the #1 cause of death for male medical residents? So we work, so people say in their training programs, when we're checking in, we can screen, we can do peer-to-peer, et cetera, et cetera. And on the front lines, no surprise, right? This was out of China. 71% of frontline workers, psychological distress, half depression or anxiety. Again, not surprising, but what happened? So, all 50 states have policy as was mentioned in the beginning. And that's not just the doctor, right? It's the policeman or the school, et cetera. But when the policeman or the fireman is doing it, they're not just doing it in their job. They're doing it to save their own lives. So you see that card that came out of the ask your community member, ask your fellow firefighter, that came out of the governor's challenge in Texas. And the person who gave that to every firefighter said, you should have seen the firefighters that came forward, right, to say they needed help. The policemen that want to have it in their patrol cars so they can help save their friends' lives, their peers' lives. And coworkers are such a vital way, peer-to-peer, such a vital way to save lives. So you see this, I went on CNN at the beginning of COVID, a few months in, and the American Medical Association called me the next day and said, yes, we know the Columbia, but how do we get it in every healthcare provider's hands? So you see this, we made this little card, ask your coworker, care for your coworker, with 2 healthcare professionals wearing masks. Every facility, outpatient, every facility can have that. We have one that says, Columbia Orthopedics, right? Peer-to-peer, coworker to coworker, again, is a very it's a low-hanging fruit way to be helping save lives. And we know this doesn't discriminate, right? The airlines flew me out to give it to the pilots and the flight attendants. And you know what they told me? One of our major airlines, they had 8 suicides in 15 months. These were not the pilots flying your planes. These are the pilots out on disability that have the same issues, that we all do. Very often, number one cause of death in construction workers, et cetera, et cetera. It does not discriminate. And, I know I've been talking about this for a few minutes, but I really think for us to take care of our communities, we also must take care of ourselves, right? And we must be okay. So healthcare workers feel an obligation to appear healthy or invincible, right? And they may be even more resistant to ask for help for fear of jeopardizing their career, for fear that they're gonna not have that strong exterior that they need to have to take care of patients. Human service workers are also vulnerable to compassion fatigue, which can affect mental health and work performance, right? It's third in all depressive episodes. And we know that they're also prone to make more errors and have higher risk of chronic illness. And again, mental health providers are uniquely positioned to recognize depression in your peers. And what the CDC tells us and what we know and is very intuitive for us is that we need to promote help seeking, right? And we need to promote help seeking, among ourselves as much as anywhere else. So I'm going to shift for a minute to our gun crisis, okay, that we've been dealing with on a national level for way too many years. Did you know that 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides? And I always say that guy who goes up to that gun counter to buy that gun to end his life does not want to die and does not know there's help. So we've been working with the gun community for many years, particularly with DOD. And, let's put up posters in gun shops. It was a VA many, many years ago said, let's put a little Columbia around the gun lock. Okay. And I always say that guy who works at that gun counter does not want to sell the gun to someone who's going to hurt himself or someone else. And they want to be equipped. Now, they're not going to ask everybody who comes into the shop like you do in primary care, right? Like blood pressure. But if something doesn't feel right, if somebody won't answer the question about why they're buying that gun, they will have a tool to potentially help them save a life. And you remember when there were the two shootings in, well, let me just say, first of all, how does it relate to the other type of gun death? So we've had many thousands of mass shootings since Sandy Hook alone. And I said back at Columbine, 90% of school shooters have suicidal issues. Let's ask a few questions and potentially find out who needs help before it's too late. So when they had the 2 shootings before COVID, the town hall said that these questions can be the highest form of see something, say something. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But, why did the head of American Psychiatric Association call this the next antibiotic, potentially? Why? We've touched every other disease, many other diseases, 50%, until recently, we haven't touched suicide, right? The rate of suicide is undiminished in stark contrast to the advantageously affected research and better treatment in these other causes of death. Because of stigma and a lack of a ready, easy to use method by which to detect it and then take action to prevent it. You're going to hear a lot of hopeful stories about how the Columbia has helped us save lives. Why? Because it's connecting the right people to the care that they need, right? So I said, number one cause of global disability, right? When we're not having a crisis, nearly 10% of the world at any one time will have a mental health issue. Now, of course, during these times, it goes up a lot, right? This is out of, China, Turkey, Spain, Iran, 34% depression. Not surprising, right? That we're going to see increases. We're going to see increases in vulnerable population, in refugees, we see increases, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to say that we're going to talk about teens. and we know that depression is the #1 cause of global disability. Do you know that 20% of adolescents will meet criteria for depression? Most times, 20%, okay? And nearly a third will have had an anxiety disorder by age 13. And we know this does not discriminate, rich, poor, black, white, teacher, celebrity. 1 out of every 4 people during normal times in a room will have experienced, a mental health issue in 1 year. So, I keep saying that, suicide is preventable. I will say that depression is treatable, right? There is hope. We can save lives. Why have we not done better? Right? Why have we not done better? These are some of the most devastatingly under-recognized and underfunded issues. Get this statistic. NIH spent more money on the West Nile virus, okay, which takes 137 lives than it did on suicide prevention. We were at the White House having this really, really inspiring meeting, and we were talking about the $3 billion that is spent and needs to be spent on the opioid crisis. But suicide takes just as many lives, right? How come it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction? So this is another thing that's really critical to understand. What has the high cost of not screening as early as you can, as upfront as possible? And listen, that when we're talking about saving lives, it's not about money, but when you're spending the money in all the wrong places, right? You're not able to do what you need to do to save lives. Worldwide, $300 billion in years of life disabled or lost. So my amazing colleague, Dr. Gibbons, who's one of the world's great biostatisticians, did this study out of Colorado, non-psychiatric, general medical ED. Prior to this, 400% increases in hospitalizations, 300% increases in ED visits. Look what happens when you do something about it, okay? So Centerstone is the largest provider of outpatient community healthcare, typically in the United States. They reduced suicide 65% in the first 20 months in just one state. And guess what else they did? They reduced emergency department recidivism from 40% to 7%. And why is that? One of the reasons the CSSRS has been chosen as the global method most often is because it's the first time we have evidence-based thresholds for who to worry about, for who's at imminent risk. Before, we didn't know who to worry about, so that policeman had to take everybody. That nurse had to put everybody in the ED hold room. That principal had to have every kid stay in waiting in his office, who he was worried about, for many, many hours. So this is amazing here. And we hear these stories all the time. Atrium Health is across 2 states. Look at this, look at these numbers, 50% reduction in their rate of suicide, right? 50% reduction in the rate of suicide, while they reduced the calls to the behavioral health service line by 86%. And I always say, that's not about saving money. It's about bringing down the noise and getting care to the people who need it, right? That reduction in workload is not because people don't want to work. It's because they only have a certain amount of resources, and they need to be able to identify in the community or in the hospital the people who actually need the help, right? So I talked about Centerstone, and this is going to be another theme throughout my talk, okay? The power of asking beyond the doctor's office, and what a more perfect audience to be saying that to. All right. So they brought this story to life, this 65% in the first 20 months. They brought it to life by telling a story about this guy who they called a few times, and he said he was fine. He said, the last time you called me and asked me those questions, I was on the bridge. The power of asking beyond the doctor's office. And what about students? You guys are all helping communities, right? So of course, schools are one of those vital pieces of that, and I keep talking about, this not being about money, but about getting care to the right people. So New York did a study, and they found that 61 to 97% of the student referrals did not require hospitalization. This is a quote from them, right? The great majority of kids and teens referred by schools for psych-ER eval are not hospitalized and do not require the level of containment, cost, and care entailed in that evaluation. Evaluation in hospital-based psych-ERs is costly, traumatic to kids and families, and maybe less effective in getting them where they need to go, right? So, and you know what I always say, when you do that to a kid or that policeman brings somebody unnecessarily, you know what happens? It shuts that person down from treatment when they actually need it. And you know, one of the community and state officials said once also, and I didn't think about this, I always talk about the impact to the system, but what about the people also who can't afford the actual treatment that they need, let alone this. All right, so this was an example out of Tennessee, probably 10 years ago, right? This kid sitting in the principal's office for 9 hours, waiting for the EMT to get there, who never needed to be sitting there in the first place. And that we hear again, 100 times over. So this is one of the most important slides and messages I'm going to share. It's also one of my favorite because we've seen how life-saving it has been. So did you know that, almost 50% of people who die by suicide have seen their primary care doctor the month before they die? We need to be asking the way we monitor for blood pressure or do vision testing, or we will not find the people suffering in silence. Also, we know that 2/3 of adolescents who show up to the emergency department who've tried to take their own life are not there for psychiatric reasons. So if we don't make this routine, okay, we will not save lives and we will not find people suffering in silence. But this is the most important thing I can say. We have to have that concept well beyond the doctor's office. You know why? Because many people never get to the doctor's office. So you know how I said it's very often the #1 cause of death in construction workers? So years ago, I was on the phone with the unions and they said, yeah, those safety checks in the morning, maybe they can be more than the hard hat. They can be the Columbia. Okay, I just went and gave the keynote to United Steelworkers from all over, the union reps, right? We have to go on the ground, on the scaffolding. We have to be there everywhere up front, as close as we can get. Major League Baseball, brought us out to give it to their teams. The guy working on somebody's knee in the locker room, it was Princeton who first said, oh my God, the athletic coaches and the librarians, so we did, to all the community colleges across California, one of the many, many things we've done for your communities. But every single person, right, that touches a student or touches a community can actually, like I keep saying, be part of the solution. So we have to think about it like blood pressure. And then when there are times of increased risk, like when somebody transitions from active duty to veteran status, or you're an athlete and you're injured, or you're relocating, or you're going back to in-person school, or it's COVID, you can ramp up and be even more hyper vigilant, right, about asking. And, imagine, right? Imagine every school nurse, teacher, EAP asking about this along with physical checkups, right? That's the concept that we have to have. And so we know we need to ask, we need to think about it like blood pressure. So don't even read that quote yet. I want to tell you the story. In fact, I'm going to go back for a second. So my friend Kevin Hines, who some of you may know, may have heard speak, he survived jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, which is fatal 99% of the time. And he tells a story. He was 19, I believe. He woke up that morning and said, if one person asks me if I'm okay, I won't do it. He gets on the bus to the Golden Gate Bridge, 100 people crying profusely. What's wrong with that kid? He gets shooed off the bus. Bus driver says, get off, gets him off the bus. He goes to the side of the bridge with policemen riding their bikes by that are supposed to spot jumpers. And finally, this woman walks towards him and he becomes hopeful. And she says, can you take my picture, in some German accent? And she actually said 5 times, can you take my picture? And he said, screw this, nobody cares. And he jumped. And I always say that people want to be asked and they need to be asked. And as he jumped, he said he realized all of the problems in his life were fixable, except the fact that he just jumped like every other survivor. And he says, most people considering suicide want someone to save them. What we need is a culture where no one is afraid to ask, right? And that's why this can be so essential to humanity. And I don't know, this story is really, really amazing on so many levels, but he gets down in the water and realizes he's alive. And he starts to feel something slimy. And he says, oh my God, I just survived jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge and now I'm going to get eaten by a shark. That's just my luck. And he's on a show about a year later, and somebody calls in or writes in and says, Kevin, I'm so happy you were alive. I was standing next to you. I couldn't find out, but let me tell you, buddy, it wasn't a shark. It was a sea lion who kept him afloat until he was rescued and alive and meant to tell his story. So, but it's anywhere there's access to means. Remember, I showed you that little gun lock with the Columbia. When, oh my gosh, this was California. I gave the keynote for California in Los Angeles. It's over 10 years ago at this point. And the transit workers came, the sheriff, they said, oh, of course, we have to give this to every transit worker, right? I hope soon enough, you'll see it at the Walgreens, on the side of the wall or in the pill bottle, because people can be saved up until the last minute. Everywhere there is access to means is where we can have a set of potentially life-saving questions. So I'm going to get back to guns for a minute. So President Obama's deputy secretary, his name is Jim Shelton. When the Navy Yard shooting happened, you remember all those years ago, he called me up and said, what is it going to take to make this ubiquitous? And then I happened to, go on this show when there was years ago, this school shooting, and he said on this show too, he was quoted saying, these questions can keep our 64 million children safe. And the Orlando hostage negotiators happened to see me and fly me down. And I always say they shouldn't have had to get lucky, right? To have caught the tail end of this show. We need more policy so we can help people save lives. So fast forward to Parkland. This is when I had that great honor of giving the lead presentation to the Senate. That man sitting next to me, you see with the blonde hair and the glasses, he is my friend and hero. His name is Ryan Petty. His daughter was one of the 17 massacred that day at Parkland. And he and they don't talk about guns as much as they talk about this early identification, right? With these questions, early identification. And that is so important. And then you remember when, like with other mass traumas, the suicide risk goes up, right? So a year later, do you guys remember there's stories about the suicides at Parkland a year later in the community. So we did a lot of media. It was empowering. Like, let's talk about what we can do. Parkland tragedy turned into hope with this. And he said, everybody needs to be accountable. We should ask ourselves, social media and at the grocery store. Okay. That's what we can do. But I want to tell you a story, and everybody's going to appreciate this story. Okay. After we did all this media, he got a call from a student that had been a senior during Parkland, and he went off to college in Utah, and he called up Ryan, and Ryan did the Columbia. He said, I haven't been able to do anything, right? I can't go to class, whatever. He did the Columbia, had a high risk answer. And you know what? He stayed on the phone with him while they called the crisis line. He didn't give him the number and get off the phone. He stayed on the phone with him. They identified him as high risk. And you know what Ryan did? Ryan, who was in Parkland, Florida, he called an Uber from Florida to pick him up at his dorm in Utah and bring him to the hospital. Potentially a life saved. But I want to stop there for a minute. That's so important. We talk about how the crisis line it's not a solution in and of itself, right? We have to ask questions and we have to utilize the crisis line, but it's so good to hold somebody's hand. That I don't mean literally, right? To be there with them and help them through connecting them to the care they need. I love that story. All right, I'm shifting gears for a moment, okay? So suicide is a choice, a sign of psychological weakness, akin to murder, akin to cancer, or all of the above. Now you all can answer this. I don't see it, but it doesn't matter who I'm talking to, doctors to, so it doesn't matter. I almost invariably get a choice or all of the above. No, suicide is not a choice. Its biggest cause is a treatable genetic medical illness called depression. But we don't think of depression the way we think of cancer, right? You would never hear the word choice when it comes to cancer. And what does that misunderstanding do? It can literally be lethal. Many of you have heard of 13 Reasons Why, that, runaway show for teens. What does that say? It says the opposite. It says this is a rational choice, not a chemical brain-based illness. So guess what happened? The month after the premiere, suicide spiked, right? Those misunderstandings and that stigma can literally cost lives. So just because you have me here, I'm sharing this. So I was the person that was also led the team that was commissioned by the FDA when all of the controversies started about whether medications cause people to be suicidal. Okay, so the FDA actually requires the CSSRS for the first time in 20 years. The only time they ever did that was cardiac monitoring. So do antidepressant medications cause someone to be suicidal like you see on the commercials? Actually, no. We've never had a medicine that it has been shown to cause somebody to be suicidal, which is why the FDA actually mandates the Columbia, because they want to actually get good data. So what did we worry about, right? We worried about some horrible natural experiment once medications were taken away, that suicide rates were going to go up. And that's exactly what happened. This was a study we did with an article we did with Newsweek years ago. Has this backfired? This boy from Columbine who said, I don't want to take those medicines. And this, evil guy was on one shoulder, good guy. And finally his mother convinced him, and he made the honor roll. And I say, not treating depression is what kills people. Dr. Gibbons says, how many people do we have to kill? And they say, FDA says, maybe we'll go back and revisit this. So fast forward to recently, Chantix is the #1 smoking cessation drug in the world. Smoking kills 1 in 5 people. And they had a black box warning based on nothing. This is my brain on Chantix, right? FDA said, somebody at FDA said to me, maybe 50,000 people were killed basically from unnecessary misinformation. So Pfizer presented their CSSRS data, and guess what? They voted to remove a black box for the first time. So science conquers ignorance, which is really awesome. What do we know? We know that antidepressants save lives. Not treating depression is what kills people. Autopsy studies are invariably associated with no treatment or lack of compliance. That graph are antidepressants, Prozac, Paxil, et cetera. They have, since their introduction, the suicide rate has dropped, reversing a trend prior to their introduction. Okay, so we know that these simple medicines are quite important to saving lives. And I'll get to why, though, what's going on. And we also know that, opioids, for example, a good portion of them are suicides, but even when they're not, there are people desperately trying to self-medicate in lieu of proper treatment. So if you go on the opioid site, for the federal one, you'll get to the CSSRS, I think, right? Eventually. But we need to get up much closer to find the people who are trying to self-medicate again and connect them to the care they need. And the risk of opioid overdose is double, in veterans. So, I also had the great honor to give a speech to the leaders of the European Union on how to fight depression and suicide. And I said, 90% of people who die by suicide have a treatable mental illness, most often of which is depression. So you can put up barriers on bridges and do all these very important things, but if you want to maximize impact, it's about treatment and identification. Sadly, most people who need treatment do not get it. 50 to 75% of those in need receive no treatment or inadequate treatment. And that was before COVID, okay? After COVID, it got even worse, right? People couldn't afford it. You'd go to the pharmacy, they say, we don't have any. I'm sure that's improved. But, when the study came out that antidepressants were the #1 prescription in the nation, my message to the media was that's encouraging. We worry much more about under treatment than about over treatment. And why? Why don't people get the life-saving care they need? Stigma and misunderstanding. This isn't a real illness. I'm weak if I ask for help. This is a New York City firefighter. It's the stigma to admitting you have any kind of problem that gets in the way of beating depression. When you see a real person up there, you know you're not alone and you can go out and get help. It's the culture that defines the protector. We call it the culture of machismo, from baseball to border protection, right? You know, when I went to give this to all the families of border protection, the head of border protection got up there, the one in New York here, and he said, we have to start understanding that seeking help is a sign of strength. Seeking help is a sign of strength. And it's baseball to border protection. This is quotes from baseball. It's like the thing with athletes, you're not supposed to show your weakness, right? Because then you let your competitors know that's a lot of time. You wouldn't go to the psychologist or whatever, because that just becomes your weakness. And then they say, when you try to talk to the psychologist about other things, they always relate it back to the sport, right? They relate it to your goals, right? So then that kind of reinforces the stigma and the fear and the misunderstanding about it's a sign of weakness as opposed to the opposite. So, and same thing with students. This is when Kennedy, one of the Kennedy family, she ended her life. And she wrote this at the boarding school that she was at. People talk about cancer freely. Why is it so difficult to discuss the effects of these things? Just because it's not outwardly visible. As students, we have the power to end that immediately. And we're going to talk about that, like how everybody literally, can help. Now, this barrier to help seeking is much more impenetrable in men. Men die by suicide more than women, right? And we used to think it's because they choose more effective, more, painful methods like hanging and shooting. But Dr. Gibbons, again, did really important work with the CDC. And you know what he found? Only 11% of male suicides had antidepressants in their system versus 41% in females, right? So we must pay attention to kind of breaking down that barrier of I'm weak if I ask for help. And this, again, I keep talking about how this stigma can really, really, really be life-threatening. So this is my friend, Kim Ruoko, who's the spokesperson for the Tragedy Assistance Program, which is what it's a DOD effort or NVA, I believe, where they help families who've lost their loved ones, who help serve our country. So her husband was a Marine pilot who had untreated depression for many years. He finally had the will to go to his commanding officer, who was empathic. He said, we've all been there. Take some time, take care of yourself, but whatever you do, don't go on treatment and don't go on medication, because you cannot do that and fly. And he's no longer alive. And she tells a story. And this slide is also one of the most important CSSRS slides that I'm going to show you. She tells a story that he was supposed to come home on leave in 2 days, but something in her gut told her to get on that red eye. And when she got there, it was too late. And she said, if only I had had these questions, I would have known not to leave him alone in that hotel room that night. You know what I say? We know she would have had a better chance of saving his life, right? So we also, at that same White House meeting I referenced at opioids, we also spoke about people die at home. We must learn to find people where they work, live, and thrive, have a public health approach, which I'm going to talk a good bit about. But you see that card? Ask your spouse, care for your spouse. You see how it says Columbia Orthopedics? When I was giving this to the people who work in orthopedics, we gave them that spouse card. Every person that you serve in the community, every single person can have that card, right? Ask your spouse, ask your kids. How much, guys, will that amplify your ability to save lives, right? That's so amazing. I don't know how many of you have seen what we give often, you may have seen some of these yellow clipboards, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of them running around in bags and things. And every time we give, or these Columbia bracelets, we put cards in, ask your coworker, ask your spouse, ask your kid. We need to paper the community with those people being able to utilize those resources. And, I told you about the 8 suicides in 15 months, until 2010, you couldn't be a pilot and have depression and keep your license. You could have any other kind of illness and get treated and get checked out and go back to work. Now there are 5 medicines, so they're making progress, but I can't tell you, there's still a long way to go. I remember, so in San Diego, the Navy, in an aircraft carrier, I gave this talk to 100 commanding officers. And one of them said, I'll never forget being a trainee, and the commanding officer brought me into his room, and he threw the book at him and threw a knife down and said, "Here, can I help you?" Treating it like feeling suicidal was criminal. But fast forward to this meeting, you know what this clergy said to me? He said, Dr. Posner, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I know that since using these questions, I've not had one suicide on my ship. And I hope you forgive me for telling you all these little empowering anecdotes. I hope they're not too many, but they really bring to life what your experience and what this has been like. So what happens when we start to do something about it? If you were in the military and you had to have a mental health visit, you'd have to go to an outpost, and nobody would want to make that walk because it was stigmatizing, right? So the DoD built something called the Behavioral Health Data Portal. So there are these kiosks within general medicine, and they, press the buttons. I'll never forget, Fort Polk, Louisiana, this provider looked at it towards the end of the visit. She said, "Oh my gosh, you have a rope in your car and you want to hang yourself." And she immediately redirected her treatment plan. Okay. And so the Army actually lowered suicide. Guess what else they did? They saved $30 to $40 million by reducing unnecessary overnights by 41%. And remember how I keep saying it's not about saving money. It's about the positive impact on care delivery. You guys know that ironically, in the military or the general community, post-hospitalization is the time of greatest risk. So when you don't put people in the hospital that don't need to be there, you avoid all that negative sequelae, right? The struggle to reintegrate, this false sense of recovery. So people were using outpatient behavioral health care more and in a more appropriate way. It's also used to monitor progress, whether you're an individual mental health provider on the ground, or you're the Army, who they use, how when PTSD treatment works, you assume that suicidal issues will improve, right? But they never had any data to show that. So they used a sub-portion of these millions of outcomes to show just that. And the Army got money for PTSD treatment. So you can use it. So did San Diego, right? To show what works and what doesn't. And on an individual provider basis, you can and should use this to monitor that somebody's getting better, right? That's a really, really useful thing to do. So, many of you know what this is, but basically it's a few simple questions to identify who needs help and connect them to care. So the question starts with, have you wished you were dead, or have you actually had thoughts of killing yourself? And only if that is yes, do you then ask, have you thought about how you might do this? Have you had these thoughts and had some intention of acting on them? Or have you started to work out or worked out the details of how to kill yourself? Do you intend to carry out this plan? Okay. And then the screener last question is, have you done anything, started to do anything, or prepared to do anything to end your life, like collecting pills, getting a gun, writing a note? Okay. Very simple. And then when you're monitoring, right, we're going to talk about that too. You don't even have to ask the first question, but it's always 2 to 6 questions, right? And only if 2 is yes, do you ask 3, 4, and 5, because you can't have methods, intent, or intent plus plan, right? If you don't have a thought of killing yourself. Those are subcategories of it. That's why those questions are indented. And New York State, when they first brought this for every behavioral health contact, they said it very well, that what's really nice is that this is proscriptive enough for the non-professional, right? So that policeman or that mental health worker, or not the mental health worker, you know, that ED triage nurse, whoever has a formula, right? They have an algorithm, but it's flexible enough just to inform a clinician's judgment. So it does both, right? And so all the questions are the same, but the next steps look different. You see how it says primary care screener? So the next step will just correspond to whatever it should, right? You see how it's color coded, it's algorithmic. High risk, only 1% of people get a high risk answer, okay? What does that mean? Did they have a 4 or 5 in the last month if it's ideation, or a behavior in the last 3 months? What is a 4? A 4 is intent to act. That was one of the game changers with our science, right? And it was a priori. When they say, I can't tell you if I'm going to do something, the difference between a 3 and a 3 is I could take pills, I could jump off the bridge, but I'd never do anything about it. When they get to a 4, they say, I can't tell you if I'm going to do something about it. So then we know risk jumps 100%, okay? So does that mean you never worry about a 3? No, it just means when you get to a 4, you know you have to go to a next step. So listen to this, everybody. What does high risk mean? That getting that 1% high risk answer only means you have to get a further evaluation and keep them safe while you're trying to do that. That's it. Doesn't mean anything else. So this is like the summary, right? Reduce suicide, reduce workload, reduce liability. That's great, because when something's an all upside story, it helps us save lives, right? So we think I think it's 160 languages at this point, you know, all over the globe. It's, you know, been chosen as the, you know, national agencies, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, you know how it came to be? We were helping run the first NIMH treatment of adolescent suicide attempters study. Even though it's the 2nd or 3rd leading cause of death, we had never had a large intervention trial to look at how to help them. So in this important national effort, we had every scale for suicide and depression, and the experts said there's nothing to do with this. So we created it to fill this gaping hole in the field that had never been filled before. And it's a partnership with Beck's group, you know, who, you know, is, you know, the thought leaders and the Beck scales, and took a lot of the leading science. So, but what did we create, and why has this been the adopted method? Well, first of all, of critical importance, it's the first time we have the full range of behaviors that we need to get at. In the past, you would have been lucky if you got asked about a suicide attempt, and then you missed the person who bought the gun or wrote the note or collected the pills, right? Things we cannot afford to miss. So we knew the importance of the full range of behavior, but we couldn't have imagined quite how important. Look at this data. Of the 1% of behaviors of high risk answers, only 13% were actual suicide attempts. That means we were missing 87% of serious suicidal behaviors that we have to ask about to save lives before this one simple question. And guess what else our science tells us? It tells us that each one of those behaviors are equally predictive. An interrupted attempt is even more predictive. So as I said, the potency, you know, of that, I think, you know, helps to explain some of the impact as well. And, you know, I'm going to talk a lot about the public health approach, you know, and community public health approaches. So Zero Suicide, which many of you may be familiar with, which is across the nation and across the globe. It's a public-private partnership. But, you know, this is Connecticut. A front desk staff member noticed a patient, didn't look well, right? Knew it was okay to ask, revealed the disclosure of a note, which led him to be taken to the hospital. Do you know that Vermont, I think it's from Vermont, forgive me if I'm wrong, but they have policy for receptionists and custodians. I'm going to get to that, okay? Every person, we have to have a public health approach within the walls of healthcare as well as outside the walls of healthcare. And everybody that is within those facilities and community can actually be part of the solution, right? And again, that front desk staff member is not going to ask everybody like you are or like the primary care doctor is. But again, something like this happens, he or she will be equipped to actually be able to help. Every one of the school shooters, okay, pretty much wrote a note, okay? So maybe, who knows? Maybe if somebody had asked, maybe something could have been diverted or earlier. So the other reason that the CSSRS has been adopted is because it's the first time, like I said, we have evidence-based thresholds for who to worry about, okay? And what that has done consistently is reduce unnecessary interventions, okay? So these are one-to-ones in a general medical hospital, all right? I remember another hospital saying, you know, we had 20 one-to-ones indicated, but we didn't have 20 people to watch them. So before the CSSRS, it was like playing Russian roulette. You know, the Joint Commission tells us why they want the Columbia everywhere, et cetera. But my first call with them ever, you know what they said? Oh my gosh, this is going to be so helpful in reducing those unnecessary ED holds. And like I told you, when you intervene with somebody unnecessarily, it will shut them down potentially when they actually do need it. You know, I talked about this, you know, we work a lot with the military. You know how many people have come up to me, said, oh my gosh, we want to deploy, we want to whatever. We know if we say one wrong thing, we're not going to be able to do that. And, you know, they can use this science-based approach. So if you have a wish to die, which is not a high risk, well, then you don't have to be stopped from serving, whether you're a policeman, you know, or anyone else. Oh, and so this is really exciting, okay? Really important and really exciting. There was a study out of Sweden in the ERs in Sweden, and they found that the screener predicted death by suicide in the imminent risk timeframes. That's awesome. Why is that? We've never had that in the field, right? We've had this elusive goal of figuring out what imminent risk is, but we've never had a study that showed that anything predicted death by suicide, right? Beck has had one study, but it's over a 20-year period. So this is incredibly reinforcing science, right? That why doing this is important and why it's been so helpful. Okay.
We received a 911 call from a woman named Joan who said she was upset and afraid she might kill herself. So I was dispatched to her location. I've been in situations like this before where it was really hard to tell if someone was actually in danger of suicide or not. Fortunately, I was recently introduced to CSSRS, and I could use a few quick questions to help me decide what level of care she needed. Hi, are you Joan?
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you called us. We're gonna get you some help, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a few questions about your thoughts and behaviors over the past few weeks to help us better understand how to help you. Is that okay?
Okay. Am I gonna have to go to the hospital?
Let's just get all the information about what's going on first, and then we can talk about that. All right?
Okay.
Good. Have you wished you were dead or wished you could go to sleep and not wake up?
Yeah. I wish I was dead right now.
Have you actually had any thoughts about killing yourself?
No, I would never do that.
Okay. Have you ever done anything, started to do anything, or prepared to do anything to end your life?
I mean, once when I was a teenager, I wrote a note to my friend saying I wanted to die, but nothing recently.
Okay, thanks.
So, you know, I always say, so that policeman had an algorithm. That woman needed a referral, that young woman, right? But she didn't need to be taken to that ED hold room where she was just going to be sent away. So she had a wish to die, right? Which was a 1. She had a high risk, a behavior many years ago. So it doesn't fall into that high risk category, right? So he knew what to do and he knew what should be done in terms of what would be best for her as well. And I always say that policeman doesn't want to actually take that person to the hospital when they don't need to. They're very grateful for something that helps them. By the way, that's our building where one of our buildings where we work at Columbia, and he's like a law and order actor. You can see this on the Center for Practice Innovation is the leading training organization, and you'll see this on zero suicide and stuff. But
we received.
So, one of the first VAs before it went very top down in Detroit, they said, Dr. Posner, we love this scale. We can't wait to do it, but don't you ever think we're going to get 1%? We're a VA. So they did a study of the more high risk vets, and only the ones that were going to see their psychiatrist, and only 5 out of 3,000 required more acute care. So they said what that said to them programmatically and in terms of redirecting resources was incredible. So what you see across state systems are these well delineating alerting policies and the optimizing identification of those at high risk. So, Becky Stoll says that's center stone, right? And she's the head of disaster prevention. With so many patients, it's like mining for gold, and the Columbia is the sifter. Remember I talked about center stone and the person that they called on the bridge? This is their algorithm. You get the 1% answer. You go into purple in the crisis pathway, they don't show up. You saw that little operator will try to call them. And then there's another algorithm with the same formula that gets them off of it. That down there is New York State's EHR. It's not just the CSSRS. When you get those 1% high risk answers, those big red suicide alert arrows go off, and that travels with the person theoretically. So if they're off the grid at some community outpatient clinic 3 years later, some provider will have that high risk information. And I cannot overstate the importance of that alerting for yourself, if you're an individual practitioner, or for a system, or for a state, to be able to optimize your prevention efforts. So you know what, I'm not going to do this. This is a great video. We'll send the link. But I want to have enough time. And also when you're doing this everywhere, like, universal screening, you don't open the floodgate. It's the opposite. You see 1% or less typically, right? We know we can ask, and it does the opposite. Why did people not want to ask, right? Well, first of all, they didn't know what questions to ask. They didn't know what to do with the answers. And more than that, they didn't know if it would be harmful, if it would cause somebody to be suicidal. Actually, the opposite, right? When people are suffering, they actually want help, and it relieves distress. So Dr. Gould, who's an author on the Columbia, has a seminal article in JAMA in high schoolers. Asking doesn't only not cause suicidal ideation, it actually, doesn't cause distress and relieves it. The other barrier was liability, right? We don't have a perfect formula. We may never have a perfect formula. How do I ask, what if something happens? So malpractice attorneys have written for a long time, if you use the Columbia, you're protected because it has more science than anything. One official again said, you don't get into trouble for a bad outcome, you get into trouble for not doing something. So that's why I feel like it's become the minimum standard of care. If you're not doing it, you're not protected. And the Navy non-mental health providers also made this really nice point about the internal liability. At least you knew you did everything you could have done. And when I say more science, we have a book with 120 studies. I think my head of science yesterday told me 600 published studies, 50 with direct validity. I mean, great amount of science, which frees us up to be able to help people. So legal protection, all that, that's healthcare, but not only in healthcare, everywhere. Do you know when MIT had a suicide like every university does? The Supreme Court brief wrote about this. The reasonable standard. What does that mean? It means that the teacher, the custodian, the resident advisor, they're freed up to be able to ask without worrying, God forbid, if something happens, right? That's so important. And police, so this is out of Connecticut, right? They have it in like law, policy. You see this police using it as a way to protect against liability. Okay, so that's kind of big in state and policy, but we've heard this for so many years. This was out of Fargo, right? This is a game changer. We used to have to take somebody because of liability reasons. Now we have something to hang our hat on, right? Indispensable tool, added protection against liability, right? This is for the state of Connecticut. This is what every state and many nations look like. So I'm going to stop. This is one of, again, the really important things. Clearly you've seen that you don't have to be a mental health professional to administer this scale, but you really have to understand that means everybody. I went to Connecticut to give a talk for the state, and this huge system said to me, we gave it to the janitors, to the custodians. And this clinician from the VA said exactly right. I'll never forget that case where the only person that veteran spoke to was the janitor. And it doesn't mean he's ever going to need to ask these questions, but if it would be helpful, he'll be prepared to. You hear about veterans taking their lives in the parking lots, right? That guy who's like sitting in that booth in the parking lot can have the questions, you know, from canteen workers to cemetery workers. There is no human being that can't be equipped. You know, when this first went big public health, you know, the VA, a VA lawyer actually saved the life of a vet, and the chief counsel for the VA said, let's make this scalable. Okay, from a saving a life story. So he did a training, right? A talk to all the VA lawyers and all the community partners, right? There is no piece of your system that can't do it. Now you heard on CNN them talk about the Marines, but we know that we desperately need to have a public health approach. This was my co-director, Dr. Franklin. She was the head of suicide prevention for DOD and VA. And she wrote this urgent memo out of the Pentagon that we must put the Columbia in everybody's hands because many people don't ever get to the doctor. She was really the person, one of the central people to show the field why we weren't moving the needle, because we have to find people where they work, live, and thrive. That made a huge, huge difference, okay? And you saw that helped the Marines lower suicide by 22%. By the way, they also reduced alcohol incidents, sexual assault, like there can be a lot of benefit, right? This was clergy, legal assistants, financial aid counselors, and then the Air Force took that to another level, right? Clergy, every airman, very, very scalable, you know, spouses, et cetera. That helped them be the only service to lower suicide and the lowest in the reserve since, you know, 2012. Remember I told you the Army lowered suicide? When they unpacked it, they saw the benefit in active duty. It was the reserves where they still saw the challenge, right? Because we have to go find people. We work with the EOD, explosive ordnance guys, who don't even use Facebook. So they have these cards in their pocket. I give you these examples because these will be helpful, God willing, to you in the field, in the community, to find the nooks and crannies that we need to find to get people connected to care. And the linking of systems looks the same, can be within any system, right? So within the school, it's anybody. You know, I was saying that Vermont has policy for like custodians, and they tell stories about the custodian talking to the coach, saving the kid's life, right? This is across 21 states, 11-year-old softball players, okay? There is no age, no person, no community that can't benefit. And this is important, right? This is what most states look like. And the linking of systems is so critical. Tennessee, it's the crisis assessment tool. You know, it's been a transformation of practices so that any member of the community or family member receives the help they need before it's too late. And they said it's so important that the school is doing the same thing as the EMT, as the hospital. That quickens care, right? And you see all the ways that different states have done it. So, you know, Nevada was the first one, every first responder, every gatekeeper, and we can work, you know, with any community, any individual to kind of optimize this stuff. And we've known state after state since going all in, you know, from sex trafficking to fire authority. You know, Utah was the first one to say we've lowered suicide, reversing an upward trend. There's a global toolkit from the prisons in New Zealand, et cetera, a lot of wheels that don't need to be reinvented. And it is the language. So this is the CDC document, right? And it says, you see Posner et al., and there's a CSSRS link there, but also the unacceptable terms, right? Successful suicide, completed suicide. You know, our work with the CDC is taking the pejorative or positive connotation away from suicide and moving us towards a more meaningful common language. And all the national agencies pretty much have this same thing. And that's really good. You know, Joint Commission said, by adopting the same thing with all caregivers, which is what you are, right? Right? That helps us focus on the folks at highest risk. And this will only take 1 minute. And this was the congressional hearings a few years ago.
I couldn't be more pleased to tell you that the services meet on a quarterly basis. Their suicide prevention program managers we've had 2 of those meetings so far. They're 2-day meetings. They share a number of best practices. I could give you examples, and you heard in some of their testimony where some of them are implementing similar tools like the Columbia Suicide Severity Scale or the VA safety planning. They learn that from each other, and those are exciting opportunities. And I absolutely see that as the future of the office.
We've also implemented several key evidence-based suicide prevention and intervention measures, including training on the use of the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale and the Veterans Affairs Safety Plan to enhance risk assessment and intervention at the deck plate. To assess the...
So the point is, right? The services learn it from each other, and you can learn it from each other, community to community, teacher to teacher, right? We all can kind of help each other and be in it together. And you heard at the beginning talking about, a common language can literally be like medicine. We know that a common language is an intervention in and of itself. It builds cohesion, it builds connectedness. The CDC tells us that connectedness is one of the most important things we can do to save lives. And we know that peer-to-peer is one of the most important ways that we can do just that. This is one of the big studies, 10 EU countries, 11,000 students. The peer-to-peer component was the one that reduced suicide attempts more than anything. And in the times we're in, it becomes all the more important. Dr. Franklin talks about the battle buddies that, you're lucky if you get telehealth once a week or you get somebody to visit you, all the more important to check in on your friends, your coworkers, your neighbors. And if you're a parent, that message that, like on the airplane, you put the oxygen mask on yourself first, we also have to care. You have to care for yourself before you can care for anyone else. And lest you doubt the importance of connectedness, there was a study that showed that its opposite, loneliness, is equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day, more lethal than heart disease or obesity. And this scale can be more than a method to identify risk. It's a framework for normalizing the tough conversations, reducing stigma, connecting. And we know from other mass traumas as well, and I would actually venture to say probably in life in general, that when you're the altruistic element, the asking someone else, helping someone else actually helps you heal, right? It helps everybody feel better. And I told you, California people have used this, SAMHSA and NIMH said, we've never had such big data to show us what works and what doesn't. So you guys in your communities can actually use it in that way as well, just like San Diego did to get money for something. This is some of the examples. And using it, like I said, to track improvement. And one of the last things I'll say is that it's just as important to have flexible and innovative delivery as it is to have the right questions. So our exciting challenge now, my friend who lost his daughter at Parkland, he said, I don't understand why every human being across the world doesn't have this. I said, because everyone doesn't know about it, right? Hundreds of millions have used it. So milk cartons, sides of buses, keep your fingers crossed. Amazon said, maybe we'll put a Columbia on the side of the Amazon box, right? Around a coffee mug, on the side, next to the water cooler, right? I challenge you guys, all right, to have creative, innovative solutions so that it can be in the grocery store to wherever. People do this. Like this came out of Tennessee, Badge Buddies, right? You guys can have your own creative solutions that will just empower everybody. And these things don't replace each other. They just complement each other. So, I said I would give hopeful counterparts. It might sound hokey, but at one point in history, learning to wash hands began saving lives. Now asking and being there will do just that. It will build resilience and it will help us save lives. You heard how Israel said it's changing the way we live our lives. They said breaking down barriers that have been built up over thousands of years. So the 3rd generation Holocaust survivor who never had a voice does. The Israeli provider can talk to the Arab child. And baseball and Parkland said the same thing. Now as a community, we don't have to sit back and feel powerless. We can feel like we're part of the solution, and it will help us all with our trauma and healing. And so I do have some time for questions, and I am so grateful to have had this this time for you. And this is our website. This is my email. We are a 24/7 center, whether you're an individual or a community or an agency, to help you save lives in whatever way that we can.
Thank you so much, Dr. Posner. That, wow, lots of good stuff. So before we get into the deep questions, someone wants to know if you'll be able to share the PowerPoint.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm not sure how we'll do that, Lisa, but, or maybe in the chat.
You could send it to Megan. I think she's the one that's been in contact with you, so that'll be fine.
Perfect. Okay. And the other one is people are looking on your website for all the great cards that you had. How do they get those?
Yeah, so they're there, and you can also email us and say, hey, can we have the fireman card with our little California logo, whatever. So we help you all the time, but they're all there. And if you can't find what you need, just email us.
Beautiful. Okay, so here's the first question from Nick. It says, how do y'all feel about the phrase saving someone from suicide? As providers, I believe we can't save anyone, and this language is really misleading.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I've ever heard that, like, you know, saving someone from suicide. We say saving a life. And I think you're talking about that stigma and pejorative stuff that we were talking about, right? You can get somebody help for depression. You can connect them to the treatment they need, right? All those things we spoke about. So yeah, I don't have a particularly favorable impression of that phrase either, though I haven't heard it all that much.
Gotcha. Okay, so in the case of a client who works as a first responder, law enforcement, corrections, and they have shared about fears of losing their jobs given their mental health issues. A topic has been talked about: what happens if a person in the named professions above is hospitalized for suicide ideation or planning? What could be a direction for those who this person works with to address this stigma? And it's a true concern is if these individuals have this thought process, are there more out there that have the same way of thinking? It may prevent them from asking for help.
Absolutely, you know, and this is a huge issue in these professions. And as I said, more firemen than fire, more police than crime, right? I can't tell you how many times people who work in the military or in, you know, intelligence said, you know, I can't say anything. I'm going to lose my job. And I think that the people in these communities are working very hard. You know, we have to combat the stigma like we were talking about. And when they see leaders up there saying that, it's a sign of strength to ask for help. I actually had depression. By the way, all we're going to do is keep you safe. We're going to give your gun to a friend while you get treatment. And then as soon as you get checked, like I said, you know, if you're an airline pilot and you had cancer, God forbid, you got chemotherapy, you'd get checked out, you'd go back to work, right? And the more people and agencies can use the science and what we know about these things and treat them like any other medical illness, the more we'll help, you know, combat those horrific scenarios, you know, like that Marine person said, whatever you do, don't go on treatment because you can't do that in flight. We've made a lot of progress, but I think continuing to give these messages that I've been speaking about, right, to combat that stigma, and continuing for leadership to send those messages and to work on appropriate policies that don't reinforce it.
And this next question, I think this totally relates. How can we help support people battling stigma and misunderstanding to seek support and care? Not just first responders, but
it's everybody, right? It's everybody. I'm weak if I ask for help. This isn't a real illness. You know, it doesn't matter where you go in the world. That's why up to 75% of people do not get these medicines, and particularly in men. So the more you give these messages, everything I told you today, this is a treatable medical illness. If you had asthma, you'd have an inhaler. If you had an infection, you'd have an antibiotic. This is a genetic chemical illness, right? That touches more people than anything. The more we talk about it without stigma and fear, right? and ask, like, how are you? And the more we make it routine and the more we spread these messages, right? That the basic medical information I talked about today, right? Then that will start to heal, you know? I mean, the good news is, I don't know, I think there was one survey that said that over 90% of Americans see brain issues the same thing they do any other physical or medical issues, you know, so we're making progress, but those are the things, you know, give these messages and this information to anybody and everybody, including your children, your spouses, you know, and the information about depression. Depression is treatable, right? There is help, there is hope. Suicide is preventable, right? You ask the suicide questions, you normalize it in all the ways that we spoke about, you do all those things, and we'll continue to hopefully be in a better place.
Beautiful. So why is it some people have more suicide thoughts after taking medication if it isn't due to that? Is it just depression becoming worse, worse than becoming better?
I'm so happy you asked me that. So I don't know if, I think I said this, that I was the person commissioned by the FDA, right? When all of those things happened. So I was also in this Harvard best practices meeting where that was one of the questions we had to answer. You know, there's this clinical lore that you have to watch somebody at the beginning of antidepressant treatment because it will cause them to be more suicidal. Actually, the opposite. When is somebody going to seek treatment? When are they going to be? They're going to be the most suicidal when they're seeking treatment. So somebody, I think out of California, a leading researcher, did a study and he found that the time of greatest risk is the month before starting treatment. And then it declines steadily after treatment. And they compared it to psychotherapy. And it was the exact same trends. What does that mean? That medication hasn't had a chance to work yet, right? Which is why the risk is up in the beginning. And we must turn around those dangerous myths.
Okay, this is a long one, but it looks pretty darn important. I've been using the CSSRS in a school setting. We have students who have been assessed and responded yes to question 4 and 5. Based on this results, we recommend for the student to be assessed by the local crisis center. Student is transported with parent to the center, and I communicate with the crisis center to make the referral. In my experience, the student arrives at the crisis center, is assessed and determined that the student is not high risk, previously indicated by the CSSRS. This oftentimes impacts the relationship with the student and parent, as they know that they were sent without a need. What is most concerning is that oftentimes the student is released without an aftercare plan. I worry so much about the message this sends to parents and students. What would you recommend?
Well, first of all, you know, it's somewhat music to my ears that you guys are using the thresholds, right, in that way to get what we think the right kids are to care. So that's the one piece of good news there. The other thing I would say is that when they get, remember how I said, you get that high risk answer, all it means is a further evaluation. And then remember I said, a clinician can just use it flexibly to inform their judgment. So let's say there's a clinician, ED or whatever, who says somebody had a red answer 29 days ago, but they got back together with their girlfriend. No other, they know that they don't have to be hospitalized, even though they had a high risk. That's what the assessment, that's what the further assessment determined, right? Even though they had that flag. And then there might be somebody else who doesn't have a high risk answer, you know, that does get hospitalized because of all these other reasons. So I would say that understanding that nuance is important, and what they need to do is explain it like that. Yes, you have an answer that made us really concerned, okay, about your safety and about how you're feeling. I have determined based on all of these factors that I don't think you need to be hospitalized, okay? But, right, so when you explain that, it doesn't invalidate what happened. Now, in a million years, should this person not have had an aftercare plan? Of course not, right? So, you know, we can't fix everything, and we can't fix people who aren't being as competent as they should. But I I haven't heard that kind of story, you know, all that much. We hear the opposite, that everybody gets, they hospitalize them because they're worried about liability, even if they don't have a high risk answer. And I always say that that's actually hurting people and that's increasing your liability. But, you know, I think those are my, I hope that was somewhat helpful, my reflection on that.
Okay, we're probably not going to get to all the questions, but this is the last one, I think. That was a great video with police interviewing in a suicide attempt. Are law enforcement in states and counties being provided the training for CSSRS?
So all, you know, like I said, all 50 states like have this, and it was the crisis assessment tool in Tennessee, first of all, and most of it is the firemen and the policemen. And the CSSRS is so simple and straightforward. You know, training isn't even required, but most people use it because, as you said, it's helpful. So we have the Center for Practice Innovation has a training, and a lot of states build that into their portals. A lot of, you know, systems and police, et cetera, actually use that is part of the central training that they would all see, and anybody can have access to it.
Beautiful. Okay, well, I think we are at the end, Dr. Posner. That was beautiful, so informative for people who haven't had any experience with the CSSRS. And again, you can reach her. There's her website and her email address, and she'll answer you. That's the most beautiful part. So thank you, Dr. Posner. That was
You're
fantastic.
gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh, but I'm gonna give you my cell phone too for important questions. Okay, you ready? It's 646-286-7439. And again, we're here to help any community to bring this and help you save lives.
And the training, how much does it cost, Dr. Posner?
Oh gosh, it's totally free.
It's free. I mean, how can we not save lives? Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was great. So happy to be here with you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I want to hear the end of your story, but I have to go do a presentation right now, so I'll email you.
Call me later. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone, we are going to be getting started in just about a minute. We just found out that we lost our UK audience because it's approaching midnight there, maybe past midnight. And we were so excited that we had a UK audience. It might've been an audience of one, but we had no idea that our invitation had gotten so far. So that is pretty exciting. Our last session of the day will be our speakers panel sharing about how to have a better crisis. And we have several young women with us who are going to share some of their story this afternoon. And I'd like to turn things over to Nicole Johnson, our colleague from Cuesta College, to introduce our moderator.
Welcome. I'm excited to introduce Dr. Ashley Hart. She is a California licensed clinical psychologist. Dr. Hart provides mental health services to students at Cuesta College in San Luis Obispo, California. She also maintains a private practice, Sacred Space Psychology, where she serves adult individuals and couples. Dr. Hart's therapeutic approaches begin with a strong therapeutic alliance in which individuals from diverse backgrounds feel safe and heard. From this foundation, she works collaboratively with clients to identify places they feel stuck, create understanding and meaning, and heal psychological trauma through evidence-based approaches. Dr. Ashley Hart.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I'm so honored to participate in this event. It's just been a wonderful day, so thank you for having me. Let's see, for today, we have 3 individuals who are going to speak to us about their lived experiences. Before I go ahead and have them introduce themselves, I just want to say we have about 5 questions. We'll do our best to get through them. And then if there are follow-up questions, I believe you can put those in the chat. Is that for Nicole? Does that go to Nicole? Is that right?
Yes, I will. So Nicole Johnson, if you do have questions, please send those my way and we will try and get to as many of those as we can.
Okay, great. So without further ado, I'm going to go to our participants, and I'd like you to introduce yourselves, say something about what brought you to today and why this is important, why you wanted to participate. Juanita, will you get us started?
Sure, thank you. Hi, my name is Juanita. I am a case manager at the Adult Service Partnership Program at Transitions Mental Health Association. My lived experience consists of suicidal ideation since the age of 12 and 2 psychiatric hospitalizations in college. My first hospitalization was due to danger to self. I had intent and a plan to kill myself, and thankfully, one of my friends was there to intervene and convince me to go get help. My second hospitalization, which was just 7 months after the first one, was for grave disability after experiencing my first 2-week manic episode, and that led me to slip into psychosis, and it left me unable to care for myself. So I just wanted to say that even though my experiences were not perfect, and I actually deal with some PTSD due to the second hospitalization, both of the original 5150 holds did save my life. So I'm just here to talk about what went well, what helped me, what could have been better. And now that I'm working with individuals who are still dealing with this stuff, I'm kind of on the other side now. So I have this great experience and this lived experience and this new viewpoint. So yeah.
Thanks, Juanita. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing all of that information. Okay, I'll turn to Kylene. Would you be willing to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Kylene Hashimoto, and I am the current chair for Fresno County Behavioral Health Board. I am also a committee member on the Youth Innovation Committee for Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. I always have to think about that one. And then also the MHS OAC Family and Client Leadership Committee. And so, like the other ladies on this panel, I have personal lived experience. I have cycled through 7 psychologists, 5 psychiatrists, over 14 different medications were prescribed to me. I have been deemed a 5150 on 2 accounts, 2 suicide attempts, and have spent a total of 16 days in inpatient psychiatric hospitals. So I'm on this panel and I'm a strong TAY advocate because I want to make sure that others have a better experience and don't face those same barriers and challenges as I did. So, and also I think through advocacy, empower others to start sharing their story, because I find that to be very therapeutic in my healing.
Thanks, Kylene. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing all of that. Yeah. Mercedes?
Hi guys, I'm Mercedes Adams. I'm a part of the Tulare County Suicide Prevention Task Force. Starting in high school, I suffered a lot with suicide ideation, which led me to multiple attempts. My final attempt was 9 years ago, and it was life-threatening. That put me on life support and in a psychiatric hospital for 7 days. Since then, becoming a part of the task force has majorly impacted my life. And I've came so far to now I'm living a great life. I have 2 children. And but with all of that, I've learned so much about suicide prevention, and I hope I can help do better, or, you know, show people what's needed out there to actually help those that are suffering or hurting. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, I think we'll just get started here. I'll ask the first question, and you know, let me know if anything comes up or whatever it may be. We can go as at our own pace, whatever feels right. Okay. Okay. So the first question is, what system support did you find to be helpful in a crisis? And maybe we'll just, if it feels good, we can just go in the direction that we went in with Juanita starting, but I'll leave that up to you 3.
Yeah, I don't mind going first. For me, the most helpful thing were my friends. My family was not helpful, not because they didn't want to be, but they were the cause of a lot of my trauma when I was a child. So I had a lot of friends who were like my family, my picked family. So they were the ones who were there for me when I was hospitalized both times. My closest friend was the one who actually stopped me from trying to kill myself the first time. So yeah, I would say my friends were the biggest support for me. My therapist, my first therapist that I went to was also a lot of help. She was also the only therapist. I've had 10 now. And she was the only one that looked like me and talked like me. She also spoke Spanish. So for me, it was like a safety that I've never felt before. And I haven't had that since then, but I don't know where I would be without her. So yeah, I would say friends and that therapist I had back then.
Awesome, thank you. What about you, Kylene, in terms of what system support you found most helpful?
So for me, it was definitely, I had strong support from my family. I'm half Japanese and half Chinese. So, and I'll get into the Japanese side of the family, but my mom's side, Chinese, we had actually lost someone that was like a brother to me, so my cousin, to suicide. And so when I was going through, I call it my episodes, they were just extremely supportive of me and tried to always be there. And so definitely family. And then also just finding that right concoction of the right psychologist, the right psychiatrist, and the medications. Although that was quite a process, once we found the right mixture, definitely has changed my life in that way.
Okay. Can I ask you just a quick follow-up on that? As you've gone through that process, what did you find helpful in going through that process and identifying good resources?
So if it weren't for, it sounds terrible, but if it weren't for different connections, I wouldn't have gotten the services that I do have now. There was a 6-month waiting period to get into certain psychologists' office, especially that take your right insurance or that are a good fit for you. So I got the psychiatrist I have now because of a friend's father who works up there in the medical field. And then my psychologist was a similar situation. So that's also another challenge or barrier that I wish I didn't have to face. And so I know that it shouldn't take that kind of privilege to get those things.
Okay, thank you, sir, for speaking to that. I think it's important. Yeah, okay. What about for you, Mercedes?
At the time, I didn't have much support. I didn't speak to my family, which was a good thing, but the family that I was around, they were didn't understand much. But at the time I had a therapist who, he seemed to understand at that time. And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. But it took a long time to get him there, but he's the one who found me and saved me at that time. They did home visits, which was probably a good thing then, and also just my friends, I had multiple attempts. So sometimes I would find the right people that would help me talk me out of it, or were there to listen. And knowing who to call and what to reach out and do was huge. Who actually understood and who wasn't just gonna brush it to the side like I was seeking attention, Also, once I finally was placed in a psychiatric hospital, being there for 7 days and having that time to not stress about other things, to not have ways to do anything, and to maybe sit there and think about what is going on and what needs to change and have no outside voices coming in was huge in the next steps to recovery, and getting better for me. So yeah, that's what helped me at the time.
Great. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, I'll go to the next question. Does that feel right?
Sounds
we good? Yeah. Okay, the next one is your experience. In your experience, are there things said or done that may cause the crisis to be more traumatizing than helpful?
When I was thinking about this question, two very distinct memories came up for me. when I first told a friend, you know, I'm thinking about this stuff, I'm having some ideation, she rushed me to the urgent care on campus. I was a UC Davis student at the time, and they have an urgent care and like medical facilities at the campus. And we walked in, and the person at the front desk asked me, "Hi, how are you today?" And I just broke down because I was like, I don't know how to answer that. Like, that's not helpful. And I don't like, I just broke down and I actually ran out of the urgent care. My friend had to convince me to come back. And the person was like, "Oh, okay, I think I know what's going on here. Let me talk to the friend." So that was not helpful. Just the initial, like, you know, when people are like, how are you today? And the second memory that I have is when they finally got me upstairs to see a doctor. I got a male white provider, and he came into the room and asked me what was wrong. And so I was trying to like let him know that I don't feel well, like I'm having these thoughts and they're scary. And he ran out of the room. He just like got out of his chair and ran out. Like he looked really scared. And so then I was scared because I thought like, oh, this is supposed to be a safe person who I can talk to. And I looked to the person that was with me. I think she was a counselor, a school counselor. And I was like, is this normal? Am I okay? Like, I felt like I had done something wrong. And she was like, I'm not sure. This doesn't seem like protocol. And he came back and was like, there's something wrong with you and we need to keep you here, and I'm not going to let you go home. And to me, like, I had never heard these things. I didn't know what safety planning was. And he wasn't presenting it in like, we're going to get you to a safe spot. He was just saying, there's something wrong with you and I'm not going to let you leave. So from then on, I had it in my head that if I was truthful, and, you know, I could get into more trouble. So, yeah, that was not a good experience. So those were just my initial, I never wanted to tell like a PCP anything about mental health. To this day, I still have a hard time talking to a PCP about that stuff. I save it for like my therapist who knows me better. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for sharing that. And I think it echoes what we've heard today in the power that providers have, and just anyone around. If there's a huge misalignment or you feel that they don't feel safe in the situation, it reflects on, you know, what's happening for you in the moment, and it's significant. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Kylene, what about you in terms of your experience? What was helpful, and you know, what was more traumatizing than helpful?
So, like I mentioned, I'm half Japanese. So my dad, when the really full brunt of everything was going on, I remember him walking into the room and saying, "Why are you doing this to me?" And so, oh man, I've told this story 100 times and I always tear up a little bit, but it was just kind of like, well, so this is all like, it's not like it was intentional, but I felt like it was all my fault. Like I couldn't help it, but at the same time, I had nobody else to blame. And so after that, I couldn't talk to my dad anymore. And luckily I had the support of my mom, but also just because we would talk about how my grandmother, she was in the internment camps and how they always had it much worse than I. And so I was ungrateful and things like that. And it wasn't like he was intentionally trying to make me feel bad or anything. It's just, he wasn't in a situation that he was familiar with. So I think you just kind of say what you say, not thinking about them. But so that was traumatizing. But then also within the system itself, so the first time I was 5150'd, the facility was impacted. So they had people that were more severe than the unit that was for those that were on the same level of depression. And so I remember my roommate, she would sit up in the middle of the night, just talking to herself, looking at the wall. So as a 18-year-old, I was scared. And so I remember that also the like the group therapy, so you do something every hour, those sessions would get canceled. So you're kind of sitting there like thinking to yourself, you don't really have anything else to do. And I was stressing about, I still have schoolwork. People are going to be asking where I was. There's so much, I can't be in here. I'm losing out on things that I really need to get to do. So then the second time I knew what was coming and I really didn't want to be there. And so I just broke down crying and I didn't want to leave that intake room. And so because I wouldn't leave, there was a police guard who came up to me and tried to grab my arm and escort me to the other rooms. And I just kept yelling, like, I don't want to be touched. And so I like to think I'm like an even keel person, but in that moment, I just lost it. And I was saying, I stood up on the table and just sat there. And so what ended up happening is there were 4 people that came into that small room, and they all just kind of grabbed me. And I remember being escorted to Unit 4. I was in Unit 2 at the time. And I was then handcuffed to a bed and my feet and hands were bound. And then I also had a muzzle. So, I mean, definitely felt, I guess, inhumane almost. I didn't feel like a person anymore.
Yeah.
So clearly you feel the trauma here.
Right. Right. Yeah. Thank you, Kylene. Thank you for sharing. And I think the details and the specificity in what you're saying, you know, really kind of strikes a chord. I know it does in my heart. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mercedes, what about you and your experience? What's been more traumatizing than helpful?
So at the time of my life-threatening attempt, like I said, I had a family that had taken me in, and my family had caused a lot of trauma, and that was kind of a lot of what led me to the place I was in my blood family. And they had never dealt with, like she said, they had never dealt with anyone like me or didn't know how to handle it. And they would say, you have us now, you shouldn't feel this way, you know, and the comments were just made me feel like, what's wrong with me? Like, am I this messed up? And why do I want to die? They love me, they care about me, you know, but they would just keep on. And they got to the point where they would get I don't think it was intentional. They just had never dealt with it before. And they made me feel really, really guilty and bad. And instead of trying to get me, they did try and get help, but they didn't really know how. They would just tell me, your life isn't that bad. You have a family now. We love you. You know, why you need to stop, basically. And that was really traumatizing. It never fixed anything, that's for sure. It just always usually made it worse, made me feel like I'm a terrible person. Why can't I just appreciate what I have, you know? Also, the day of my attempt, I had tried reaching out for help to the office multiple times, saying I just knew it was worse than before. And I just kept telling them, I don't feel right. I don't feel right. Can I be seen? And they kept saying, we'll try and get you in later. We'll try and get you in later. That was the only answer I got. I never got like, yes, come on in, or go to the hospital. They didn't even say anything, you know, which not necessarily, I probably wouldn't have went to the hospital, but they just kept saying, we'll try to get to you. So finally, hours later, they called and said, okay, we're going to send your therapist. He's on his way. And when he's bringing a peer advocate with him, you know, it was already too late. And by the time he got there, I went unconscious and that was it, you know. But if I would have got the help I was looking for hours in advance, it probably wouldn't have got that bad. And it's not like it was business hours, they were open, you know, but that's all I kept getting told was just wait and we'll try. So that was definitely not helpful. Also, when you're trying to seek help in the beginning, saying like, you know, you think about taking your life, there were times they would instantly just threaten to call 911, you know, not talk it out and say, what can we do to help you? What can we put in place to make sure this doesn't happen? It was instantly, you need to go to the hospital right now. And that would just make me want to leave, like, okay, never mind, I'm fine, I'll just go home, you know, and that's never helpful. So yeah, that's my experience with that.
Thanks for sharing that, Mercedes. Yeah, I think I'm hearing from all three of you just these huge misalignments in your experience, and then how you were met in your experience by providers, in addition to a lot of fear around you, which kind of was compounding the already, how you already felt, afraid in that moment. And cultural factors and stigma that, creates barriers to meeting someone where they are in that moment. Okay. All right, the third question, can you share with us some system issues that were not helpful in a time of crisis?
I think a big one for me was there was no education, there's no explanations to me that like no one provided any of that to me. And I know people learn differently, but I was a science major at that time. I was like into data and like, how does my body work? How does the brain work? How, like, the systems and stuff. And everybody just said, like, take this medication. And I had questions. I was like, why? And for how long? And I come from, I'm Mexican, so I come from, a world where we don't take medication for anything, not even like a headache. So when I'm handed these medications, my initial response is like, no, like, I don't want it, because then that means there's something wrong with me, or like my family's going to judge me, my friends are going to judge me. And no one explained anything to me. And I remember when I first asked, like, well, for how long? Like, how long do I have to take this for? And the provider actually laughed and was like, this is for life. Like, you're going to be on this forever. And that was it. They didn't say why, or like, there's no explanations. And I had to do my own research, which I was good at because I was a student and, I was into science and stuff, but not everyone is like that. And some people need that kind of education and explanations. So for me, that was a big one. Another one was there was like no support with school. And I know like this could be helpful because, Cal Poly and Cuesta College are so close. All my professors failed me, even though I was like in a psychiatric hospital, and there was no way of like letting them know, or like, it was a really big stressor for me because I was a really good student. And just like Kylene, I was sitting there in the psychiatric ward being like, worrying about my classes and my finals, and there was just no help. And when I got out and I had to deal with all of this, it was so stressful, and I was trying to recover. And I had to see like 5 different people from administration. I had to tell them my story, and I was just not in a place where I could share that, like right after being hospitalized for a week. So yeah, that was a big thing for me, the school part.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's helpful. Yeah. Kylene, what about you in terms of this question?
Well, first I'd say the timeliness of services and getting connected. Again, I wasn't able to get the psychiatrist and psychologist I have now if it weren't for connections. And then also, I remember after being released from my 3rd stay in a psychiatric hospital, they gave me my, I guess, safety plan or exit plan. And there were 3 different therapy groups that I could possibly go to. And so we called all 3. The first one, the phone line was dead and no longer working. The second one didn't start up for another 3 months. And when you're in that period of crisis, again, time means everything. And then the third one I ended up going to, after 3 months, the facilitator moved to San Luis Obispo, which I don't blame her, but it was just not, I felt like any service that I really went to wasn't going to either be there, or if the service was there, then it wouldn't be a good quality. And once you have one bad experience, I think you lose entire faith in the system. So definitely if I could have gotten connected quicker. And then also I would agree with Juanita is the education piece. So just 1, what was going on, but 2, what to do in that moment of crisis. I think that we focus a lot on the prevention efforts and like how to stop it or how to talk about your feelings and things like that, but not necessarily, okay, so you're in that time of crisis, say somebody called 911, like what happens next? So definitely the education on that piece too.
Yeah, nice, thank you. Okay. How about for you, Mercedes?
Well, number one would be trying to get help the day of and not receiving it until it was too late. That was definitely not helpful. Also, I had multiple attempts before that attempt, and all of them, they weren't life-threatening. They were just I guess none of them are minor, but they weren't life-threatening. But I did have to go to the hospital, and every time they would send me home. They would just really no resources, just, you know, take my word, like, you're not going to do it again, right? And of course, I'm going to say no, you know, and they would just send me home. And that was that. There was not a thorough, I guess, a good enough assessment to really see that I probably shouldn't be just sent home. And that happened multiple times. The very first time I went to the hospital, they did give me they said, okay, we're going to send you home. We want you to go to this one place. You know, they gave me one little booklet. So of course that family, they knew about this and they took me there. Like 2 days later, we waited 5 hours to be told, sorry, you don't meet our 5 diagnoses, so we can't see you here. And that was it. And I had no idea what to do after that. I was back at square one. They didn't do anything, you know, and that was definitely a system issue right there. They at least could have referred me to another place that might be able to help, but nothing. So those were all huge. And every time I had an attempt, I wasn't giving any resources. It took me forever to find the therapist I had when I had my really bad attempt. So yeah, just not getting the correct resources. And I do agree with what they said totally. When I did have my attempt, I was working and I was a little bit different. I was glad I didn't have to call and tell my job why I couldn't be there. I was glad they wouldn't let me use a phone. Other people had to tell them and they had to figure it out. I wouldn't want to have had to say, sorry, I just attempted suicide. I'm not going to make it into work, you know? So they found that other ways, but it was still stressful. And now if I were to ever struggle, because it's always a possibility, I would really be stressed out. I still wouldn't know what to do, how to get my kids taken care of or things, you know? So yeah, that's important. If they're trying to get you help, maybe to tell you, we'll have resources available to help with what's going on outside of your crisis, not just your crisis. So,
right.
Mm.
That I think I see everyone's head nodding, and,
Yeah.
and you know, as a clinician, I'm really hearing all three of you, and I think, you know, just because we were talking about safety planning a bit ago, you know, that should be included, right? In addition to what the person's experiencing, what's happening around the person, and what is important in their life, and being able to plan around that as well. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, our fourth question is, what might alternatives to calling 911 be?
Well, in my experiences, my friends didn't call 911. I have a lot of PTSD with that, just past childhood stuff, but they know not to call 911, and they know how I feel about law enforcement. So they walked me into the emergency department. That's how I got help. So that's what I would suggest. Just walk into the emergency department. It's not always the best care, but if you don't want to deal with someone in a uniform and a gun, you know, someone in scrubs looks a little bit nicer. And what else? Just talking to somebody. Like, just because someone says, I want to kill myself, doesn't mean you have to call 911 right away. Just talk to them. Just ask them, like, why? Or is there anything I can do to help? None of my friends knew that then, but they know that now. Like, I've communicated all of this to my partner, so he knows if I do say that, it doesn't mean you have to rush me to the hospital, or, you know, he'd never call the cops. But like Mercedes was saying, it doesn't really go away. The way I try to explain it to people and to some of my clients is, you know, once that suicide card is placed on the table, it doesn't go away. Well, in my personal experience, there's times where I'm having a bad day or something goes wrong, and like I'm late for work, and my brain jumps to like, oh my God, you're gonna be fired, or like your whole day is messed up. You should just drive back. You should just crawl into bed. You should just give up. And then there's that last option. You should just kill yourself today. always. I mean, every single time that I face something that doesn't go right, that card is still on the table. It doesn't mean that I'm going to act on it. It's just always there. And I have coping skills now to be like, oh no, that's not an option. Like, I don't want to do that today. But yeah, sorry, I kind of forgot the original question.
No, that was great. The original question is, what might alternatives to calling 911 be? And I think one of the things that I really heard you say is that, you know, because of your past experiences, law enforcement is a huge trigger for you. And so it's really important for you know, you to know that, but your partner and the people around you, your providers, and to have that conversation so that if you are in a situation where there's concern, that's right there on the table and clear.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I heard you. Kylene, how about you?
I do just want to comment on how suicide is always on the table. I completely understand that. And this may not be a great reaction for everyone, but personally, whenever it comes into my head, I kind of treat it like it was a person, and I will literally in my head be like, F off, nobody asked you here. And then it sounds really dumb, but it really works for me just because it kind of puts humor into it. I forgot the question. Oh, okay. So as far as an alternative to calling 911, I don't quite have an answer for that other than, again, going back to educating people on what happens when you call 911. I think it all is a case-by-case situation. So clearly the person trusts you if they say that they're suicidal. So you know, in that case, if it really is a 911 situation or if they need to go somewhere else for de-escalation and things like that. But yeah, I guess it would really just be education and following up with, okay, so if somebody's going in for a 5150, you can bring them clothes, you can bring them their toothbrush and things so they have some kind of piece of home still and aren't feeling like they just entered a hospital.
Right. Okay. And on the note of education, you know, probably knowing what's available in your community that are alternatives to 911 so that you can be educated and make the best decision for yourself, you know, or just have that be known before you're in a crisis. Mercedes, what about you for alternatives to calling 911?
I would say definitely if you found the right therapist and everything, having a good safety plan, knowing what's gonna happen, or if you're with a therapist or somebody and they feel like you're, you know, really in danger, they'll say, okay, we're gonna call this person to pick you up today and you're gonna go home with them, instead of just instantly calling 911 and sending you to a hospital, you know. Definitely getting the help in time, you know, that could have prevented 911 in my situation. If they would have came hours before, probably wouldn't have got to that point. Or they could have took me to the hospital themselves and it could have, you know, been different. Probably a better assessment to know what that person's needs really are, instead of somebody saying, I feel suicidal, I want to kill myself. Maybe then talk to them. Don't instantly, you know, that's the thing, is it gets just brought to proportion really fast and they instantly freak out and call 911. A lot of the times they don't know how to react. But if somebody knows how to talk to you, or if you know, to better see what you actually need, because maybe you just need to hang out with some people that you trust or things like that. It may not be that you need that intensive care right then. So definitely those are huge. And like they said, so how you said that about suicide is always there. I've told people that myself. I've said to people that are safe in my life, I've said, I know you don't want to hear this. People that I know aren't going to sit there and call 911 right then. You know, for instance, I've told them suicide's always an option in the back of my head, which is terrifying to me a little bit, you know, now with a family and everything. But it's true. Once you've been there, it's like, you know, that if life gets too bad, it's there. And it's good to have that safety plan there, you know. But yeah, I think that's huge. Yeah.
Ashley, can I just add something?
Yeah.
I came up when Mercedes was talking about like taking them to the hospital. Ambulances are expensive. We've learned this the hard way in my family. They're really expensive. And if you can drive someone to the hospital, it saves a lot, especially if they don't have good insurance. Because a lot of the time, even if you have insurance, a lot of the time the ambulance isn't covered by the insurance. And if it's just going to put this person in debt when they get out of the hospital, it's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
true.
appreciate what, Mercedes?
I was like, that's so true. My bill was very expensive, and that added more stress when I got that in the mail. So
Yeah, I appreciate that as a provider too, because I think sometimes as a provider, you know, you're just so focused on safety, but there are practical aspects of a crisis that are going to contribute to the overall stress of it and impact on the individual. And so thank you for saying that. Yeah, okay. The last question is, how can we be proactive in providing crisis support in a person-centered way?
I think just the one that I think about a lot is like being validating to somebody. Because even though it doesn't look like they're in pain, or it looks like they're doing okay, or like, oh, they're going to be okay, like telling them that in the moment doesn't help. So just validating exactly what they're saying, what they're feeling, that helps a lot. And also, I like to tell my clients this, you know, no one knows you better than you. You are you's best advocate, you know, and it's something that I wish I had known when I was first going through all this, because there were times where I was sitting there like, this doesn't feel right. Like these medications don't feel right. I mean, just like Kyleen, I've been through so many medications, like 7 different psychiatrists, 10 different therapists. And there were times where I was like, this isn't the right combination. This isn't the right choice, the right provider. And I was scared. I was scared to say something because they're professionals and they're supposed to know more than me. And I don't know anything, you know? So, but you do, I mean, you know your body better than anyone. So if it doesn't feel right, like you should say something, and we should encourage people to do that. Like, does this feel right for you? Is this okay for you? Is there anything else that you need? Like, nobody asked me any of those questions. It was like they're talking to each other, making these decisions, and I'm just in the corner of the room and they're talking about me like I'm not there. Those were my experiences. So I try really hard not to do that with my clients.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, and that's important, really important stuff you're talking about. Kyleen, what about you in terms of how we can be proactive in providing crisis support in person-centered ways?
I would say, well, for one, you don't have to tiptoe around the subject just because I am going through it. One of the things that I hated hearing was when they talk in kind of like a condescending tone, like, oh, you need to take your medication now. Are you okay with that? Like, I'm still a person. I know what you're saying. You don't have to lower your voice or talk in a calm way. Like, don't yell at me, but I don't want to feel less than. And so that was definitely one of those things. And then also kind of what Juanita was saying is, I think we all tend to want to just make sure we don't say the wrong thing. So you'll say, it's okay. Or like my mom would always send me positive quotes and it drove me crazy and it made everything worse, which is kind of contradictory to things that we tend to hear. But sometimes just listening and just being there is a huge thing. I know for myself, I would just push people away, but giving them that space is actually sometimes a good thing. Just be ready when they're ready for you to come back or having you there. But as far as person-centered, also just checking with yourself, like we have the self stigma, the public stigma, and then the professional. Even I catch myself, even though I went through it, still sometimes judging like, oh, like why I feel like they don't have anything to complain about or things like that. So just really keeping yourself in check as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. What about you, Mercedes?
I think it's really important to find out each person in particular needs, not to, we're not all the same, you know, and what's going to work for somebody else is not going to work for the other person. And I think getting somebody resources is important, but getting the ones they'll actually use. I can't tell you how many times I was thrown phone numbers that I was not going to call in a time. Although it's important that they have those if they're willing to use them, that wasn't what was going to help me, you know, and then making sure they have the proper resources that that person will actually use. Maybe it's somebody, you know, they'll talk to, and making sure that they know they can call them, or the right coping skills, you know, those things are important, because I feel like a lot of times I was treated just like the next person, and they think, here's the 800 number. If you feel that way again, just call it and you'll be fine. But that wasn't going to work for me, you know, and I think a lot of them knew that I wasn't going to call that number, but that was what they knew to do. So they did it. Also just making, like she said, focusing on, sorry, I'm throwing a blank, but
It's okay.
mainly it's just talking to us, you know, and not treating us like we're less than, because I was also very much treated that way a lot, especially in the mental hospital. And I felt overly medicated a lot of the time. They give you way too many drugs. When I first started getting help, I was just always put on so many drugs that there was times when I couldn't, you know, I went to a drug rehab once and I couldn't stay up with everybody because I was so over medicated, and I just thought that was right because that's what my doctor's given me. And I thought I needed that. And it took me years to get off of it. And, you know, but we don't know, like you said, to stand up. So I think they do need to focus more on finding out what we need and what's helping us and what isn't, instead of just doing what they think is right for everybody. I feel like they think you're suicidal, you're depressed, this drug's going to help you, but we're not all the same. And that's important to know that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what the three of you are really echoing that's consistent with person-centered is that each one of us is an expert on our own life. And to be, you know, in the presence of someone else, listening, validating, collaboration is a way that we can meet people and empower them to also then be present for themselves and listen to themselves and support that process as well. Yeah.
And I would like to also mention, I think all of us have mentioned it at some point, just the importance of having these different coping skills and learning those kind of things. I didn't have that chance to kind of go through those courses or groups until the third psychiatric stay, because you're in there as a stabilization unit, but once you're out, nothing really changed other than the world just kind of stopped for 3 days. And so just by giving us those different coping mechanisms, or even just those options, like there's different things to do. You could go on a hike. It doesn't have to be see a psychologist, see a psychiatrist, take meds. There's always different things that could really help someone. And I know that sometimes people think, oh, those things are just distractions, but I think that a lot of our hobbies and things that we love are typically like our distractions. So just being able to also have those things on hand, because I don't think people think of those things when you think of healing.
Yeah, yeah. So expanding our concept of what healing looks like, kind of outside of just the clinical box.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Anything else? That was the last question. So I just want to check in with the three of you. Is there anything else that you feel like you'd like to say, or that you wanted to say before we open it up to the group?
I'm thinking about consistency and how important that is. Because as I was reflecting on all this before this, I was thinking about those 7 psychiatrists that I saw, and it was in the course of 9 months, 7 different psychiatrists. And every time I saw them, they made changes every single time. Whether I said I felt good or I didn't feel good, changes were made. And that was in large part, it was because of my insurance. I just didn't have good insurance when I was a college student. So I just went to this kind of like community setting where every time I walked in there, it was a different psychiatrist. And it's so hard. It's so hard when you're seeing somebody different every month. So just the consistency is so important in providers. I know it's hard, like it's hard to be in this field, and it's hard work, and every day I'm exhausted, but showing up for what we're doing every day is so important. And like our clients, for them to see the same face every day, like it's so important. Like, I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, kind of comes back to that relationship and trust and safety. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Let's see, I just want to say, in my chat, I'm getting a lot of thank yous and gratitude and saying, thank you for your strength and your vulnerability and willingness to be here with us today. So I just want to echo that. And I'm going to turn to Nicole and for you to give me some guidance. We have about 15 minutes left. Are there questions that we want to propose?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions from attendees. Again, everyone just has really appreciated the bravery that you three have shown and how much we can learn as professionals from talking to you all. So thank you. One of the first questions that came through that I wanted to read here. Someone wanted to know, do you feel cultural matches are imperative with suicide prevention work?
So for me, again, contradiction to most, I personally did not want an Asian doctor just because I did grow up so I'm from Clovis, which is a very Caucasian town. But I did see an Asian therapist and I felt like they were almost trying too hard to connect with me when I, on an environmental level, couldn't relate to that degree. So that was also part of the process of just cycling, because sometimes even though they look like me, that doesn't mean that they are me or can relate to me. So
I think that's a really good reminder as professionals as well.
I think I would say it's more important to know the culture, to know where your client is coming from, to know where that patient is coming from. My first therapist did look like me, and she spoke Spanish and she talked like me, and I didn't ask for that, I just got it. And like Kylie, I was kind of turned off from it at first because it's like, whoa, you remind me a lot of the trauma where I come from. But then it was like, whoa, you look like me and you're talking like me, but you are saying nothing that my parents are saying. You're being supportive and open-minded, and she was modern and young, and she was woke, so she was friendly to everybody. And so for me, that was like so refreshing, and it was like I felt safe with her. But because she knew the culture, because she was also raised like me, she knew what wasn't right to say and what was right to say. And she could say things like, I understand about machismo, I understand about growing up with an alcoholic father, I understand what it's like when your mother's submissive, like all of these things that like she wasn't, she knew about because she had gone through it as well. So I think just knowing what the person has been through, the culture. My current therapist, who I love and I hope I can stay with her forever, she's actually white, and she just asked me last week, how do you feel about this? We've never talked about this before. And I thought about it, I was like, I'm actually like okay with it, because you understand what I'm talking about, because she understands, my culture and my family dynamics, and she's educated herself on all this stuff. And so I would say it's more about like knowing, you not necessarily like that you have to look like somebody, but yeah.
Thanks. Mercedes, did you want to respond to this one as well?
I've had therapists, a few different therapists, all different cultures, and I personally haven't. I've had some really big issues with therapists, but that wasn't it. It wasn't the culture differences or anything. That wasn't the problems. I feel like the main thing is just that they understand, and they don't. It's not. You shouldn't bring your culture into it. Really, it's about mental health and what you need, and so I haven't really dealt with much of that.
And I do want to point out, it sounds like all of us have cycled through a lot of different mental health professionals. And I mean, we have to go through that process of going to at least 3 appointments with them to make sure it's a fit and take medications for like at least 2 weeks. And it's a process. So, but also as a professional, that yes, you can be a reason of why maybe they need to change, but also on some degree, sometimes you just don't fit. It's not like you did anything wrong. It's just, you can't, it's like speed dating, I guess. I wish that you could do that with therapists, but if you can somewhat just connect on that level and try to find that common ground, but it's not always just because you said something wrong. So don't overanalyze and then try to make the next patient feel somewhat different.
Right. Carlene, I really want to emphasize what you're saying. It came up for me when I was hearing you talk and respond to all the questions, all 3 of you, is just access to care and going through providers and how laborious and frustrating and sometimes harmful that can be. But also as a clinician, I just want to say I give you permission that therapist-client fit is one of the strongest variables to effective therapy. And it's okay to talk about it and bring it up. And I know that's hard as a client, but it should be what, and I'm speaking to all the providers and everyone else, we should be having this conversation right from the beginning. How is this feeling, right? Does this feel like a good fit? And so on. Yeah. Okay, Nicole, is there enough time for one more question?
Yeah, we had an attendee that wanted to know if you've heard of the WRAP program or information, which is the Wellness Recovery Action Plan. So does anyone want to speak to that?
I know that it exists after once I started getting into advocacy work, but at the time I did not. That's my response.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty much the same. I know of it. I don't know enough about it, but I know of it now. I didn't know of it then, never heard of it in my times of crisis, no.
Yeah, same. Like I've heard of it now. Also, I wanted to point out that I used to live in Sacramento, so my hospitalizations were in Sacramento County. They don't have as many resources. I wish they had a team over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Nicole, I have a question that came to me, but I don't know if I should go to that, or if you have one that, you're kind of in charge of the question, so I'll defer to you.
There is one question I wanted to bring up, and I hope I interpreted it right from how it was written. But I think it speaks to many of us in this room, and just talking about suicide with a client who has serious mental illness can be difficult. And any ways, any new ways to do that, or tips from lived experience that can help. And I'm guessing what many of us would love to know in this is maybe approaching that topic. Maybe someone new that, a new client that you're working with. Has there been anything that was especially helpful, specifically to bringing that, a professional bringing that up with you?
I think just asking, are you suicidal, is important, and not beating it around the bush. There were a lot of times I never got asked, and I just didn't say, they always asked about self-harm, things like that. But I think they were scared to ask usually. And I think it's important just to say it, because usually our minds aren't fast enough to skip around it. We're going to say yes. At least in my case, I'm going to be honest if I feel like I'm in a safe place, So I think just directly going for it is important.
I think that's important to mention, because I think you feel when the person is trying to maybe ask that without asking that.
Yeah.
And Ashley, if you have a question, I think we have a few minutes for one more question. We don't have any other ones that have come through the chat. I did post a few resources. Some of our attendees have sent some really good resources through the chat, and so I'm reposting to everyone.
Okay. Well, I'm just kind of was perusing them, and maintaining my focus on the panel. The one question that pops out to me, as survivors and knowing your warning signs, would either of you transport yourselves to a hospital for help, given your experiences with hospitalizations? Does anyone want to answer that one?
I can immediately say no, personally. Also, I think, I mean, where else do you go at that point? But as a survivor and going through it, I rely on myself a lot, which may not be the greatest, but I wouldn't go to a hospital knowing what comes after. So I am in Fresno, and the first 2 hospitalizations were in Fresno. And the third time when I was in my psychologist's office and she said, I can't let you leave here. My mom drove me 4 hours to UCLA, which is where I ultimately got the care that I really needed. And so I always do this and I lose track of what the real question was.
Well, so yeah, whether you would drive yourself to a hospital yourself if you knew you were in that place.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, answer is no, but that's also because luckily I did learn those coping skills and what to do to de-escalate. Even though this suicidal thought may be in my mind, that doesn't mean that I would actually carry it out. It's just there.
Yeah. Okay. We only have a few more minutes, so I want to make sure Mercedes or Juanita, do you want to respond to this question?
For me, I would say I probably would. I mean, it would have to be at the point where I knew I was in danger of hurting myself, but I have children now and I have things I didn't have then, which doesn't always matter to people, but for me, and I have safe people. I have the Tulare County Suicide Prevention Task Force, which all of that together has showed me that it's okay to get help. It's okay. Back then, definitely not, but now I think I would be able to drive myself to a hospital and get the help I needed. So.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Mercedes. But I also know myself, and I know like Eileen, is it just a thought that I can cope through and use my skills or call someone, or is this like serious? Because I know it's very different when you hit that point of like that darkness and that calmness that you know exactly what you're gonna do. It's different than just thinking about it. So I know what that feeling is like. And for my second hospitalization, I went to my boyfriend, now my husband, but I told him, you need to take me to the emergency room right now. This is different. This is no longer just thoughts. I was also psychotic, so it was a lot of hallucinating and stuff that I hadn't experienced before with my suicidal ideation. So yeah, I would if it was bad.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's 4:45, so we're right on target. I think we got through most of our questions, and I'll just end it with this last message. How much an attendee says how much they appreciate these testimonials and how they've been educated to really make some changes. And I think that's why we're all here learning and why this is really professional development. The idea is you do walk away with some changes. So with that, I'd like to introduce Phil from Kings County Behavioral Health, and he's going to provide us with some closing remarks.
Hi, good afternoon, friends and colleagues. Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, we want to thank you for attending our second multi-county suicide prevention awareness summit. We hope our subject matter experts, guest speakers, their stories and perspectives have been beneficial to you in understanding the topic of suicide prevention and awareness. The planning committee will be sending out a post-survey link to all registered attendees. We value your feedback and your input, which we intend to incorporate into our next summit next year in 2022. I'd like to share with you our call to action. Please take some time to process the information, the stories, and the spirit of the summit that you've received today. Within the next few days, please attempt to share with at least one person a component or a piece of today's summit that resonated with you and that you feel your friends, family, and colleagues should know or would benefit from. I'd like to review some of the highlights from today's speakers and our agenda. starting off with Kalicha's powerful and moving story of inspiration and hope. Before a crisis, connect, creating a RAP plan, wellness recovery action plan. Also, using updated nomenclature such as attempt or died by suicide, as opposed to using the word commit. You let someone into the group there. Okay. Meeting people with connection instead of fear. Also slowing down and investing in emotional regulation as providers. Care is key. Hearing their pain and demonstrating transparency. Creating choices. This shifts the power back to the individual in crisis, and they are the expert. It creates options. And the term that I'm new with that I heard today was holding space, physical and emotional safety in the collaboration category. Regarding our mental health panel, which was led by Lorenzo, great job, and consisted of Michael Prichard from Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health. He shared his story of resilience and recovery in his spiritual awakening, finding purpose as a community asset, understanding the body's, mind, and spirit wellness philosophy, and having a safety system. He wanted to communicate that people need to feel safe for conversations to happen, specifically men. And Corey also shared his wonderful story, division manager in Tulare County. Having a strong family support helped him, family down in Bakersfield, and caring friends and coworkers who kind of knew his social cues and his behaviors and his baseline. And when something was off, they'd reach out to him to find out what's going on. Investing in those interpersonal relationships and those webs of people that care about you. How to help from different demographics. He shared that the younger, the better, that interventions are started, specifically on social media, TikTok being one. And who could forget, Dr. Kelly Posner on her Columbia Lighthouse Project. I learned some wonderful things today about the risk assessment scale. When a community comes together, that there is hope, asking the right questions was key, and looking for warning signs. Understanding that caring counts. Going to the people that are suffering in silence, not waiting for them to come to us. And understanding the power of asking, doing daily self-checks. And last but not least, our lived experience panel, we want to express our gratitude to Kylene, Mercedes, and Juanita. Kylene shared that for her, her system of support that was most helpful was her family, her mother, and Mercedes was a therapist who actually did home visits and a removal of the means. And Juanita shared friends were most helpful to her. She was able to pick her family, her picked family she referenced. And with that, I will send it back to either Lisa or Megan.
Phil, thank you so much for doing that lovely wrap up for us and acknowledging all of our speakers and presenters. I think we've had an incredible day of learning from listening to voices of lived experience. I came across this quote the other day, and for me, it really connected to kind of the day that we planned and really having space to listen to people who've had experiences with the mental health system and learning as providers how we can do a better job. It's a Gandhi quote, and it's whatever you do for me, but without me, you do against me. And today I feel like we did a lot of work in partnering with our friends who've had lived experience and have been through our systems and have been harmed by our efforts to help. And I think we've really, I know I will take away lessons about how to do a better job in my role in the system and supporting other people in a bigger system of care. So just really sitting with appreciation for that and the vulnerability of people sharing today. I would like to thank the counties of Fresno, Kings, Kern, Marin, Merced, San Luis, and Tulare. This is a multi-county effort to put together this day and host all of our speakers and presenters and panelists. We especially appreciate Fresno County, SALT or Save a Life Today, and Anthem Blue Cross for their financial sponsorship, as well as the counties of Kings, and the Suicide Prevention Task Force from Tulare, and also Cuesta College, who helped financially make today possible. I think those are all of my thank yous, except to all of you for spending the day with us. learning how to do better work, showing up for folks who are in crisis, and improve as lifelong learners on our craft, and helping those who need support from us in a time of crisis. That's why we all showed up today, right? Is to learn some new ways to do our work even better. Really appreciate that you all dedicated a day to learning more about suicide intervention and prevention. I know we have a survey in the chat. Lisa, did you want to comment on the survey or any of our post summit tasks? I know that there will be a survey for continuing education that you'll receive, and you'll need to submit that to get your certificate. You can also get a certificate of attendance. You can email myself or Lisa Crossley directly for that.
So the link in the chat is for our feedback of what you liked, what could use improvement. So that helps us plan next year's event. For CEs, you will get another link for a survey and feedback kind of evaluation. So those are two separate links. So be looking in your email for the other one.
Lisa, thank you so much. And I just want to thank Lisa one more time. I know we can't clap because we're all muted, but we could do, like, you know, the silent clap. Her amazing organizational skills really just helped today be so successful. So Lisa, I'm just really appreciating you as well at the end of this very packed, amazing day.
Thank you. And I had a wonderful team to help me. And thank you all attendees for coming.
All right, everyone. I think that's a wrap. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. I'll invite our planning team to stick around to debrief a little bit. Just have to wait for our 500 plus attendees to hop off. It's quicker than adding them, though.
I'm still getting some questions. I don't know if people are waiting around for answering them. You don't have to email anybody for credits. They will be emailing you. As for the recordings, we're hoping to get those out, hoping they came out okay. This is our first year recording. We make no promises on how the videos came out, but we will try. Slides, we will send out everything that we received.
And I do think all of our presenters will be sending their slide decks, which is great. Lisa, I'm going to step away for just a minute and I'll be right back. Did we want to take a couple of minutes to debrief?
Yeah, let's hop off, and I don't know, there's still a lot of people in here.
Maybe